to his wife, bro. That's the problem.
Yeah. I think that would have been the best thing. Say sorry to the wife, and then that's it.
Like that's what all I said. It's like, why can't you say that it was wrong of you to do? And he just wouldn't admit that that was wrong to do.
I don't know, man. Everyone feels like they've been, you know.
Welcome back, y'all.
Move on to what Mike do.
This is part 3. We've been on for what will be heading into 11 hours at this point. We're joining a panel with I was covering miketv and eBlack.
No matter what,
and
it doesn't matter what
we're in progress. So if you don't know what's going on, you got a ways to catch up. In any case, let's go back in.
Guys' beef. It doesn't change the fact that that was goofy to do. Like, I don't understand.
No, it was goofy, but you have to remember somebody else done it, not him. That's his point.
No, he did put up the picture of his wife. He is the one who allowed on his show.
Oh yeah, he made. So wait, my man didn't come on. So that Daryl guy didn't come on Mike TV's channel, yeah, and obviously showed the pictures and whatnot.
What?
Who actually showed the pictures? Was it Daryl or Mike?
We pulled up the video earlier where Mike has the video where he made like the picture of of what's his name and his wife beside each other.
Yeah. So Mike put up that picture of the kid and the baby mom.
Huh?
So you see in that video that eBlack has, yeah? He has his wife and his kid in it. Who put that picture? Was it Mike or Daryl?
He's asking who made like the mean picture.
Yeah, I'm asking who made that video. Yeah, who made that video?
Hold up 1 second, dude. I don't know why we're acting like you got Mike acting like he didn't just watch this earlier. Okay, 1 second. I guess I have to find it here. 1 second. Oh my lord.
Why don't you just bring Mike? Just bring Mike back up in the chat or something. I think he's probably calmed down now.
I don't know why we're acting right now like we didn't see that. Oh, wait. He had a video with at the starting. There's a picture. He even admitted to making the Shrek meme. He even admitted to making the Shrek meme with the picture of the wife on it. He admitted to it.
Who made that
on the stream? He said he did it.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh,
he said I made a meme out of his wife. I made a Shrek meme out of his wife. Like, I don't know why.
So why was he saying Derek?
It was a 4-minute clip out of one of his lives. It was a 4-minute clip out of one of his lives. He admitted to this while he was up here. I don't know.
Okay, so he actually did share. It wasn't. Okay.
He says he admitted to sharing it, not to making it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so basically Daryl made it, but he shared it.
Okay, so yeah, it's just like I was trying to make with the analogy of the assist in a sport, but I don't know how nobody could understand that. But like, if someone passes me the ball and I shoot the ball in, I'm the one who scored. So if someone passes me the information, I put it up, I'm the one who scored it.
No, you're the decision to put it up on the channel, but he was just. I believe he's just correcting the record that he didn't make it. That's all.
Okay, but this is
I don't disagree that he put it up.
Right. Okay.
No, because I was confused. I thought this whole time Daryl came on Mike's channel and then showed the stuff.
That was a different live. See, that was a different.
Okay,
live.
there's two. Okay, so there's
Oh, hey, hold on a second. Yeah, there's a big point here. It's Proverbs 18:22. That must be Daryl's.
Daryl pops up, shows the address. Then the second situation, Mike has a little 4-minute dig at E Black.
Hey, I'd like to point out, by the way, this is also clearly from Daryl's. Not that it makes it any better, but because of the Proverbs 18:22, that's a Daryl thing. Mike doesn't actually associate any of his stuff, so it would have to have been made by Daryl.
Yeah.
Also, Mike tends to have better art. Just saying. Not that it makes any of it better.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Regardless of who it's made by.
Aaron, you're definitely a good friend, Aaron. You know that.
Hey, man, I try to be fair, and in my case, you know, the truth is in this situation, you look at it, you can tell the faces are off. It's some kind of janky shit, and it says 1822. You know, it has some Bible verse next to it. That's not something we'd see on Mike TV. So let's be fair about what it is.
Jem,
you know, who's associated with.
I just want to point out, Jem. I never once said anything about what Daryl did to Mike. First off, never said that. And I only addressed what Mike did himself, and so and then this, where is E Black coming at Daryl this hard? I also pointed this out many times. You guys will be able to see it. I pointed this out many times to E Black that why is he give all this smoke to Mike when Daryl's the one he seems to have the real problem with, and Daryl threatened his family. That's another thing. And then another thing here is, you're talking about how I dropped you and put you in the back. Yes, that was because like you're up here trying to run the show, talking over me the whole time, being mad disrespectful to me when I was nothing but respectful. So I don't understand how like that's not seen, that's not recognized. It's all good, but that's definitely what happened here. I can't make nobody else fucking grow up, but
Well, here's the thing, and this is hey, easy, by the way. This is the same thing that I was saying to Mike. We pick and choose our battles. We can only lead a horse to water. We can only reach our hand out. If they don't take it, if you don't take it, you can't make them do it. And this is the toughest thing for me in life, and has always been, because I always want to fix things, right? That's my gig, fixer. You know, in the end, adult babysitter. So of course I want to fucking everybody to win, but sometimes people aren't going to win for themselves, or they don't want to engage in one portion of it, or whatever it is, and we can say until we're blue in the face, hey, come on, man. But then this is the point where at some point I go, okay, I hear what your point is. I respect you that you've made your point. I'm not happy about it, but that's when I, you know,
real quick,
there it is.
I'm gonna jump off because I'm not gonna say anything about him like in here while he's not here, because that just I'm not about that. I'll talk to him in chat if he wants to keep talking. If I did offend you and you didn't intend to disrespect me, I apologize.
You want to talk to him? Sure, here.
Yeah. Mike?
Can you hear me? Mic check?
Yep, you're here.
Oh, yeah, what's up? What were you saying?
No, I was saying, as long as you didn't mean to disrespect me and I just took it as that, I apologize for coming at you. That's not the way I roll normally.
No, and really it sucks that you're even giving me an apology first, because I wanted to start off by apologizing for coming out the wrong way. Because just like I asked Unspoken Vibes, yo, you've been watching me? How long? Several months. Do I keep the same energy? Yeah. He even told you guys, hey, it might be jarring for you, but this is what his audience is used to. And I forget that. I'm used to being on my show with my crowd, with my chat. I forget you guys aren't privy to me. And you don't get how I get down when I'm being slandered, when I'm being challenged. This is just par for the course. So I do have to remember that you guys aren't familiar with me. So I understand if you took certain mannerisms or certain things I said or certain vocal inflections as insults or as disrespect, but my point up here was not to disrespect anybody. And since Speakeazy has no problem replaying parts of the stream to make his point, I mean, anybody can replay the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours of the stream, and I did not have that energy that I did at the end. It wasn't until time and time again I tried to challenge what eBlack's receipts were, and he couldn't show receipts. He refused to show evidence, but he still held on to his claims. And then on top of that, I now have people on the panel trying to challenge me and trying to make it seem that what eBlack is doing is justified, because I had somebody on my channel and we spoke about him for a few minutes. So yes, over time.
Mike.
So hold on,
I'm sorry, I got to interrupt you, man.
So
I know you're
time,
speaking, but you misspoke, and I'm going to use your logic.
And
man.
more
Go
upset
on.
with what I perceived was going on.
I understand, man, and I hear you. I hear you that you're upset about it, and I think we're all recognizing it.
We past tense,
do not wait on. Nobody is capitulating to E Black's points about him being right about anything. We all chastise the motherfucker. We were up here chastising him all night. Everybody pointed out his snickering, childish behaviors. I mean, fucking all that shit, man. And pointed out the fact that you're the only one who really is doing fucking right. The problem is that the folks around you are not. You're right. They're not getting your style, and you're not reading the room in this case. From a friend to friend, I'm telling you, you're not reading the room, and that's what I'm saying in this case. And you may be missing it. I understand your anger. I'm there with you, and I've also been. Maybe age in this case, it tampers the will in the sense that like I wouldn't have the fire. I'd say, hear what we're trying to say to you in this facet, because it'll get us, it'll get you a lot further in this situation, the panel of public opinion or whatever you want to call it. Even just in the fact that, look, man, everybody's trying to say you're correct about the issues, but not about the approach. That's really what it's saying.
And I'm so surprised that people are so heavily critiquing my approach when the issue is so egregious. That's where a lot of my vitriol and contempt stems from. God damn it.
I understand, man. Mike, I hear you.
I totally understand how you come at E Black. He deserves every bit of it. But
yeah, and everybody's saying that you should actually give him the vitriol on that end because he deserves it. When we've already talked about this, I believe in the catharsis of what you do. But in this case tonight, particularly, we're not talking about all the time, man. In this case tonight, it just, it kind of went awry on that level. Is maybe that laser beam that you have, that quick wit, that dry sense of cut, that Brittany Venti style of like, but extreme. I enjoy it myself. But tonight. It wasn't tampered in some spaces that I feel like personally it could have been tampered in way better ways, man. That's my critique on it, and you can take it any which way, but it doesn't lessen your points otherwise. And that's the other thing is I don't want you to hear us telling you that no, you're wrong. You're wrong, and for what you did as well. Separately, we found that point. You admitted it. You both admitted it, but you never apologized. So that's where I got to say, man, we gave you the platform to find some ground, and that's where my other critique would be like you just spent a lot of energy tonight fighting instead of just like looking great and walking the fuck away, which sometimes that's a better play, even though it might not satiate the win. It actually is a win greater, and you can walk away feeling good about yourself because you played the bigger guy.
Hey, Nick shooting 10 for 10. I share his same sentiment. He says, nah, y'all gave E Black a slap on the wrist compared to Mike, which is why Mike had to defend himself so hard. So again, me and several people share the same sentiment that there was a whole lot of contempt and challenges thrown at Mike, and none really thrown at E Black.
Since we're doing that,
well, now you're interrupting me again. But I'm the one who came up here to apologize and try to be civil with you.
No. Why do you keep bringing the chat into it? And like you're using
because I can read a chat message if I want to. Read a chat message. Why are you so upset? You haven't read or acknowledged your chat all night. Please acknowledge your people.
Ignorance itself.
Hi, Jelly. Thanks for coming back in.
Curiosity and concern. That's one that's being said. Here's another one. Let's look for more. Oh, look.
This is rough.
Mike.
Y'all got a problem with Mike's attitude. But not the false pedo comments, the BS receipts, or these people insulting Mike's race. Yeah, let's read comments.
We had an issue with the attitude he was displaying all the time. Not that he permanently has one. There's a difference. Oh, look at that. Just because E Black is far worse, it doesn't negate what Mike did or does. They're separate individuals. Facts. That is facts right there. Oh, so instead of just reading the chat,
this whole being mad at Mike for something Daryl did. Yeah, I feel you, Jim.
Yeah, no. nobody was mad at you for anything about what Daryl
Y'all
did.
never been. Then don't expect people to get frustrated and mad.
Yeah, I'm doing that, so just stop doing it.
And so you said, Mike, you're reading comments, so let me read some comments. And
can I ask you a question, please, Mike?
Yeah, so to point out that it's stupid. To do that. Just stop the show. What are you doing right now?
But you won't do that.
Here for fucking 8 hours and did that. Shut the fuck up. I didn't do that. See what I mean? You don't give out no respect.
Hey, I would never tell you to shut the fuck up because you've been up here talking about me for 12 hours. I know you won't shut the fuck up about.
Easy, can I ask my question?
Baby, have a question.
What you want to do? Okay, you ask your question. I remember this started with a chat with eBlack. It wasn't only about you. You relax.
And how do you even know about eBlack?
I've got a question for him. Easy, wait, easy. I've got a question for him. Wait, easy.
Back to myself, bro. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me.
Easy, wait. I've got a question for him, Mike. Yeah. Are you listening, Mike? It's nothing to do with this subject, but like my last question was, I don't understand how you're so pro-black but you're racist.
Okay, and I would have to reply that
I don't get that. I don't understand that.
Understand why you think I'm racist.
One, you called me a monkey.
Do you know why?
Two, this Tether talk. Say that again, please.
Do you know why I called you a monkey? Because it didn't have to do with your race or your ethnicity. That would be stupid for a black man to call another seemingly black man a monkey with racial undertones. What?
You think I'm going to think if you call me monkey, Mike?
I'm not Myron Gaines. I'm not up here in the KKK hood doing Nazi salute.
No, but what do you think I'm going to think if you call me monkey, Mike? Let's be real. If anyone called you a monkey, Mike, what would you honestly think, Mike? Just be real. What would you think?
The first thing I would think of, who's the ethnicity? If EMP Dave called me a monkey versus
but you're saying that you're black
or somebody called me a monkey, I'm like, hold up, wait, that's different connotations.
So your skin tone can block if you're racist or not? So
if a black person called me a nigga and a white person called me a nigga, the skin tone matters. Words do have.
No, it don't, man. Dumb people say nigga.
What if my dad?
Dumb people say nigga. Dumb people say nigga. No one.
And that's where I tap. Jelly.
A stupid. I am not
Jelly.
a stupid American. No one can
I'm
call
tapping.
me a nigga, and I'm gonna be like, yo, my nigga, what's up? That's some stupid shit.
Okay.
I'm tapping.
I'm racist because I called you a
He
monkey,
just
and
that's a line. Am I wrong for
I
that?
don't even know you're racist. I know you're a part of the diaspora, though.
No, I said my question is how can you be pro-black and racist at the same time? That's what
Because
I said.
I'm not racist. Because that would be a
Welcome
paradox.
back.
You're right. For me to be racist and hate black people,
So glad you could be
and
here.
their plight and their suffering, but at the same time, build a
why would you?
Yeah, I'm on the ropes. I'm on the ropes for him.
Monkey, then?
I tried to reach out. I put out the branch.
But monkeys don't talk.
Tried to be fair, right? Was I fair about that or was I not? I don't know. You tell me. I thought I was fair.
Like a monkey. The context is key.
This is such a.
But monkeys don't talk.
So if Dave said that and he said it's because
I'll call. You heard me tonight. I'll tell someone to fuck off that they're a liar by a blankety blank or
For the record, I haven't
motherfucker.
said
I'll call someone a
anything.
motherfucker all day.
Don't worry, Dave.
If
me and Dave right
Punk ass bitch. I've been known to call people punk ass bitches.
And Dave references me being a monkey.
I think that's all okay to some degree. It's not okay to get that point.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna.
I mean, tonight I did it for performative purposes because I
that
know
would
that
be a
he
good question for sure.
didn't know who he was talking to at all. But just funny, by the way, I texted somebody that he should be concerned that I texted tonight.
And I gave an answer. He doesn't like my answer, and he's saying
Don't
I'm
mess
wrong
with
and
hip hop,
racist.
bro.
That's why I called him a
It
monkey.
seems cold, but
Don't look at a white guy in hip hop and say,
what can you say to him, baby? That's his
let me
answer.
throw out gang signs.
You think
Don't
I'm
do that.
racist? I
That's
think
not a
I'm
good plan.
It doesn't bother me. Like I know you're a grifter, like so. It doesn't. That's why you talk about this FBA shit because you're on this what's his name, Tarif Nasheed bullshit. This grift. So
To say someone's a grifter denotes
Yeah,
that
Jelly,
they're making some
it's-
kind of profit.
Most of your subs
Here
are
we call it.
uneducated people anyway.
So
Most
Can
of
I
your
Call
ask
the
you
line.
this?
Maybe
Wait,
by
wait,
speaking
wait,
about
wait,
black
wait. I have a
issues.
question on this, Tether, because like I've heard people call. I've heard.
Damn,
people
really,
call Mike a
Jelly?
grifter. By what sense would you say he's a grifter?
Oh,
Because
hold on, I gotta turn this
say
up.
He's a grifter. So I'm curious on what sense he's a grifter.
What? Why? In what sense? All right, then.
Yeah. So like,
Basically,
what makes him a grifter? Yeah.
he exposes other people. Yeah. So
he
basically,
exposes their lies that they use on the internet.
yeah. So that obviously, when he got exposed for stealing from that dead woman,
I think
like,
we may be able to bring this back at the end.
You're going at other people for doing any type of grift. It doesn't
little
matter
bit.
if they're stealing or they're scamming, whatever. You're going after people, but you've done something that's kind of, it's kind of shitty as well. Like, come on, bro.
I think I've done something based off of what you heard eBlack post in a video.
Bro, you done it, bro, man.
And you see
Well-
why eBlack's
No,
getting sued
listen.
now.
I am not no innocent. Like,
Oh.
I've got a criminal record. Like, I'm not saying, because you got a criminal record, you're a bad person, blah blah blah. No. But
How do you
it is
So
know?
what you
real Tether,
Done. Criminal
real
It is what
Tether.
you've
I'm
done.
sorry, man. I've given you your time for a bit, man. You've been on the panel a couple, like 3
You haven't given me my
times.
time. Easy gave me my time.
No, you've
You
been
didn't give me my
talking
time.
for a minute. All right, I'm sorry if I cut you off, but I'm just got to bring up
go on,
something,
go on.
man. You've mentioned many times you've been on the panel before. We all recognize your voice, so I appreciate that you're here to give another perspective, by the way. But you have done kind of the same thing that eBlack did, which is to provide pieces of things that may seem like they're evidence, but they're not, and that's where the issue comes in, and that's where it takes it to a place where we all got to say, "Hey, hold up, bro. Cite your sources," and when you can't do it, you ran last time. And that's the other thing that's got to be brought up, because let's point out the context of the situation. You're somebody who has repeatedly come up on the panel to try to disprove Mike and call him a grifter, but the real meaning of grifter is not what you seem to be just trying to make it. And I have a big problem with people changing definitions to fit whatever the fuck they want, frankly. And I know you know better. So it's cynical to me, man. And we've had this discussion before even. So the fact that I'm looping back to this from 5 weeks ago, come on. I mean, you know better, man. You ran away the last time we asked you to prove that you have any basis, and you told us to go to this. You told us the same thing that eBlack did, which is to go to the website. Who's David Katz? We still don't know who the fuck that guy is, because we don't know if that's his voice. We don't know what the hell. We don't know anything about any of those people, because none of it is provable. It's all something I could do with Dave. I could have Dave call me up and leave a message, or me have a conversation with him and then slap a name on it. You understand that, right? Like, it's not very reliable information, that there's big holes.
Whoa, what's going on?
Oh, he's one of those people who gets fed information easy. He's also on the other side of the planet. He's in, if I remember right,
Who's
Sutton.
this? There's another person in the back with the name Mike TV.
So that's actually me. I'm gonna step outside.
okay.
Easy. Yeah, my bad.
I was
As crazy as it
tripping.
looks, if you can bring both up.
I was tripping for a second. I was like, what the fuck?
No, I'm about to flash my dick now. I'm about to get you shut down.
It's got to get porn bombed. That's how we end the stream. Thorpe style. Come on. Just definitively end the argument with someone's really ugly dork. That'd be perfect.
Oh, and also real quick, before I take this smoke break, with hindsight being 2020, I feel so stupid for not realizing that I guess if you think about it, the real reason why we even got talked about meeting up and boxing is all this is because I said something to Speakeazy that if any other man in the world said that, it would be like a tongue-in-cheek threat. But when I said it, like I was literally just like trying to be literal. So again, I know I come off wrong and like an asshole and shit. But when I was like, no, bro, like I would give you the same energy in person. If anybody else said that, you're right. Those are like some fighting words. Now that I think about it, I'm like, damn, if somebody told me that, they'd probably be trying to say some slick shit. But again, I was just being literal. And that's why I asked Unspoken Vibes, like, yo, You watch me. You're a fly on the wall. I don't replay all my shit. I mean, do you think I keep this same energy, or am I just up here wilding? And again, my audience is used to this energy, but you guys are not. This is very polarizing. It's very jarring. And for that, I apologize.
W's for Mike for that apology.
Appreciate that, man. That's big.
We got a W for Speakeazy for even bringing me back up. Shit, I done talked over him and disrespected his platform for 7-8 hours, and he still brought me back up. Hey, props to the host.
Yeah, not a W to Speakeazy.
It's a big
W for Dave, because Dave taught me a new word, pejorative.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm assume that you mentioning the talking over me for 8 hours and stuff, that you were apologizing for that part too. So if that's what you're apologizing for, I appreciate that big time.
Yep. I apologize for my lack of decorum on your platform. And again, something else to know. Another thing to know, just for context, and this was also why I was so like, what, this Christy chick is trying to give me advice about networking, and that's how I'm going to grow, and another reason why I was so thrown off by that is because she's right in the sense that, and Aaron and others can attest to this, the people that we see on YouTube that don't really have talent, who can't really hold an audience for several hours on a stream, those kind of people really rely heavily on collaborations and being over on this stream with this person and being over in this chat with that person. And for me to be somebody who's purely built my content with myself, myself and I talking in front of a camera to thousands of people. I mean, it's just so crazy to even think that I would need to team up or network with somebody or blah, 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 blah. So again, seemingly innocent advice to me is taken real egregious when, in my eyes, you're not qualified to give it. And, I built my whole platform with no collaborations, no networking. So to me, it was just extra.
I feel you did it different, and you feel like,
well, that part was not true though. You definitely did collaborations though, right?
Who did I do a collaboration with?
Well, see, I'm too like, I guess this is why I like the truth way too much. It's just, I can't, like, dude, you did collaborations with Daryl. That's a collaboration. Him coming on your show and you guys talking about someone else. That's a collaboration right there, right?
No. On many of my shows, I open the panel and I'll have 2, 3, 4,
I'm not
5,
saying you didn't do a lot.
He's talking about his new stuff. He's talking about his new stuff. That's what he's talking about, man. This is
just new stuff. Okay.
He's not talking like.
I was gonna say, like, to say you didn't do no collaborations. Collaborations is always good. That's how you get your face seen to bigger platforms.
Yeah, no, and I'm just being a little more specific. Yes, I've dropped a StreamYard link and I've invited people from the public to join the show, but I have never, like, for example, when you guys were replaying the Real Film Sapien stuff and she's trying to say we had business together, that would have been a collaboration if we actually had some business dealings and we were teaming up to do some content. But for the most part, miketv don't do collaborations.
No, I agreed with you completely on the Film Sapien stuff. Again? Like, her saying that was a collaboration is incorrect. You didn't ask her to come on and offer like a revenue share or anything like that.
Multi-racks here?
Very different.
You're talking slow-mo? I mean, you're talking about
doing something like this, like an open panel. That's not a collab in my opinion.
Why you gotta hit me at 5 a.m.
You have
West
to have
Coast?
like some kind of planned content
8 a.m. East Coast
in order for it to be a collab. So yeah, I agree with you completely on that. But I also don't think that's what Christy was referring to. I think she just meant like people that you talk to and talk back, and like you can feed each other leads and stuff. I'm guessing. I'm just because that's
No, he was just being defensive with Chrissy. I think that's all.
Yeah, I was being defensive. Someone was giving me tons of unwarranted advice while also claiming that I don't have friends and blah 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 blah. I was defending myself from advice that I thought was understandable.
True. I agree. People do love drama.
YouTuber. Thank you for being here.
That's why all 100 of y'all been watching for 12 hours.
You have to back yourself. Like, that's the only one you have to back yourself.
A little bit. I'm not gonna deny it. I like to watch drama. We all kind of do, I think.
We all love a good train wreck.
Serotonin is a hell of a thing.
Well, guys, I am going to take off. It was I'm glad you came back on, Mike. I appreciate you. Good talking to you again, everybody. Speakeasy, New Era. It was nice meeting you. We got some respect.
Nice meeting you too, Dave.
Real Tether Baby, I didn't really get to talk to you much, but thanks for coming on. Speakeasy, thanks for having me.
Always,
Christy,
bro.
Unspoken,
Always.
Zyrax, and Aaron, always. I'll talk to you probably tomorrow. You never know.
Yeah, I'll be talking to you tomorrow. You know.
And shameless plug. I know
We should be paying each
we
other
got a lot
today.
of my
We should be paying
audience
each other.
here that are night owls, and you guys don't want to go to bed yet. So I guess I'll go live in 10 minutes and allow you guys to join the panel and have a platform and talk about what you saw here. So I'll see you guys shortly.
Later, guys.
Word.
Have a good night.
Peace.
Later.
Have a good night, Dave.
Oh, someone's got the echoes on. Someone's got the echoes on. All right. Move this. Move this up here. All right. God damn, what a long stream that's been. 13 hours we've been going, motherfucker.
Bruh, I had to restart my streams. I'm in a second stream right now.
Yeah, I was gonna do that too, but I was just like, fuck it. I started recording once we hit 12 hours, so.
Oh, there you go. Good deal. Yeah, man. Is Mike still on?
I see him there, but it sounded like.
Is that the second?
Oh, my bad. I guess I'm still on the phone. Shit, I was trying to get my stream set up.
You good? You good?
Yeah, you good.
I was just
You're
gonna
good.
say.
Yeah.
Make sure to the mods. Make sure you put Mike's channel in the chat here, so people know where to find him. And yeah, you said. I was just gonna say, if you want to just tell people what you got planned and where to find you.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you just search Mike TV, my new channel is new, so you might need to type in like Mike TV just pearly things or something to find me. But yeah, no, it's just Mike TV. I'm just gonna do an open panel, smoke some weed, and hear some constructive feedback from the audience.
Yeah, Mike, just so you know, heads up about that. There's a lot of things going on. There's a dude named, I would highly suggest you check this out. It's a dude named Reckless Ben, who actually has been showing how YouTube shadow bans. He had 63,000 views, and then it shunted once they said that it was an appropriate material. And so there's lots of evidence to show that they're doing this. But I'll tell you this. When I go looking for Mike TV 2, there seems to be a whole bunch of other channels given that name now. And you actually have to type in exactly your name of the channel. So you might have to put the link out there.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll...
It's in my chat already for everybody.
That's cool, that's cool. Yeah, no, then that's why I've been telling you, Aaron, I need to play all my replays, because as soon as I redistribute all my previous content, I'll be back in the algorithm.
Exactly. No, and we're always seeing, you're already seeing the difference in the, as long as you keep putting them out there, the algorithm has to catch up to it. That's true. The one thing I would tell people is that the shadow banning really is real, and I'm sure Easy's experienced it, and the best way for him to evade it is by having memberships, because then that way you have a guaranteed amount of view and or income to make the next video, and to keep things rolling, because everybody thinks that you do this for free, but if you don't have a day job, then you gotta pay the bills somehow. And this is the same old thing as everybody forgets, that musicians, artists, painters, fucking people who make sculptures, film editors, you name it. The guy who stands on the corner and plays a guitar, that's just something that you just do because it's fun. But once you get into it and you start doing it, it's a life, just like a plumber. It's just another skill. And in the case of Easy or Mike or any people, when people think that you're being a shill because you're having people actually pay for that service of the show, it's actually like PBS, except direct. It's the best thing that's ever happened to fucking creativity, and people always want to turn it into being a shill. And it drives me nuts, because then they'll go and pay $450 some chick who's never had a proper relationship to tell them about some relationship she imagined, or you name it, or some dude to tell you some fantasy story and charge you, how much was that shit? $400. It's always about $450, right? So let's look at the difference between the grift and paying for art. That's what I want to say.
I need to chop it up with Speakeasy behind the scenes because I want to pick his brain on content strategy, because I've noticed some people do what you do and they'll like make their streams members only or private them afterwards. And I always thought with my limited knowledge that would like be me kind of like, you know, cutting myself short, because like all these new people who would have watched the replay, you know, now there's a paywall. But if that's something that's working, I might need to look into that, because my new channel just got monetized again, so I might have to do something similar.
Yeah, hit me up in the Discord, and I'll give you an explanation to that. A good one. You understand it.
Appreciate it.
Mike, just want to be clear.
Yep.
We have no hard feelings between us. So I hope you hear that I'm speaking to you as a friend, and that you know, I still feel the same way about you as a friend. But you know, you've heard my point of view.
Yeah, and same way for me. I mean, I know it got heated at points, but I mean, I don't really take this, you know, off stream, and now I got vitriol and contempt, and I better not see that EMP Dave dude in these YouTube streams. Like, nah, it's all good.
You'll be going to see it. I'm going to drag him up to your panel now. Now that you know him, I'm going to drag him up.
Yeah, and if anything, I do have to not just apologize, but thank you, Speakeasy, because right now my platform is much smaller than it normally is. So in a sense, while I was upset that you, in my mind, were, you know, platforming some misinformation, in actuality, you were fairly biased and, you know, allowed me a platform as well to defend myself. So you're not a bad moderator.
100%. And like I said, man, I wasn't trying to say you're a bad person in your life or any of this shit. Like, I don't know you like that, but I was just like saying off of my judgment off of this situation.
Yeah, I feel it.
And Mike, can I say I'm sorry for calling you a grifter as well?
Yeah, you know, and I just really wanted to apologize to you, Tether Baby, because you're right, I'm racist, and I should have never called you a monkey, and I should stop grifting the Black community, and I will never speak about the plight of Black people ever again. I promise you that.
Shut up, Mike. You know you will. It's in your blood. It's in your blood.
Hey, I said, hold on. That accent ain't from across the pond. Who's speaking right now?
No, that was me, motherfucker. That was me.
It was good, New Era. New Era know me too well to let me get away with that bullshit.
Yeah, I had a feeling y'all was going to do everything. When I came on, I was like, why the fuck is Mike so fucking loud for that? Everybody else was like, yeah, y'all niggas been off for goddamn 10 hours. Somebody must have pissed his ass off and shit. And then when you start going out everybody, I was like, yeah, somebody definitely pissed Mike off and shit. I was like, he should know Speakeasy a cool dude and shit. Once I started you going at everybody, I was like, yeah, somebody done pissed his ass off earlier. But I had a feeling.
All right,
like,
so
yeah,
we have one.
That shit, it'll be all good.
Yeah, New Era. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you can. I'm done.
So, go on. New Era. You and I got to talk about this real quickly because this is Speakeasy. We're gonna talk outside of you guys for a second. New Era. Should we address the fact that Speakeasy and Mike still have a bet for $1,000 over whether or not Mike will actually place the lawsuit?
Yeah, let's make a bet, Aaron. How much you got of it?
Man, I'm the guy who in the trolley game. When they say like you got a lever and one way it'll kill one person or the other way it'll kill 5 people, I'm one guy who goes, man, I am not pulling the lever. I'm not seeing the trolley. I'm over here smoking a fucking bowl. Okay, so you know.
Well, that's why I had to come home after that. That's how I knew Mike was mad, because I was the same way when the cops pulled up and shit. I was like, you motherfucker, you gonna call the cops on me? And I was, yeah. That motherfucker was like, yo, I'm not mad, man. Fuck that. Yeah, so I already knew where Mike was coming from. I was like, yeah. I was thinking about it.
I hear you. So, I mean, what do you think? Should they hold up the bet? Yeah. Should we make them hold up the bet? Should we make them drop the bet?
You know, man. You know they gonna hold up the bet, man. That shit was stupid.
Oh, damn. That was a challenge. Speakeasy, that was a challenge.
So, to be honest with you, if I lost this bet, I would both be sad about losing the money, but I would actually be happy that you went through with it. To be honest with you, I would be like, damn, that's what's up. More people need to do that.
Mm-hmm. And to keep it a buck, when I do sue him within 4 months and win the bet, I ain't actually gonna come after him for $1,000. I know it was a little bit of a pissing contest there. I don't really want no money from him. It's all good. It's all good.
All right. If you want to say it like that, then yeah. If you want to just say it was a stupid bet to even make, I'm down with that. I feel you.
Yeah, it was just stupid.
Yeah,
I mean,
we got heated. We got heated for sure.
It was a clash of egos. You know, I'm being aggressive and saying stuff, and you're taking it as a threat, and I'm being literal and miscommunication. It's all good.
Oh yeah, Mike real literal cool. Yeah, Mike all about words and shit.
I feel you.
I do know that shit about Mike.
Hey, and guess what? Just like how me and Speakeazy went from talking about fighting each other to now chopping it up like shit is smooth. I could have got to that same level with E Black if he could have at least admitted that he lied. Shit.
That's what I mean. That's what I was saying. Like,
yeah,
see, like I see you're capable of this. That's what I mean. That's like, and like, but I get it. I get it. With him, it's a little more deep because he did go hard. He went hard as fuck. That's why I understand. I do understand.
By the way, I jumped back over here to chat because Tom, don't lie.
Well, I'm out of here, guys. Believe it or not, all the crazy antics I just displayed was sober. So I'm gonna go find me smoke now. I know I said I'm gonna cam off so I can go roll up, but really I was in the back chat still listening in.
I'm just gonna create this lore, by the way. Blur, I'm gonna create this lore.
Shit.
But all right, y'all, I'm out of here. Until next time.
I swear to God, I'm going to convince somebody you're Fulcanelli for certain.
Yeah, see, this is what I've been trying to show my chat for this whole ever since I got involved with that whole first drama scene that other community that I got involved in. This is what I've been trying to teach. This is a message I think is a good thing to teach people, even if the people are our own age. People our own age need to learn this too. You know what I mean? Like
everybody does.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to this YouTube shit, it's way better to dude. People where I'm from, man, I have a homie that got killed over the color of his shoelaces, bro. That's crazy talk, you know. Like this YouTube shit ain't worth it. This shit ain't worth that,
dude. Today, by the way, just so you know, Speakeazy. Well, New Era, this is your news. Something happened with New Era's friends, so just know that. Things are rough in real life, folks, and any moment. I say this all the time too, man. And I have a video not long ago I did that was called "You Are Great," and that's because it's pointed out that we're just a little tiny speck of dust, and we're a little speck of dust on that speck of dust when you look at us from like way out in the Milky Way.
Yeah,
And when you think of it that way, it's like, fuck, why are you wasting your fucking energy on this shit? What the fuck, man?
We lucky if we get fucking 90 years here. You know what I mean? And like if you compare that to the amount of time that the Earth's been here and the amount of time it's gonna be here, we nothing in that speck of time. Yeah, that timeline, we're nothing unless we make it something. So we gotta make it something.
I see.
No, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. I'm sorry, New Era.
You good, Aaron?
No, I kept talking on you, so. No, man, and Easy, thank you for, I mean, this is a marathon, dude. Once again, proven to be the marathon man. Jesus Christ.
Yes, sir. I told you, I'm a vampire. I don't sleep. Yeah, guess what I'm going to do? Guess what I'm going to do after this? After this stream, we're going to end the stream. And when I'm done here, I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to go shower. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go for a nice little walk. And then I'm going to start up my stream on Nicolina's lies that I was going to address earlier.
No, you were going to go straight in?
Oh, yeah. We started an early stream today, and we going hard. We going long. Just the way I fuck my girls. You know what I mean?
Come on. New Era, if you don't know, so part of the reason, I don't know if you know how we got here. Do you know about this at all?
Bruh,
why we're here?
You know, I done told you my story today. No, I had a beat up a crackhead, ass white dude and shit.
Yeah.
And fucking get stabbed in my fucking finger, grabbing my fucking knife out of his hand.
God damn.
Yeah, like I'm motherfucking on no fucking mixed martial arts and shit. You look, I had some tight ass pants on. I can't knee his ass like I wanted to. Get the motherfucker.
You've had a like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks with that dude and all the outlying experiences with his fucking problems, right?
Yeah, the story that Aaron was talking about. Yeah, that's why I went in and shit. My brother Spirit was talking to me because my brother don't like racism either and shit. My brother was like, yo, get him. And then he called the cops and shit. The cops told his ass to leave. Then you bring back your son. Then I try to talk to your son like your son ain't known me for goddamn 10 years. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Ain't nobody gonna touch my daddy. Hey, you've been in the South, Aaron. What's racist ass white people favorite besides nigga? And it starts with a B. What they favorite shit to call us?
Oh yeah, well that's the one that Mike drops whenever he wants to like really inflame somebody who's black. Yeah. I have a problem saying it in mixed company, to be honest with you, because it doesn't work. Like for me to, if I was to be talking with Speakeazy, I do this too, because it's man to youngster, so I use son. Like, and also I always have my favorite, because if I really got to end something, I'll be like son, done, son.
Yeah, you know. Gang.
Yeah, you know.
So, but I
feel you. You know how many times like
it's fucked up.
Growing up, I had to like either fight or almost get in a fight because like I say my boy or my guy all the time, right? So like when I say my boy, they'll be like, "What the fuck you mean, my boy?" And I'm like, "Relax."
Oh yeah,
yeah. Well, easy. I had a thing on a panel. New Era. Were you on that panel? Yeah, you were, when we were roasting the guy. Oh my God, Speakeasy. It was like as if I'm fucking masochist. This guy. He was on the panel for 4 hours, we were taking turns, just giving him more roast and more roast. Guy. It was crazy. That guy. And he at one point. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm losing my point because it's so fucking late. In any case, what did we call him? Boy. Oh, I said homie. I said, look, aren't you out with and I just said it because I call everybody my homies. Yeah, well, you got going out with your homies. Yeah, I'm out with my homies. I got my homie this, I got my homie. I'm from LA. I'm from the Valley. That's what I call everybody. That's just the thing. It's like, bro. Oh, we're going out with my homies later. That's female, male. I could call my cat and my dog my homies. You know what I mean? Like, for real.
Yeah, so, I do that shit to my dogs and shit.
Yeah. So, I mean, anyways. So I said, hey, so would you ever go out with your homies? And he literally stopped. He was like, yeah, you remember that? He was like,
that shit was weird as fuck, wasn't it? Oh, man.
Yeah, it was weird.
That shit was really weird.
Yeah. What do you mean, homies? Like, your other, I stumbled for a second. I was like, oh, you think I'm being, oh, shit. Like, I was like, no, like, you're friends. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, so I understand. It's, people take things in a way they want to take it, and I always love the joke. I think it's from 40-Year-Old Virgin. I didn't understand what you just said to me, so I'm going to take that as an insult. That's one of my favorite lines. That's true. Anyhow. Easy, you are a scholar and a gentleman for handling the panel. The fact that you're going to go on to Pigolina this way. Oh, I was going to tell New Era, by the way. So, what you don't know about the gentleman in the center, other than just being a great performer, he's got great music. He is. Yeah, my pleasure, man. No, I really enjoy it. I had it opening up the other day. I was like, damn, because I have my own shit too, but that I just make on the fly. Yeah. But yours is killer. So, it came up. Anyways, he has been dealing with this other group that mirrors all these people around Mike. And I see this mirror of what's happening in YouTube, and I've been covering all this other stuff, including Rickless Ben and Danny Burke and all these other. There's more, bro. I found some other shit, by the way, Easy. I sent it to you today. It's somebody that a lot of people who are terminally online know, but I was like, I've only found it last month.
He's definitely going through the same type of shit, same exact type of shit. Like, there's like these like. They'll either show like a little bit of something or like they completely fabricate what they're saying about me. and then I started seeing this shit happening to him, and I was like, yo, this is fuck. Like, that's why I was like, I was not understanding why he thought I was like, maybe I understand a bit why he thought I was singling him out, but I wasn't trying to. It's only because he's more of a vocal person and he's willing to have the back and forth. Where E-Black, when I would say it to him, he kind of just like understood that I was right and then like quieted up about it. But like,
before I be speaking of E-Black, I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. But I think he was liking that shit. Like, he wanted all the attention on Mike, because before I even came on, I was looking at that nigga in the background. He laughed every time. I'm like, doing that stupid ass shit right there.
Yeah.
So, Easy, I do want you to not miss. I know you take copious amounts of notes, but so there's a thing called the Lapeith network. I think it's Lita or somebody in the chat. If you could give me the correct spelling of the Lapeith network. The reason that Jelly and several people asked for me to ask him where he got his information from and why we were trying to piece together exactly where that came from, and he couldn't answer us, and why we heard, "Hey Tether, you still here?"
Yeah, he's still there. He's still up here.
All right. Is he listening?
I have no idea.
Okay, so we have this weird experience where we've been finding people getting fed information.
Yeah.
And not just any information. It's like somebody's reading them a script, showing them a script, handing them pieces of paper, and they won't answer us who it is. So all we can do is kind of look at the general area. And this is where one of the interesting things I've been pointing out and finding, at least in that side, that there is a concerted effort to basically act in I think it's a gang or
cabal.
I don't want to call it cabal. Yeah, is that what you want to call it? I mean, like, I'm not sure what to call it. Conspiracy.
Yeah, I'll call it for you.
Yeah,
That's why Mike was so animated and shit.
Hold up. Who is this?
Night.
One second. I have to address this. I've been talking to somebody in the chat here. I was saying what's up and whatever. This, my man, who do you want to come up here? Who are you, bro? Now you gotta be interested. I just click on your channel. I do this every now and then. My man got 59,000 subs. What up, my G?
What up?
What's good, bro? Who is this?
Yeah, bro. Wait, I think we all got to drop off. Easy, need a motorman?
Now I'm subbed up, bro. I'm subbed up, my guy.
Who is this? Who are we looking at?
I don't know. Don GQ.
Oh, I see him.
I was never here.
Oh, damn, he got GQ in his name and shit. What the fuck?
What up, dog? Now you got me interested. Now I want to know who you is. I just look at my chat, see Don GQ, and I'm like, why does that symbol look so familiar?
Damn. Oh. Okay. Cool. Nice gear.
Here,
this is a neat channel to have come by. Thanks. That's cool.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cool looking shit, cool looking videos on here. Okay. Okay.
Damn. That's right.
My God.
That's right.
Well, I'm gonna react to some of your videos. If that, don't send me no copyrights, doc.
Yeah. and thank you for having nothing that says Akil is Tupac on there. I appreciate that as well. That's some bullshit, crazy.
I'm gonna have to see what this all about now. You got me intrigued. I
know, it seems like cool shit.
Now you quiet. What are you doing?
Oh, we ran him off.
Like we was never here.
Yeah. Deltario, thank you for being here. So rad.
Now I need to be nosy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm nosy. Maybe we don't react to some Don GQ. Figure out who Don GQ is.
It looks cool. I actually believe I know. I've seen this before.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. How you got 59,000 subs but only hundreds of views? Not even.
Yeah.
What's going on
I've seen this
there?
before. No, I've seen this before.
Oh yeah, it starts with a J.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
No, it's John GQ, but I've seen.
No, I'm talking about the other one you've seen. How I said that channel starts with a J.
Hold on.
I'll join the panel.
Okay, so I know why it looks familiar. It's a copy. That's why I've seen this before. This is a fucking copy.
Of
it's a
who?
Copy channel.
Of who?
I'd have to go through my subs and figure it out, but it's one of I think it's either GQ or it's not GQ. It's hold on, it's not. It's like a World Star.
They
channel.
said wait. They said they're gonna come up. So hold up. Wait.
Okay.
Don't speak too soon, bro. Don't speak too soon.
All right. Well, no. I mean, look at this. You and I are looking at the same thing. Oh, let me see if I've got the other channel. I may or may not. Let me look. I may be talking.
You guys aren't even saying anything. There's no words going on. It's just music in your stream. Why is that? And some chicks in your clothes. Don GQ merch. Okay. What is this, bro? Who is this? Come on up there. Now I want to talk. How you got 59,000 subs and only a few hundred
and hundreds of views? Yeah, that doesn't statistically work out very well. That's a purchase channel.
Now,
is that Tommy? Is that Tommy? Is Tommy up early? You don't know who Tommy is. Or is this... Hold on a second. There's a whole list of them, man. We got a whole list.
What kind of vortex did y'all get sucked into, he says?
Bruh.
That's, what's, that's Vulture saying that.
Hold on, I gotta go back to your chat. We've got a couple spies. We've got a couple spies out there I know who are available. If you guys could take a look at that channel and just let us know what that's about, because I don't have time to. I have like 400 subs in my. I have like 400 sub channels that I follow, so I ain't finding it. That's how I see everything. I'm just subscribed to everything.
I put the link down to see if they're gonna come up before I get off of this.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they're gonna come up.
Does that look like what I think it is, though? You're only seeing music on it? That's how I see everything.
Looks like some of their vids popped off. Maybe I didn't see that. Maybe I fucked up. Let me look back again.
You'd have to point it out. Yeah, maybe it's like mine where they're like buried. They're way in the past or something.
No, sometimes there's like there'll be 1 or 2 videos that hits thousands or even 100,000 views.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I have. I have that like. I didn't even know they had hit that, by the way. It's so funny. I never paid any attention at that point.
Oh, yeah, dude. Okay, I see what's going on here. Yeah,
you see it?
He's got like 17K views, 28K views.
Where is this?
8K views. Just keep going down in the videos section.
Oh, it's
519,000 views on this one video. So
how the fuck did I miss that?
Yeah,
what the fuck was this?
I missed it. Yeah, I missed it too. Yeah, I missed it too. That makes sense now. That makes a lot of sense, actually. If you got 519,000 views on 7 months.
I see the top. Holy shit, 2.7 million.
My bad. Yo, my bad, Don. I did not mean
to. He said put some respect on his name. I did not see
that. I'll put some respect on your name, bro. Don't worry. I'll put some... I'll put some respect on your name, guy, bro. Don't worry. My bad. That was on me. Views. That was on me, bro. I
saw it too. No, but it was both of us, by the way. Don't take all the blame. I saw it too, and I second you. So
I fucked up. You gotta be careful though these days. Some of these people do be buying shit.
Hey, you came out of a certain group of people that anybody would be wary. Easy.
Yeah, right. They would definitely trick me, thinking like, I'm gonna count with 59,000 subs, and they come up with some fucking porn bomb and shit. Yeah,
exactly. New Era. Easy's the folks that he's about to roast again, which is just, by the way, marathoning on a different level, are a whole group of folks that, like, if you think it's like Melanie King. If she was to be spread out, if her body was to be spread out and her spirit was spread out in amongst a whole group of people, you see every aspect of Melanie King.
Yeah, that's what I forgot to ask. Spank and shit. Yeah, why you remind me of that fucked up video yesterday? I had to go outside and smoke a cigarette. You talk about that big ugly bitch, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, why you remind me of that fucked up video yesterday? I had to go outside and smoke a cigarette. You talk about that big ugly bitch, right? I had to go outside and smoke a cigarette. You talk about that big ugly bitch, right? when that bitch was dancing and shit.
Oh yeah, her. Yeah.
Yeah, why you had him on it, bro? I thought that shit was out my head. Yeah, I meant to,
He's talking to you,
forgot
Easy.
to ask Mike and shit what had the fucking worst got the worst fucking videos like that. I think that shit might be a tub, but I think Speakeasy might got on this. I ran out my room immediately, and I was like, "Yep, time for a smoke break, homie." Go outside real quick.
Straight up. Straight up.
No, it is a nightmare. They said that video is a wonderful nightmare. Well, it's just like it's his channel's version of the government, or what was the other one Mike has that's just like makes you want to run out of the room. Oh,
the zesty one.
not the bayang.
Nah, the zesty one and shit. When he's like, "Nah, please," you know.
Oh, the zesty. Oh my God.
Yeah,
no, the Sarah Garvey. The Sarah Garvey. Shock value. That is shock value shit. Where you're like, oh my God, you gotta, I don't know if I think I've been there where I've actually like crawled off the panel. Like,
yeah, sorry, Garvey. But yeah, I'm gonna get ready to hit out. Hop on Mike's stream for a little bit, show him some love.
Word.
But man, Speakeazy, bro. Respect, man. You've been a great mod, great host. I fuck with your content, bro. You've been great. I don't have no criticisms of you. Just want to make sure you know that.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I know we just had differing opinions.
For sure.
And there's all respect. And for Zyrex and Christy, I have nothing against you guys too. Also, I don't want to make sure I didn't make you guys feel like you can't speak or you were wrong for your stances or anything. We just have different outtakes on things. So I just want to make sure you guys feel there's like no hard feelings. I hope to see you guys on Speakeazy's panel again. You guys were very intelligent, had some good points. Aaron and New Era, I fuck with you guys. But Speakeazy, I'm gonna definitely tap into your content. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime you see me ever, even if you disagree with something, you want to come up, I always do that. I love when people come up and talk. So
exactly, that's why I fuck with you, bro. All right, guys.
Word.
You guys have a good day.
I'll see you in the field, bro. Whenever I'm done chopping up with them.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. I'll see you there.
See you in a minute. How do you feel, Easy? What's your take, man?
I feel good, man. It's all been actually. It got rough at some points and whatnot, but like, yeah, it turned out good. And like, see what happened with me and Mike. I see he's capable of that, but I will point out too, with the E-Black shit. E-Black is like, it seems like he kind of likes the fighting and shit too. So like, yeah, and he definitely went really, really too hard. So I get it. So yeah, it got heated, but yeah, definitely there's a lot of just a lot of shit that, us grown men should be able to get past and move forward,
Yeah, exactly. That's like me saying some shit about you, Easy, and shit like, oh, well, show and improve. And then I clip up some shit like, boom, I'd clip up some shit when you was angry and some shit today, like, hey, you see, blah, 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 blah. They like, yo, you got this shit played. But that's why that, like, motherfuckers like that we don't fuck with and shit. Like,
yeah,
what do you mean? And then you see how E-Bat said, you got to trust this motherfucker? Yeah, you know why people fuck with Mike TV and niggas fuck with you? Because y'all niggas keep receipts.
Yeah.
And y'all gonna call the motherfucker out.
Yeah.
And
I agree with you, Newer. And this is something a lot of people don't understand about me. But I've lived on tour buses the majority of my adult life, which means I've lived in a submarine where after work, I got back on the submarine and got into a tube and slept across from a motherfucker. Even if I didn't like them, didn't like their politics, didn't like how they smell or whatever the fuck it is, didn't matter to me. It didn't matter to the boss. What matters is how well they did the job. So sometimes you got to learn how to put up with people that may have a fucking real asshole demeanor, but they do something really well or are well-meaning, but maybe they're socially fucked up. I think there's a lot of people out there that need that grace because they're socially fucked up, but they do really well in a lot of zones. Doesn't mean that they're evil. Doesn't mean that they're bad. Maybe they just need that hand reached out to them enough times to say,
social prism.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Were you talking to us, Tether?
Oh, yes, sir. I was talking to somebody else. Sorry, my bad.
You good?
Oh, word. I came on this motherfucker. I was like, oh, easy and motherfucking Aaron on. Now I hopped on the panel. I seen you and Mike and shit. Then I seen Aaron. I was like, yeah. I was like, 2 real niggas and shit. We gonna catch this motherfucker alive by the.
Hey,
for like
look
the
at
first
this.
hour, I done started mad yelling to you. I was like, yeah, what the fuck going on, bro? I was like, I know this ain't the topic.
I think I got a special talent for getting things done quicker than people have done in years. So check this out. 2 years.
Yeah.
2 years, all them people over there wanted to get that court case really figured out. I did it in 4 days, okay?
Well,
this shit with Mike and E-Black been going on for a year. More on E-Black's side, obviously. But it's been about for a year now, right? But they never been on a panel together, and they never tried to talk it out to each other. I got that done. I got that done.
Yeah.
I think that's my niche, bro. My niche is getting shit done quick.
Hey, what that nigga there? Yeah, what Daryl called you yesterday? The hood journalist or some shit.
What?
Oh yeah, somebody actually monikered you with journalist yesterday, and just in passing, and that I wrote it in chat. I'm like, okay, everybody heard that.
Journalist, he want to come get the facts.
Yeah. He's on some journalism shit, so I'm about it. I like it.
I was like, I was like, you know, Mike a real one and shit. I was like, yeah, he know he gonna. At my house, like, yeah, he gonna motherfucking hold E-Black accountable. Shit, I just called in the wrong time. Shit, I came in at 4:30. It's 9 o'clock in the morning now.
Yeah.
It's 5:55. I went on air at 6 p.m. Maybe 5:30. Shit.
Mm-hmm. I just wish E-Black would have answered my question about posting new shit after about the couple. You ain't know what I was getting at. What I was asking that question here.
I know.
That shit. You know.
No, there's a couple of things. So when you look back at this stuff, by the way, easy. So I'm more familiar with a lot of the material, but when you look back at E-Black's answers, one of the things that made me so angry about and really to unleash on him in that moment about lying by omission, and I'll stand by that. Like that could be call me not true, but he was making it as though that material was somehow private. And if you listen to what he was saying the whole time, it was as if it hadn't been public. Now it's wrong what Mike did, but the point that it was somehow weaponized is actually not very true, because we'd have to point out that nothing was really done with it other than to point out that joke at that one time. So it wasn't repeated. It wasn't carried out for months over end. It's one of those things where Mike then used it as a quip to him, but I don't think I'd ever heard that before. So this is another thing to note, is that was public information. And what's important about the information that Dude has is the whole group of people has that same information somehow. That whole group of people has some other information that was misinformation. So there's some things in there that once you start looking at the rest of it, when you start looking at, say, Duke the Don, because you're going to find a lot of mirroring going on here, man. And I think you're going to hear, I know you're going to hear it. I'm not going to tell you I'm not going to spoil it for you.
All right, if it's a man, can I add speakeazy? Has somebody ever threatened your chat and your moderators?
Threaten them?
Yeah, like, I'm gonna come after you, your mods, your chat. I don't like none of no motherfuckers.
This little group that's fucking with me, yeah, they really trying to fuck with my chat and my mods, yeah.
Oh well,
yeah, New Era. They
people that come to my chat. They're doing everything they can to block people from coming over to my chat. That's what they want. They don't want people here.
Hey, don't worry about it, bro. Brody and shit. Whenever you have a good roast battle, Aaron, you know I love a good roast battle. I'll be there. Yeah.
Word. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know, New Era, the people that he's talking about, and he's not joking. Like, they followed us over to Daryl's channel, and I'm talking about, it was insane. You could look at the footage on Daryl's channel from last night, bro. I don't know what you saw back there, but I saw your faces, so I don't want to know.
Yeah, I already know from that shit. I was like, yep.
Yep. No, but that wasn't just Daryl's people. That was the other people that Easy's describing that come into his chat.
Yeah, I heard
on
him
top. By the way,
yeah, I heard him say that shit last night.
It's crazy what goes down over there. So I give him full credit for really having a scope of understanding of the situation for certain, man. It's so crazy. Like you really have weathered some shit, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, and this is like again, I'm just gonna keep leading it by example. I'm gonna show people that no matter how low these people go, you just stay above it and you're gonna win.
Yeah.
That's what I plan to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good plan, man. And I think you were very fair. So I thank you for sharing in it and keeping tabs on it. And that's what's I think is important. But for real, so by the way, so E-Black, I'm going to point this out again. I kept saying this. E-Black is a tiny little fish to fry. This is why I didn't understand why Mike was putting so much energy. That's not the fish. It had nothing to do with taking him down. Let's not forget what this is about. At the top of the chain is some dude who has this song that you can listen to it for yourself in conjunction with the other things we know about him. What's that?
I said that fuck ass Chomo.
Yeah.
That Chomo that's supposed to be a lawyer. Yeah. Or that Chomo lawyer. Yeah.
So that guy, alongside TLA and some other people, I mean, we're talking about a whole group of folks like this that are actually the ones where when you started focusing at them, they're big giant channels in some cases, way bigger than that other dude. Like E-Black is a small channel, and that's the thing that is telling about what he was getting done. That after he hit Melanie, and after FemSapien came after him, because don't forget, they showed up there, and that wasn't just like random. Friday, I was DDoS'd, and I'll put this in order, just so everybody remembers how this goes. I start my show at 4 p.m. Actually, 3 p.m. at that time. I got DDoS'd straight out the gate because I had a backdoor open somehow on my Zoom. So they got in through my Zoom. They did the same thing to Jason Black at, I believe, 5 p.m. They DDoS'd his channel and made it so he couldn't go live, and it struck his channel and fucked up his audio for a while. Excuse my language. Then, later on that night, It's Complicated was attacked on the boardwalk. You can see the film of it. He has it on his channel. But all in the sequence of hours. I can't remember what happened on Saturday. I have it all written down somewhere. Something happened on Saturday with Mike, and then he was invited to a round table, he thought, about reparations, but it was really mostly people anti-reparations who were in Pearl's circle, and they basically dogpiled him for 3 hours. And he defended himself. It's amazing footage, by the way. Then Monday, very early, it would have been, I would gather, it would have been very early for Mike, because he was hit at like 7 a.m., so it's 9 a.m. for East Coast. Yeah, they hit him early in the morning. I could be wrong about the timing. But they got him on air. No, it was before then, because he was on at 8 a.m. So, Real FemSapien contacted him.
This, right?
Well, yeah, you've already seen this. So I'm putting some context of timing into it, because it's kind of missing in the story of seeing Real FemSapien show up on his show. Because Real FemSapien showed up on Monday morning by calling him and saying, I'm going to be there. I want to talk to you about this. And so he just put on a live stream. And then, so I don't know if she even knew that she was going to be streamed. Maybe she did. We'd have to ask him that, actually. So I've never asked him that, if she knew she was going to be streamed or not, because but she showed up on the panel, so she knew it was happening. Then 2 days later, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 2 days, on that Wednesday, and I could be getting the timeline a little bit wrong here, that's when we see Melanie. And that's when the Duke the Dawn thing happened that same night. After he swashbuckled Melanie, that's when Duke the Dawn went wild, and by that Friday, he'd made the threats against the chat and lost his mind on, and that's when we started to see the snowball of everybody else. E-Black, Anton Daniels, right? There was a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, they all
and then, yeah, and the other reason that they did that is because they realized that Mike had an impact when Brittany Venti used his quote on air, as well as when Auntie Jenny responded to Mike, as well as when Pearl started responding to Mike, and then came to his channel, and as well as bro, this is a whole snowball of everybody suddenly showed up.
Yeah,
this isn't
good.
accidental. There's a group of these people that are.
Yeah,
I don't, not to be
every time I hopped on it was you at that time. Tomorrow it's me. Friday is you. Whenever he's screaming, yeah, that shit was red. We was like, nah, them niggas ain't in the chat. Mike was like, let me check. Oh, it's the real motherfuckers. That shit was red.
Don GQ.
I'm gonna subscribe to you. What that bitch bro said. I'm gonna subscribe to you. My #1 fan, or some stupid ass shit like that.
He did. Anyways, yeah, she did. I'm sorry. Yeah, anyways, she was being sarcastic.
Just a sec. We got Don GQ here. How you doing, bro?
How you doing, Easy? What's up, man? How you doing?
Not bad, not bad. Yeah, I just seen you in the chat there, and I was like, this symbol looks familiar for some reason. And I've probably seen like the clothing or something, because I see you got a bunch of clothing on there. And at first I was like, wait a minute, what is this, one of these bot channels? But then I started seeing all the big views on some of them. I was like, oh, okay, this makes sense. This makes sense.
I normally don't come on.
Yeah, I made this a mistake.
Probably been a handful of channels that I've been on. Maybe about 3 or 4 channels that I've been on their panel. We don't fuck around.
Okay. All right, we got the exclusive over here.
Serious.
So what is what do you do mostly? I seen there was some videos like people getting caught cheating and whatnot. So like, is this you work for like a cheaters thing or what?
No, man, I have several networks, and this Don GQ brand is just one network. If you check out this particular channel, which is the flagship, is actually the main channel. I have maybe 13 channels up under this brand. And then I have a network under this brand with maybe about 4 channels, 5 channels. They live stream channels. I said, this is just one brand though. So I'm trying to build an empire on this side of town.
Okay. So is I didn't look fully at every title, but I see there was like, is it all about the what got you interested into the women caught cheating in the act?
Shit, it's just running rampant.
Okay. Yeah. So like, what other content you usually do?
I do all different types, man. I do art, I do music, just anything that I feel like I want to do. That's why I have a multitude of channels. So if I feel like doing a certain video that day, I'll do it and put it on a certain channel. Now, this particular channel, I haven't posted in probably about 4 months. So I've actually lost over 1,000 subscribers on this channel because I haven't posted. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting ready to start putting up some new content on this channel. But I had a lot of different content on here that I actually deleted or put private because I'm taking this channel into a new direction. So I do have several videos that hit over a million views, stuff like that. So,
okay. So, what's the new direction you want to go in, mostly?
Well, that's a secret. You know, you're not supposed to.
Okay.
You don't tell everybody everything. You know, but I will tell you this: I have developed a broadcasting company. So, what I do, as far as content creators, I help them grow their channels, and I also I'm adding content creators to my team to a network that we're building. That, like, when we live stream, we're able to go live stream to 30 plus different platforms at one time. So the people that'll be part of my network, their channels will be broadcasted to all these different platforms, and this is something they don't have to deal with on their end. But not only just different platforms. Now, what we plan on doing, me and my team, we plan on putting your channels on Roku, Apple, Amazon, iHeart, you know, and we're going to include the RSS feeds, different things like that. So that's just some things I can't share with you. But as far as what I'm planning next with this big move, like with this particular channel, I plan on it within the next few months I should have over 100,000 subs on this channel if everything goes right. And no, this was not bought. I do not buy subs. Everything is original content. As far as production value go, there's a lot of people in these spaces that know me or know of me. Eblack, he knows of me. miketv, he knows of me. Daryl Long, all the people that you guys are discussing, they know of me. But I don't really fuck with them like that because they're dramas, the drama channels, you know. And I don't want my brand associated with all of that drama.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I'm building a brand.
Yeah, for sure.
Not just a channel.
Yeah, you want to build the whole like the Don GQ into a whole brand.
Yeah, it is. It's already a brand. I'm just at this point. I'm just growing it.
Like elevated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see one of the channels here say like platinum pill. So like, are you into like the red pill content at all, or?
No, that's just that's a podcast show, and as far as platinum, it's elevated over everything. You know what I mean? Platinum is top. So it engulfs everything. So, you know, it's nothing to do with the red pill, blue pill, green pill, yellow pill, because we platinum. So that's a podcast that it's in the developing stages. So we're working on that content as we speak. So a lot of these different channels is in the process of being developed.
Okay. Oh, that's exciting news.
If you go to my about page on this particular channel, you'll basically get the information. It'll tell you basically what's happening.
Okay. So like with the idea you're saying, like, so what, like someone becomes a part of your network, and then when they stream, you guys restream it to a bunch of different platforms?
Yeah, basically what they'll do is stream on our network, and we will take their show or whatever we develop with them. It could be a show that they come to us with an idea, or something that we put together with some people and develop a particular type of show. And then once we develop the show and we go into streaming mode, we'll be able to broadcast it to multiple different platforms at once. So that's what we're working on now. And we've already got some channels already signed up with us and ready to go. It's just a matter of time. If you look up under the network, you'll see those particular channels that we have, and we have a few more that we just that haven't been posted yet, but they're all in development.
Can I ask? I'm sorry it's your platform, Easy.
No, go ahead. Ask the question. Yeah. He's the.
No, I've seen your material out there, and I that's why I was like, I thought it was a duplicate channel because I've seen the material out there. I'm trying to stay pretty much everywhere to confuse the algorithm.
So hopefully you got more than one question. Let me grab.
No, before you go. But by the way, I love that you say you got to go grab a coffee because that's very Canadian of you, and I wish I could have your coffee because our coffee I got to make it myself for that shit. Anyways, but before you go, this is an important question. So what
I can hear you still. Tonight? I can hear you still.
Oh, you can? Oh, great.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
What drew you up here tonight, man?
Shit. Following, it's a shit trail all throughout YouTube.
I like it.
It's a shit trail, and you can just smell it, and it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It just happened to be on this channel today, or tonight, or yesterday. It led from Daryl's channel, because Daryl leaves a shit trail everywhere he goes. So that's basically how I found you guys.
Interesting.
I just have to add to that. Do you have like a take on the whole situation at all?
No, I do,
Thank you. I
but
was
I
about to
don't.
get there.
Yeah. Because I'm not going to get involved in that. He say, she say, and all that old stupid ass shit. Because
I got you.
I'm above that as far as me, but I know exactly what's going on. You know what I mean? Because I've seen it. I've been following it. It, like I said, it's a shit show. But as far as me giving my opinion on it, I don't want to do that. You know, I don't. Nobody's going to get a sound bite out of me.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Yeah, no, I feel that for sure. No, exactly. That's what I was. That's why I asked if you had one or not. Cause like, yeah, of course, if you don't want to speak it, I don't fucking expect you to.
Well, because it's like it's basically high school. You got a bunch of grown people
Yep.
here. It's high school, so you got the mean kids, you got the pretty kids, you got the jocks, you got the nerds, you got the geeks, you got the sluts. You just got a whole bunch of different groups on here, and I just navigate all around them. You know what I mean? I'm not part of any group. I'm a lone wolf. And that's why I'm successful as far as what I'm doing on this YouTube, because I don't get involved in that shit. See, I'm very quiet, and I have one video. It scared the shit out of me. I put it out, and within hours, it got like 70,000 views. Then it went up to 100,000. Then it went up to like 200,000, and then I was like, oh shit. Because I never had that happen. And so this is when I finally kind of figured out the algorithm on YouTube, because I had been studying this shit out for months. So I went to bed and I woke up the next day and my channel was gone. So I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know what to do. So I started doing some research, and someone said, go to Twitter and text YouTube. So I did that, and I told them, I said, hey, I don't know what's going on. My channel is gone. So they said, we'll get back to you within a few hours. So they got back to me and said it was a mistake on their end, and my channel would be restored within a certain amount of hours. So by then, the only thing I was worried about was that particular video gaining the momentum, because once they stopped it for all them hours, it's like 12 hours total. And then I was worried about the momentum. I figured it was dead. It started going up again, but that particular video only got like 500,000 views. So then I started doing the same type of style that I did with other videos, and I did shorts. So I had a few shorts that hit over 1 million views within a few days, things like that. But these particular shorts don't represent my channel, but I used them to get my numbers up. They were my shorts and stuff, but I end up making some of them private, deleting some of them. I deleted a lot of videos because I wanted to streamline my channel, and I wanted to like take some of the videos, because I had like different types of videos on this one channel. So I end up making a lot of different channels so I can separate the videos and put them on, like my artwork. I'll take all my artwork, put it on an art channel. All my merchandise, put it on a merch channel. All my music, put it on my record label channel. All my motivation type of stuff, I'll put it on that channel. All my shorts, I'll separate them and put it on the shorts channel. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm in the process of separating and making everything, have its own proper place. So just trying to restructure, man.
Let me ask you this, because you were saying you saw this, you smelled the shit smell and you tracked it over here. Because I kind of do something similar to that. I'm just more face forward, and I'm putting on a show when most people think there is no show, So I've got a different angle on it, but I think you might understand. But I'd like to hear your take, at least without an opinion on this subject particularly. But what's the shit smell you're talking about at large, other than just the drama of high school, man?
Well, that's,
I mean, you've talked.
It's the shit show. So anything that involves drama basically is the shit show, in my opinion. So I end up one night, I saw somebody drunk and they was belligerent, and then I saw Easy, and then I end up finding my way over here. So, and then when I came over here, I actually wasn't coming over here. I was just scrolling through YouTube, and it popped up Mike TV and eBlack over here, and I was like, I don't know this guy, but I think that's the same guy from the other night. So I came over here, and I was right. So.
Yeah, for sure. That I've noticed a few new people have been showing up since I started covering this stuff for sure, and I definitely knew this would definitely happen for sure.
Yeah,
but
because you stepped into the shit. So you have shit on your shoes. You got shit on your shoes now, and no matter how many times you clean it and wash your shoes, you got shit on them. You stepped in it. You know, your shoes get clean now, but you stepped in it. So once you step in it,
look at it. I more examined it, smelled it a little bit, figured out what it was about.
You stepped in it. You stepped in it. You did more than examine. You stepped in it. Okay, I'm gonna tell you from the outside looking in, you stepped in it. So now you are known.
Well, that's a good thing, though.
You're gonna be known. People's that's the reason you did it.
The original reason I did it is because I like to expose the truth, and this was something that seemed like
that's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. You stepped into the shit on purpose.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you can put it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. You stepped in it.
I just don't fling shit back, right? Like I do things in a different way than these dudes.
I understand, but at the same time,
GQ Don, can I ask you something, man? Do you have any past with any of these folks, just by any chance? Just to be clear, so that because I just came to mind. Like, do you have any past with any of these characters?
With nobody on the internet. That's how I roll. I roll solo.
No.
Rolling and they hate it, trying to catch me riding dirty. They not. See, I don't have a pass on here, and I don't have a pass with anybody on here. I can navigate in between and around these people. So
you've never had any just making sure that you've never had any interaction with Mike, or
I've been on in eBlack's channel. I've been on his panel for a few, and that was like towards the end, and we were talking business, and same thing that we were talking a few minutes ago, but never anything about anybody. I don't get drawn into those type of conversation. As far as Mike, when Mike first came out, everybody he was like the new kid on the block, but he became who he is. So a lot of people stepped away from him. But as far as me having any issues or anything like that with anybody, I don't have any issues. I have my opinions, but I keep those to myself.
I understand. It's just somebody had asked, maybe your voice sounded familiar or something like that about interaction with Mike before. So I appreciate you. What's your favorite piece of content, and what are you trying to what is the favorite thing that you've made, man, as far as content's concerned? Because we're talking about all this bullshit. Tell us what you don't think is fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, Easy. This is your platform. You got to move on to fucking Digalina. So
as far as YouTube content, I'm all over the spectrum when it comes to content. I'm not just in these spaces. I'll sit here and watch somebody cut grass for 3 hours. Construction videos, because in the real world I do construction. I run construction companies. This right here this is basically a hobby, but I'm gonna turn this into a business like I did in the real world. So that's what I'm working on, and that's why I'm taking my time with it. I'm not in a hurry to just do it the way I see everybody else doing it a certain way, and they're not growing. It's, they'll get to 2,000-3,000 and then they stall out.
And you know why though, right?
Because
I'm sorry.
A lot of them have the same subscribers, and they offer the same content product. So
yes,
they're limited. And I study other people that have 200,000-300,000, 500,000, 1 million, and that's the direction I want to go. So I have to kind of separate myself from this particular side of YouTube, because it will stall your career if that's what you're going for, if you're trying to turn this into a business. And so, like I say, if you check my channel, I got 15, 20 channels right there on my channel that I'm developing, and it's going to take some work and it's going to take some time. So I have to
as
myself.
I'm sorry, as somebody who's doing broadcasts, and I understand because different channels do different things, as well as different focuses of media companies do different things. Not everybody does music, not everybody does news, not everybody does X, Y, and Z. So, but you do see the value in like what Easy does, or like I do it in a different way where I'm more creative, because I notice that most people are just not creative. They're just sitting in a chair staring at the camera. So I've got an editorialized with a show. But you do see the value though in that stuff, right? Like what Easy does.
See, I can see Easy as the next. He could be the Eminem of YouTube if he's marketed right, and he plays his hand right. But that's only if he does what he needs to do to get to that level. Yeah, I see potential. You see, that's what I do. I can spot that shit, and then my thing is to help that potential become more than potential. So I have to position myself, get in the right position so I can provide that direction and that help for these different type of content creators. So basically that's what I'm doing, and that's what I'm developing.
I feel you. And that's the way you do it. I mean, that's why I jump on panels sometimes, or reach out to people, especially, when I see that they're missing an opportunity, or, missing a branch to leap out on. So yeah, I was going to say is part of the reason you get to have a little bit of an aspect on it, and what you might be seeing a lot of the times is the lack of creativity is mostly out of desperation. I personally find, because people just want to jump on something that they see is working for somebody else, and they forget that you can only have one Christina Aguilera, one D'Angelo, one Gap Band, one you know what I mean? You can only have one of each of those, and the voices may be copies. Maybe you get one or two that work out of it, but even that Smurf Destiny, I hate him personally. I mean, like not as a person, but I mean, I hate his content. Fucking that Smurf, and I call him a Smurf. By the way, you know why I call him a Smurf? Because that is a derogatory term. What's that? I'm sorry, it's a derogatory term. Yeah. I'm sorry, I stepped on you twice.
No, I was agreeing with you. His content is not original. Everybody, they use the same talking point, and it's the same thing, and it's getting old, it's getting tiring, and I don't want to be like everybody else. And that's the reasons I don't even want the same people in my chat or on my panel that I see in everybody else's chat and everybody else's panel, because basically what I see, it's a different channel, but the same bullshit. When this channel ends, everybody that's in this channel that was on that panel and chat runs to the next one. So it's always the same shit. It's the same people, same conversations, same topics. Even if they start out with a different topic or a conversation, it always ends back to bullshit. And then so you lose everything when you go to these type of panels. So I don't want to be like them. I don't want to have the same type of content, same people. I want to reach out to different people that these people don't know. I want to be in different sectors, different communities, collaborate.
Yeah, I do this for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I do. I try to reach out to people that are so Easy can tell you. I've been sending them some stuff where it's like, I'm way on the other end of the YouTube algorithm, because if you don't ask it to give you as much as possible, you're not going to see everything that's there. And I want to see, I want to see what's happening in Africa. I want to see what's happening in South America. I want to see what's happening elsewhere. I wish I could see China. That's probably amazing. And there's probably some incredible content creators out there that we're missing. But I'd also say that one of the things that's missing is, as an actual proper second wave YouTuber, came in with Mystery Guitar Men, as he was very popular, Epic Rap Battles, Gregory Brothers, right? That's the tour I was on. And that's all positive, creative, original material. And it's when all this cannibalism started, man. That really seems to be... look, there's a valid place for editorializing. There's a valid place for fucking news. There's even a valid place for fucking page 6 shit, you know, which is some of this. But I think what's happened is debate brewing and reaction content met in the center and has become the only thing that seems prevalent, which means it's just a lot of negativity, and I think people are having a bad example. This is what Easy was talking about as an example. I've got, man, so many bad examples of what people think are wins, and it's a huge loss. It's a huge loss for everybody, just for the fact of them thinking it's a win. You know, pounding your chest is a win.
Yeah.
The thing is, especially over here in this particular sector, the black sector, that I visit a lot. When people do start a channel, they see how everybody else is doing it, and then they try to copy that pattern, and so they're just like knockoffs of something that doesn't work. And that's why a lot of them only get to a certain amount of numbers or subscribers, and then that's it. And then, like you say, they're not creative. A lot of them don't know how to edit a video or right. even put a video together, or structure a video. And see, stuff like that I love to do. I love production. I love radio, TV, making videos, editing, stuff like that. I was always that kid, when I was in school doing that type of shit. So to me, it's something I like to do. So as far as what I'm doing with my channels, I'm building the foundation first. I jumped out there and I made the channels, so I'd have an excuse to create the foundation, because now that I see what I've actually built and put together, now I have to go in and actually make the structure. So it, I want to be able to get up, push one button, and everything comes alive. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so I'm using ChatGTP and everything to structure my global broadcasting company and anything that I need done. So I'm trying to get serious about what I'm doing, as far as, I'm just trying to do some shit some people haven't even done. I don't even think Mr. Beast has done what I want to do. He's done a lot, but I have so much shit in mind that it's gonna surpass him if I live long enough, or if I'm able to accomplish this goal. And I know that I will, because I've been working at it for a while. But I'm just saying, it's on some next level shit. And if I can get people to, join me and join my team and give me some ideas, and we can build some shit together, then I'm open for suggestions, because I'm just one person. I have people that's working with me already, but I'm building a team, and a team consists of a lot of different people, because I could do this and I can do that. I could do 5 different things, but if I could get somebody to help me with these 5 different things, then that'll free me up to do some other things. So that's the whole purpose of networking and building a team. But you have to be on the same page when you build a team. Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to create.
Where are you at then? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be patronizing. Where are you at in that build? I mean, you kind of described it now, but you got drawn in by the shit smell here. I mean, how does this play into your deal? Because obviously you're interested to talk to us about it. So,
well, the shit show don't
just networking
into me. Yeah, I'm just following like I say, the smell around YouTube and shit. And sometimes you'll run into some roses on the way. So
hey,
I'm just following it. You know what I mean? I don't discriminate. Like you say, everybody likes drama, but you have to limit yourself to the drama. You have to detox when you have to detox, because it will take a toll on you if you let it. And some people, their whole life is YouTube, and I don't want my whole life to be YouTube, because I actually get out in the real world and do shit.
You mean the sun?
Yeah, that's how I get. That's how I get this beautiful tan I have right here. You know?
I think that's a lie. Come on, that's a lie.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I just want to network with people, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
That's some good content, and we can figure out some ways to take it to the next level, and everybody can get paid. You know, shit. Then I'm down. So I want it to benefit everybody, not just me. See, I'm the type of person, if I'm sitting at the table and I'm eating steak, and you sitting at the table with me, you're gonna eat steak, even if I have to share my steak with you. I'm gonna make sure you eat steak too.
Okay. Yeah, man, that's what it's about, man. That's what I talk about that shit all the time about. Like, if we all like, there's so many people that are on YouTube, especially beefing with each other, and they could be helping each other grow instead of trying to like destroy each other's channels. All the like copyright striking each other and then going real life on each other. It's just, it gets too much.
Yeah. That's why.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people get dragged down in it. You know, this is the thing I was saying with Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl, I have a video where he and Steven plan their arc and what they're going to do and when he's going to be the enemy and yada yada, and then he just kind of went off the rails when he started to realize that maybe there's no difference between the persona and the act, and then he got confused. And to me, I've been calling him, you know, Steven's Frankenstein, because that's kind of what he turned into. Is a dude who probably didn't intend to go off the rails, but got so caught up with it and didn't go outside or whatever the fuck happened that he got just completely away from what the content that he had been making, because he's a filmmaker and a comedian. And, you know, it's one of those things that I see how this system could really like drag you into its own world, hypnotizing you and making you believe that, well, the negativity is the only thing that's there. And if you look, you know, I've pointed this out many times on my show, Stoicism, the hashtag Stoicism, is rampant. Hashtag hedonism, not rampant. And everybody thinks hedonism is deviancy, and it's not the same thing. Hedonism is, anyways. Yeah, so I think that there's an interest in the shit smell from those that would propagate it and who make money off of it. And definitely the platform has decided that they can make a ton of money off of it. So I think that
even think about like the video. I don't mean to interrupt. I was just gonna say, I was even thinking about like, that video. The video that the one video I saw done like got like 500,000 views on. Because at first I was like, this got to be a fake channel, but then I went lower and seen the ones like 17,000, 20,000. And the 500,000 is when a girl gets caught cheating. So like, yeah, shit sells, you know, like that type of shit sells. People want to see that people get caught cheating. You know why? Okay, so you know when you watch people go across the tightrope, you know why you're actually so curious in that? You're actually really subconsciously hoping to see the fall if it happens. That's why it's so.
Well, yeah, because. Absolutely. I mean, there's a whole portion of Helen Fisher, who's she's a scientist who studies the brain chemistry and how the brain works, and she's the first person to identify that love wasn't just some kind of random set of things that we have going on. That there's an actual place in the brain where love happens. You know, and it's very strange because it's right there alongside the pain area. And it's the same chemical response in the same area in front of the medulla, and it's the same place you feel anger from, and it's the same place you feel confusion from, and it's the same place. It's fucking everything. And
and a lot of people who are spending their time on the internet are like lonely, sadder people. The ones that spend way too much time on the internet, that's who those people are. Yeah. So the ones that are consuming content constantly are usually like doing it so that they feel happier, right? Like. A lot of what has to do, I think, with like success of streaming, from my own experience, anyways, because like I've grown pretty quickly for a small channel that just streams, and I think a big part of it is the interaction with the people that are coming to your streams, and like so like say I'm reacting to something and we're all talking about what we're reacting to, it's almost as if we're all sitting together in a living room. Like this is what we would normally do with our friends. You'd sit together in the living room, watch something, and if something crazy happens, you stop, like, yo, what the fuck? And then you have an argument over it, debates over it. You know, it's kind of like filling in that space that we don't have so much anymore.
Yeah. Except to me, the problem is when it fills it in, it's filling it in with all that shit that comes out of the edgelording and the video gaming that isn't the healthy stuff that we do when we're sitting next to each other. Because in the edgelording and the video gaming, you can get away with that shit of telling people to off each other and blah, 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 and there's a harshness to it. Bro, how many times have I heard Darius tell someone moments after he's just said he's going to off himself to go off some? I mean, like, bro, it's like
I was watching a debate with Destiny the one day, and or it wasn't a debate. It was when Grace came up on his stream and tried to debate him about something. And he's like, "Yeah, no, kill yourself," and just fucking gets her off the fucking stream. I was like, "God, fuck, you just throw that out there like that, eh?" But that's this world of like the Twitch poll. They use that word like it's like, you know, like it's basically like fuck yourself, but it's hard shit to throw around.
No. Well, to replace, why not just say go fuck yourself? Because the other way, these are the same generation. It was like, don't bully me. Don't bully me. That was their whole thing. Don't bully them. And then they're the ones who were like, go frickin'. I mean, literally, they say it to each other. I can't even fucking say it because it's unfathomable. I've had friends do that. So it's like, I take that real fucking seriously, you know?
I get you.
It's crazy.
For sure. Yeah, so man. Main point is like, shit definitely sells, but I think there's a right way to sell it and there's a wrong way to sell it. You know?
Yeah.
Or like the wrong way is like using someone's personal life, like going after their family when they had nothing to do with it. It's like, yo, what the fuck? What are we doing now? Like this is like mob level shit, but just internet. But like mobs, that's what mobs will do. They're not gonna attack you. They're gonna attack your family, and they're gonna make sure you live with the pain of them not being here no more. Like that's the type of mentality they have. Except they don't do that shit. They just do stupid shit on the internet and hope someone else does it for them. It's fucked.
Yeah. No, they call it stochastic terrorism.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I notice. There's a lot of folks out there that are doing that. And at some point, I was going to turn you on to this one cat. I'll show it to you. That'll lead us into, and I've already spoken about it. I don't want to mention the group right now, but that'll lead us into the greatest shit show. It'll lead us all. The greatest shit show that's happening. That's really, I would say, maybe not the bane of everybody's existence, but it is. If you look at the Venn diagram, the largest center of the shit show comes up within this realm of the Venn diagram. And that's what gets me about it. Is like you can see.
I'm sure you've noticed that Lando has feelings for me, which makes working together difficult because I do not feel the same.
My apologies. So the point being is that when you look at this Venn diagram of all the different troll groups, of all the different things going on, and you go, where does the kiwi and the spice and the maps and the where do all these folks with the Rolo Tomasi, the hardcore, like the Red Pillar, MGTOW, real hardcore guys, where does all the neo-Nazi fascism stuff lay? And you start seeing the same group, the same names, the same servers. And that's where I've started to find a real cohesion between them, but they all have lapdogs, man. Like what you're just talking about?
Yeah. That's exactly.
And the lapdogs. Yeah.
It's like the the Suckadickalina crew. They got their little rap, sending me all the strikes every day and trying to restream my stream to take away my numbers and all this goofiness. It's like, yeah. But like, see, I just keep winning on them every time, and they just look worse and worse. Like they've done nothing better for themselves. So
true. And I think it's like tonight, you let people run out until it was just absolutely exhaustive, insufferable, And you made your point. You got upset. I mean, even my chat, Jelly pointed out earlier that she thought you were going to smash your computer. But I was like, but hey, man, I mean, I understand. I was there.
You gotta remember,
fierce.
I came like I did the streaming just 4 months ago. So like, there's certain ways people talk to me online that I gotta remember. Like, we're online because like in real life, when like people talk to me in certain ways, there's a trigger. I just don't talk like that. Watch your mouth. So,
hey, man, I'll tell you offline a couple of stories.
I go hard sometimes.
Yeah, I'll tell you a couple of stories offline of me when my temper. I've taken me. As you get older, things chill. But I'll tell you what, in my early 20s, especially on the road, when there was like, I had like 4 chips on my shoulder. I did some stupid stuff out of anger, so hey, just knee-jerk shit. It happens.
Yeah, anger can definitely push you. The ladies have been so quiet. How come you ladies are so quiet now? You guys are a lot.
I think somebody fell asleep.
Did y'all fall asleep?
I think they fell asleep.
This is a possibility. Oh, I see Zyrax's mic get unmuted.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just listening.
Okay. Patience.
I was just checking. You guys have been very quiet. How about you, Christy? Are you asleep? Maybe.
I think Christy is gone. Yeah. At least the mic wasn't on. That's my favorite when like you're in the middle of a serious discussion and somebody's snore breaks on.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Hey, so easy. I'm gonna hop out. I think I need to go hop into Mike's chat, see what's going on over there.
Okay.
But I really do appreciate you handling all this, and I'd also urge you to not lose sight on the big giant fish to fry in this, which is to point out the folks that were really doing bad.
Yeah,
because all this stupid stuff could really get you bogged down into not seeing that big picture. It's easy to miss with all of this. That was the thing that was killing me tonight, man. To be honest with you, it was like it obscures the fucking real issue here, and I think that was making me upset. So
100%.
Man, I appreciate you so much. Aaron. I'm sorry?
I said, don't feed him the fish then.
Well, yeah, but I mean, at the same time,
other people had mentioned it too when I first mentioned his name. Other people had said some things too. So yeah.
I mean, like, and that
interesting.
Yeah, that's the thing. And by the way, when she says "don't feed him the fish," I mean it's like, look, sometimes when you take on big old folks and they got a team, and they don't want to admit they got a team, they come at you twice as hard, and especially when they get caught. But here's the question to everybody to remember: why is it that little old me with 160 subs at the time, just come back online after a month and a half, found this thing after being face forward about doing some reporting, gathering evidence for a reporter? I'm one of 6 embedded people. I haven't outed any of the other 5. They're not in this zone. I stayed. They finished their work. But I was outed. Why is it that major figures in this story showed up in servers and all sorts of stuff looking for me, asking why I'm interested in, why I was asking questions about these same people that we're talking about, that this little tiny fry showed up tonight. He's not, you know what, man? What's a smaller figure than Rap? Is there a smaller figure than Rap? Like one of them what's that girl with the hat that is she bald? I don't know what's going on with her. Maybe she has her hair up underneath. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Traders, yeah.
Okay, traders. That's what E-Black is in the story. Sorry, I just catch you. I just catch you. I'm telling you, the mirror is epic. You can literally match character for character of people in real life. You can't write this shit, people. I've been looking at this for too long. It's so fucked up.
Too good.
Are you saying that E-Black is part of a team?
Whether we all have pretty clear proof amongst a number of us that there's a network of folks that shared that information, including something that I'll be face forward. It's early enough in the morning. I honeypotted. I was getting DDoS'd already. I was seeing it on my VPN. I put a second VPN up. I put a something that I had air gapped, so I just put it fucking in between and made it the distribution system, which is my last computer in line, and gave it basically loose access at the second VPN, meaning that it had access to the public network. So anybody who's going to hit me with the DDoS is going to hit that machine. And I left one file. It had one fucking file on it. I mean, like, anybody who looked at that fucking computer would realize that the only file on it, other than normal things, like it didn't have anything on it. It had OBS, it had the audio program for SSL, and it had one file that said documents. And there was just one set of documents in there. And it was stuff that I know was doctored. Why did that show up on other people's video? Because that was shared between multiple channels, and there's only one way to get it. Now, they don't want to admit it, but at some point I might just pull this out, and I'm waiting until I get the right people on the right panel to do so. And I even have some of the IP timing, and I was going to ask him today, because I'm actually, I don't want to call myself an expert, but I'm very knowledgeable on how the fucking internet works, and also how this stuff transmits information. I was going to ask him about QoS patterns, if he knew what that was, the difference between IP4 and IP6, and whether or not he understood that any and all of your actual addressing is not in the addressing of the IP4 or 6, but rather in your MAC addressing. And there's a subset to the MAC addressing that goes along in the QoS patterns if you're smart enough to know how to use it. So these are the things that if you don't know, his talk about building a computer doesn't mean fucking shit. If you've never done the things that I've done in streaming and stuff like that, you don't know anything about this stuff. And, I've had to transmit and communicate through major networks and all sorts of stuff. I'm an engineer at heart. I come from a family of engineers on one side, so it's one of these things where, look, they outed themselves early on. They keep outing themselves. They keep doubling down. And that's the even crazier portion of it. So those of us that know and have been following it are looking at it like it's insane. Like tonight, where he's sitting there and we all know that his wife released it for at least 10 minutes while he's saying that's why I was like, and I got so angry because he just was omitting a very important piece of information, which is that it was public information, that although, it's wrong for him to fucking scandalously talk about, it wasn't something secret. It wasn't something somebody else wrote. It's this leveraging thing. So, I'm getting hit up. I'd gather that's from another panel. Or it's my weed shop. Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Interesting. Wow. So you're kind of everywhere right now, D? Don, you might need to explain a little more about yourself because you're freaking my chat out a bit.
Why? What are they worried about?
Well, you just showed up on Jelly's page. If I'm not familiar, I'm not from. I mean, are you? Look, down. If you're down for the I'm sorry, it's early in the morning. If you're down for spreading people's material around, I think everybody's down for that. But what's up, man? I mean, you're heard you wanted to know who I was. Hit me up. All right. Jelly's still here.
Well, she asked a question in Mike's chat. She wanted to know who I was. So I specifically said, if you want to know who I was, hit me up. Don't ask nobody else. You got a problem with that?
No. I'm asking questions. That's what I do.
Okay. Well, listen. She said it, and I said what I said. I don't need to explain myself to nobody. But I'm just giving you that courtesy. But from here on, I don't need to explain myself to nobody on these panels.
Okay. But you don't. But I would wonder: so you're watching Mike's panel and his chat and my panel?
I'm watching
Easy's panel
specifically when people are talking about me. Okay. So,
when was somebody talking about you?
Well, she asked who I was, and I just told her.
Oh.
Asked me specifically.
Look, then But Dawn, you understand that she asked before. She asked that early on, and I asked for her, and then you came to my channel.
Listen, she asked that in Mike's channel a few minutes ago. Okay, so I responded to her channel and said if she wanted.
In Mike's chat.
Yeah, I told her to hit me up if she want to know who I am. Okay.
That makes more sense because it seemed to me, just so you know, from this point of view, that you had reached her through my channel somehow, so it looked like there was a step missing.
I've never been to your channel, so I'm not in your channel.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't even know who you are. I've seen you.
That's even better.
I've seen you on Mike's channel, but I don't know who you are, and I've never been to your channel, and I'm not in your chat. Okay. And,
no problem. No. You clarify it in general because there was a missing link there, and it's like to ask the question. I understand.
To an interrogation because that's not why I'm here. And I don't.
No, I mean just clarify because when somebody hits me up with a picture separately,
I don't clarify anything. Is what I'm saying because people can get misconstrued because what I said is what I said. It had nothing to do with you, so therefore you shouldn't be asking me anything if it didn't have anything to do with you. That's all I'm saying. Because
the reason it came up, done.
Well, listen, that's just somebody trying to start some shit, okay? Because I wasn't in your chat.
I was getting asked.
It had nothing to do with you, okay? People can ask you whatever they.
Jelly was asking it.
Listen, but that doesn't give you a right to ask me because somebody asked you.
Well, that doesn't mean that's a kind of a confusing thing, man. I mean, I think you may be misunderstanding because
you, but she's in his chat.
Listen, she's in somebody else's chat. She asked, "Who is Don GQ?" I'm not subject to talking to Mike's chat, so I went to her page and I left a message. If you want to know who I am, hit me up. That's what I said, and that's what I did, and that's what I meant.
Okay, I mean that's fine.
I don't appreciate you the way you come at me like you trying to interrogate me. I don't appreciate that. I come up here on my own.
Oh, I understand, but you do understand that from the point of view of the chatters or whatever. That's
I don't care about the chat. Listen, I spoke to one specific person. She mentioned my name, and I went directly to her. I didn't go into Mike's chat. I didn't say nothing to her in the chat. I went to her channel, okay, which had nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it came back around. Here, Don. I think what you're missing here again was there's two missing elements from mine because I got a text from a person that knows me well who just texted me a picture that was just curious and we wanted an answer about it and you answered it.
I don't listen. Somebody could text me something about Easy. I'm not going to come and ask Easy about it because somebody asked me about it.
Why not? That's face forward. Easy. Okay, am I wrong here? Easy being face forward because that's all I'm doing. It's just like sharing it as it comes.
That's why I don't be involved in this shit. Because
it's not drama. You're actually being upset about something that could have been very easily answered.
I'm not upset. I just don't like the way you came at me, man to man.
I apologize. You felt that, man. But I mean, I'm just directly responding to somebody who's asking me something they're concerned about.
I don't have no hard feelings or no animosity towards you, but I'm gonna check you when you fucking come at me the wrong way. I don't appreciate that as a man. Okay.
All right. I understand that you think you needed to check somebody, but here's the deal: in this case, I think you maybe sir. Here's the thing: is a lady asked me to ask you a very simple piece of information about how you knew where she was, and I asked you.
She should ask me. She should ask me. She should ask me.
You might need to help us.
But wait.
She did.
John, just for a second. You're a bigger YouTuber on a platform that she's watching right now. So she's using her. Wait. I'm just saying. But she's going to use her opportunity to try and ask you. Wait. She was just using her opportunity while she's watching you on a stream to ask you who you.
Why didn't she ask me? Why didn't she ask me?
Well,
instead of asking 2 or 3
she did. You listen. She did in his chat and in my chat. Actually,
She didn't ask me. She asked somebody in Mike's chat, and I saw it, and I responded to her message, her question on her channel. Okay, so that way it wouldn't be no back and forth through 5 and 6 different goddamn people that have nothing to do with nothing. She asked about me, so I went directly to her. She should have came directly to me instead of going to somebody else. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
She's in the chat though. That's what it is. She's in the chat.
But she still didn't say nothing to me in the chat.
I don't think you're in the chat, are you?
You're up on panel, so she's trying to get the question to you on the panel.
Yeah,
I think you just took what he was trying to ask you wrong.
Yeah.
I think you just like I understand what you're saying, interrogating, but like I think he was just asking you because she wanted to know.
Yeah, and by the way, it's instead of telephone. By the way, what we were doing right there is how this. I know you're not on a lot of panels, but we were literally passing on information. I read it as it came to me, directly. So I'm not misquoting her. I'm asking her for it.
You read it in your chat. That's what you.
No, she sent me a text. She sent me a text with a picture.
But
because of her concern.
Well, someone just said she's in the chat. She said it in the chat. She's not in it. She didn't mention it in the chat. When I saw it,
she did in mine, and she did. You said she did in Mike's, right?
In Mike's, and so I responded to her on her channel, so I don't have to talk to her through Mike's chat. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. She sent me a picture of it on her channel, which kind of creeped her out, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Because I could have went into Mike's chat and said, "I'm here. Whatever. What do you want to know?" But I didn't want to do that because that's drama. So I went to her directly and asked her, if you want to know who I am, just hit me up. I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
It's nothing to hide.
Okay, so this is the thing. I understand exactly what's going on.
She should have responded back to that and say, okay, who are you? And then I would have gave her whatever she wanted instead of going to 3 different people that I don't know and I don't feel obligated to answer any goddamn questions. Okay, because
I understand what you mean. If we were on the street, this is real. What you're pointing out is real, but there's a little bit of internet etiquette here that you just left over. She's in the chat. You should have directed it in the chat. And I'm just gonna say you can do whatever you want, man. This is just an advice. It's like what happened here is, and I'm gonna ask her right now because she's listening. Exactly. How did that make you feel, Jelly? Why did you send me the text with the picture? I think I know why, but I'm assuming it. So I'll have her explain it and I'll read it to you. But the reason that by going to her page, it might have come off as like you were, I'm not going to call you stalker because that's not what it is. But I understand where the mistake is here. It's just a little faux pas thing where it's like, you should have done it in the chat, honestly, because when she got it on her page, she's like, what the fuck? Oh my God. Like as if you're all seeing eye, which some of us are, man. I understand. But there's kind of a way to go about it because it may be more imposing than it's meant to be.
The thing is, listen, it has nothing to do with the all seeing eye. That's bullshit. Okay, everybody's watching everybody's fucking chat. Right now, Mike is over there live streaming you guys, showing it on the camera. And I'm watching his ass. I'm watching every fucking thing because he just left from over here. So I'm watching the shit show. I'm smelling the shit. So I see him stick up a fucking thing with us on it. So I said, let me see what the fuck these motherfuckers talking about. I saw her question, who is Don GQ? They over there talking about me. So I went to her page and told her if she want to know who I am, hit me up. Has nothing to do with you. Has nothing to do with Mike. She asked about me. So I'm not obligated to answer anybody's question concerning me. And if she wants to know,
nobody's arguing with you on that.
Listen. If she wants to know anything about me, she could have responded back to the question. I was very polite. I wasn't rude and I wasn't mean. I just repeated what she said. The same thing she said, I repeated it.
Don, I agree.
Okay, I get what you're saying. No, I have a quick question for you, Don. I just have a quick question.
I'm a grown man. I don't have time to play games. And if she wanted to know who I was, she would have responded back to the question, or she would have came and left a message on one of my videos if she wanted to know who I was. And I would have responded back to her. I didn't go to her with any animosity. I didn't have any ill will. I just saw she wanted to know who I am. And then I looked at her content. I may be able to help her out with her content. You never know. That's the way I think. I went and looked at her bio. I read every fucking thing. I rewrite people's bios on here. I help a lot of fucking channels. So if she wants to know anything about me, hit me up. But the way you came at me with like you a cop with some interrogation. Oh, now you gotta tell us who you really are. What you really over here doing? You already came at me wrong, talking about I bought my fucking channel. I let that shit slide. Okay, then you come at me. That's strike 2. Okay, you came at me with some bullshit. Don't come at me like that. Okay, I didn't come at you like.
I can see what you're saying. I can actually see exactly what you're saying with the. Okay, I'm kind of curious. I get what you're saying. The way it could come off like he's saying you're lying about who you are. I get what you're saying. No, it's like I said, it sounds like a misunderstanding in what he was.
Yeah, I think that's what I was saying before with the faux pas situation. Just like how when we looked at the channel initially, we didn't see a major view channel. We saw a bunch of small views and a big number until we went to the other page and found that stuff. So both of us made that mistake, Don, by the way. So when you're talking shit about me, you're being very fixated because I'm the one asking the questions directly, and I guess that the way I'm asking them,
because I don't know anything about you to talk shit. I'm only reflecting on
I appreciate that.
When you came at me. The way you came at me,
and I hear you.
I felt it was disrespectful. It was a little underhanded. You had a little tone in there, like one of them I got you kind of moments. You got to explain yourself. Why you coming at my people? Nobody's coming at your people. I don't know your people. Didn't know she was your people. Don't care if she's your people. She asked specifically who I was, and if you want to know, hit me up.
Well, I'm sorry that once again, I apologize if you took that tone, but I wasn't aware that I was doing it, and I'll ask Easy now. Did it come off that way, Easy? You know me.
So like me knowing you, no, but like I can see where the starting part where you said, okay, wait a minute, I just got a message. Come on, I want to know who you really are, and we did just kind of ask him like what he's doing and what he's so like it comes.
No, I'm fair. So if you're telling me that
saying?
You heard it too, no, it's real.
Yeah, like I can see how someone on the outside could take it this way for sure. Yeah,
and that's something we can't hear for ourselves, by the way. So I apologize.
But yeah,
because we by the way, this is another thing is we can only try to have the third eye or fourth wall view, but we can't always have it because we can't hear ourselves for real. So this is another thing is you're telling me something, I'm going to take this in, I'm going to hear it and try to adjust it, by the way. But it also does take another personality because we're two people with our own points of view. So asking the third person who knows me and knows the difference can tell me that like, yeah, man, I heard that in your shit too. So that makes it, I believe you, which I apologize for. But I will say this on a second level, just so you hear me on this. There is a little bit, if you're going to be in the mean streets, some of these folks get real sensitive when you jump over to their page. I'm just going to say that, and I still haven't got a response from Jelly actually about what she was feeling, so I can't tell you. So I don't know. And she should hit you anyways, now that she knows.
Well, right? If she want to know who I am, just tell her to reach out to me, and maybe we can do some business as far as, and I can help her. Like, listen, what I do when I see a lot of people's pages, I help them construct their page, and I don't charge them anything. I do it for free. So I rewrite their bios. I even help them edit videos. I do stuff like that. I don't charge people. I don't run around doing this for a payout. So when I told her to hit me up, that's what I had in mind. So as far as somebody coming at me and things like that, I don't deserve that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I apologize because I didn't intend it to be somebody coming at you more that I was getting questions from my chat. So if I seem interrogatory, that was not intended. It's more probably the fact that I've been on since 5:30 p.m. yesterday. So.
Oh yeah. I was gonna ask you, Don, because like I said, because like every now and then if I see like a symbol I recognize or a name I feel like I recognize. I click on it and go see their profile, and then so like now obviously, and like the business idea you have sounds super dope. So I was just wondering if like you'd be down for me like reacting to some of the different channels you have content, and then like maybe do an interview in the future, maybe like get the message of what you want to do with your network out.
And I don't care. At the moment, you can. I have another network that I have probably 70, 80 live streams that I did. It's part of the A1 auditing community.
Okay.
So I know a lot of the top auditors over there. I have them on speed dial. So I did like live streams with a lot of them. We
dope.
Reviewed their videos, and basically what we were doing over there with this particular network, they would all go live because like at a certain time in the day or the night they go out. A lot of them go out cop watching. They follow the scanners, so they always show up on the scene with the cops or stuff like that. So we live stream them while they're out live or stuff like that. So we live stream them while they're out live streaming, and they're part of the panel. So at any given time we have anywhere from 2 to 5, 6 lives going on, so we're broadcasting them, you know, to different platforms and stuff like that. So we do that a lot, and I'll send you that information. I'm not going to give it out on this channel right now, but I do have other channels that's not part of this network.
Okay.
That I promote other channels with, so you'll be privy to some of that stuff if you want to check it out. I don't mind.
Okay, word. Yeah, I'm down.
So do you know anything about the community, the A1 and Second Amendment community auditors?
No, that I don't know much about it, so I'd like to look it up. I always like learning new things, man. I feel like that's what keeps me young. I'm always trying to learn new shit.
On that particular channel, I have some auditing videos. It's basically more cop watching videos, going to city hall meetings and stuff like that. Me and a lot of different other people. But I do have tons of videos of, you know, what's up on the panel, interviewing content creators, people that got basically beat up by the police and stuff like that. And so we just create shows around all that type of stuff. So try to do like real type of content, you know.
Yeah, that sounds dope, man. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check it out. I get interested in that kind of stuff. I like when people leap into the deep waters. It's a big risk to take, but that's always the most successful things you risk.
You know, we're gonna talk some business though. Aaron, me and you, we're gonna talk some more, man, because I think we just got up on the wrong foot. And I may have looked at it wrong, and you may have came at me wrong. So I think we both was wrong. And
I appreciate that, man. I apologize again if it came off.
It's
I'm sorry. I'm short for words. This morning.
You know, because we're gonna, like you said, we're gonna be in these spaces. You gotta have thick skin and shit, you know. And I'm a real dude. I'm not on here to make friends and to gain popularity. I'm on here for business, strictly business. You know, I like to enjoy myself, but if I'm gonna be on here, I want to make some money because I'm a money magnet, and that's nice. What I do. So I want to turn this into some type of profit. I don't want to just be doing it just to be doing it. So, yeah. You know,
you're gonna hate my ethos because I'm like totally not so much the opposite, but I'm more. I came here out of a gig that I was doing on my side. And then I ended up here, social justice warrior. Just, you know, I don't have to do this. I do another gig, but it turns into something now I'm really passionate about. So that's you know, I think the creativity though, what you're talking about.
I'm gonna check your channel. I'll drop your channel link so I can go ahead and sub to your channel. And
sure, it's a real specific thing, by the way. Yeah, I've been trying to make creative material to influence other creative people to be less constrained, if that makes sense. I'm a production person. I do concerts, rock and roll, big production, and I just saw a bunch of stale, non-creative people, you know. So I do some pretty wild stuff. Just so you know. But I'm gonna drop it right now. Hold on a second. Actually, could you do that for me? Easy. I don't think I'm in it.
Yeah. Can one of the mods actually do that quick for me?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Or here, hold on a second. You know what? I do have one to the side. I do. And, oh, you know what? I can't drop it because I'm not a mod. Hold on. Don't make me a mod, though, please. It's the whole game. Everybody in my chat, if you've been there more than twice, is a mod. So everybody in the bar has a wrench. So when the real trolls show up, they got to defend themselves against a whole room of people full of, like, locals.
Yeah.
Sorry, is that bad? I was make the joke that when people actually come in, because, you know, I have a tiny channel. I don't have a big channel. That's not really my point. I'm more interested in the people who are actually sub to me, you know, that they're getting something out of it or learning something. Or I don't expect that my content would make a lot of money. Maybe when I extrapolate it to the live or some of the things I'm doing coming up here when my house is done. But it's more about the fact that by the way, Don. I found this environment with a lot of kids being told a lot of terrible things about themselves that wasn't true. And I think that's the biggest deal is that I've seen in just being on for 4 months, little bits of influences coming up all at the same time. Like a bunch of people getting the same idea, like yourself, who implementing different programs on different sides of the net, coming up on the same hurdles, which is actually what Easy and I are really covering, these hurdles that YouTube creates too. And so I think it's important that people come at from different positive creative angles. So I'll tell you, I appreciate that. It's important.
I appreciate you, man. It's yeah, I like the. I found something that I like doing.
Oh, I'm sorry, we lost you there, Don.
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'll do, man, I'll take a look at your videos. I'll pick one of your videos and download it, and then I'll do some editing to it. Maybe edit a couple of your videos, and then I'll send them back to you. See what you think.
Oh, damn. That would be astonishing, because if you can actually sit through one without losing your mind a little bit, then I appreciate you altogether. So,
I'll see what I can do. I'll look through it and see if it's worth editing, and if it is, I'll download it and do some editing and give it back to you and see how you like it, and you can put it back out. See what it.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that very much, man. I edit it as well, so I know what the kind of time it is. I'm VJing live and do a bunch of things. Like if you saw my setup, you're the only person I've seen who has as many screens as I have, or even close. So, but what I would say is, if you're going to look at any of them, most recently, some of the things I'm more proud of are the real debates, where I've compared the behaviors of modern debate to classic debates, like Baldwin versus Huxley. I'm sorry, Baldwin versus, oh God, I always forget his name, Buckley, at Oxford, or I have Malcolm X with a panel of the black scholars of the time period who were also in the ones who, it's before civil rights, and it's on a panel talking about what they could do to create civil rights, comparative to another panel talking about the N-word and stuff, or Hitchens versus, I'm sorry to go down this train. Yeah, just a bunch of comparatives. I'm pretty proud of those, actually.
I'll check it out. I think somebody just
appreciate you. I really appreciate you, man. Guys, I'm gonna move on. Easy.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Once again, I think you really are. When you say you're God's favorite, man, right now, I'm gonna tell you right now. If that's a moving position, the light's on you, and you've been running into the light like, this is mine.
That's it, baby. Yeah. That's it. God's favorite.
Come on. Stay in the light. Stay in the light. I got you. I got your back here. And I remain the king of fools and the fool of kings, he who goes where the angels fear to tread, because the angels' wings surround me. Let me tell you that. So anyways, Don, a pleasure to meet you. I apologize. We started off on the wrong foot, but sometimes that's the best way to make new acquaintances. And I hope to see you around the channel. I'm definitely going to stay checking.
That's the difference between men and women. We can have a knockdown, drag out fight, and then get up in 5 minutes and drink a beer and be laughing with a swollen face and busted lip and shit. But women, they'll take that shit to their grave. They'll hate each other.
I don't know. I'm not going to say anything because I know I'm going to walk away and get tackled by some women over here just by being up this late. But anyways,
we know it's true.
But I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much.
All right, man.
Y'all have a great evening. And Zyrax, I can clearly tell Zyrax is asleep because she didn't hear that. So yeah, y'all have a great evening. Thank you very much. And to the audience and chat, marathoners, champions, and undefeated once again. God dang, man. Laying with them for days. Okay, I'm out of here. Thanks, guys. Hey, thanks, Easy. Champion, man. Super champion. Peace, y'all. All right, folks. Sorry. I just went offline for a second. So here's what's going to happen. I got to take a break. I'm not going to go to sleep. I got to make some coffee. I got to... Oh. The animals are just like, don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm going to basically pause for the cause. I'm going to play us a video. One of mine, of course. So let me... I appreciate you sticking around. And I'm texting someone. That's what I forgot I was even online. That's how long I've been on. You know when... You know shit's getting real when you just forget where the fuck you are. And that's good. I like that, actually. I'm kind of excited about that level of loopy because my show might get good, really good quick. Or terrible. We don't know. We don't know. So I'm going over to Mike. Oh my God. I'm missing it? Oh my God. I can't believe I'm missing this. This is incredible. Well, how did I miss this? Bombadil, Mr. Fulcanelli is actually full tilt talking with Mike. Holy shit bomb. Holy shit bombing. Bomb shit in my face right now. That's how early in the morning it is. I'm just like, wow.
To provide less information and to be less open.
So now he's critiquing me for mentioning that I'm going to use this in court. Why would you say that, Mike? Because now you made him less open to provide information, as if this motherfucker was open to begin with, as if he was providing any information to begin with.
So again,
and at one point, did I say that I'm going to use this in court?
Yeah, that was pretty late.
In the 11 or 12 hour, you're right. At the end, I revealed my motivations for being here. Because I think specifically Dave was like, yeah, Mike, I mean, you could have been left. Like, why are you still up here? And I'm, hey, because this is all to be used in court. That's why.
Yeah.
So, hey, and it would have been extremely stupid for me to open up the stream that way. Yeah, E-Black, talk to us. Everything you're saying is recorded, and I'm going to use it in the lawsuit. It would have been extremely ignorant for me to say that in the beginning. Just like it would have been ignorant for me to give a time frame when people are asking me, wait, so when is he going to get served the documents? We need a date. We need projections. Why would I give that information to the other party?
Yeah, that was kind of...
Sorry, I just, once again,
that was when the tension
floating off. So I need to phase out. Give me 1 second.
So now he's dismissing my very valid claim. Oh, I think that was just, look at his fucking face. Look at his mannerisms. Oh, I think that was just,
I don't think it was that serious when he asked for
What are we looking at here?
I think it was tension, not a gist. But, still, even though you're right that at that point he already said a bunch of stuff that you needed, in a way you needed to refute, but I don't think confronting him and always cutting him off was the way to confront him.
So now he's critiquing me for cutting him off, when the only time I cut him off is when he would not answer a question, when he was deflecting, when he was projecting, when he was slandering me. But I should follow Tom's advice, who doesn't have a channel, has no success on YouTube. I should follow Christie's advice, who used to work for some national radio station. I should follow these motherfuckers' advice because they feel bad for E-Black because he got cut off. But God damn it, don't nobody feel no way for Mike. It's okay. I got me. I'll feel for me. The fuck out of here. So I ain't gonna play no more of that right now. I'm gonna let you guys jump in, but this is why I show receipts. For me to sit up here and say that Tom was coming up here with tongue-in-cheek shit, acting like a little slick asshole and shit, that don't hold no weight. But when I play that video, damn, Unspoken Vibes was like, that's all I need to see. L's in the chat. L's in the chat.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I was because I came in a little late, so I was like, let me see what he was saying. Let me see, try to give him a benefit of the doubt. But especially after, going back to Speakeazy's channel after his conversation here and then put it in chat, I just had an interesting conversation. It's messy, bro. Like, Tom said he had good intentions, just trying to give constructive criticism. But I mean, if you really had good intentions, I don't know if you would do this right now.
I'm supposed to believe that the stranger in Canada has pure good intentions for me, and he wants to help me from a loss of some sort. And as soon as this don't go his way, after he disrespects somebody in my chat,
Tom,
calls him
what's
a
happening?
dumbass for no reason, now he's running over, hey, I got something interesting I think you should know about. Y'all, this was a plot. In the beginning of this, what did he say?
Sorry, I keep getting distracted
used to be a moderator on Speakeazy's channel. Used to be. Then we fell out. Oh, I think he got a plan right now to get back in Speakeazy's good graces. I think he sees a new mod wrench in his future.
Tom? I mean, I don't care if you were.
And yes, Christy was trying to be slick, trying to play the good girl. And as soon as I checked her on her unqualified bullshit tongue-in-cheek advice, everybody got to jump on mic.
And
yeah, no, that was definitely uncalled for. I noticed that at the end.
I don't know if I
like,
can really.
It came out of nowhere too, in my opinion.
With him on this
it started with the woman comment, and then it just de-escalated and derailed from there. And I was just like, oh,
yeah,
I kind of wanted to jump in. I almost jumped in.
This is a correct point. That is one of the derailing points.
You know, I gotta say, you guys are being a little biased here, in my opinion. But I mean, thankfully, I think they realized that, and they brought you back on the panel. Which I thought was a good move because you didn't.
No kudos. He brought me back on the panel because I Jedi mind trick / shamed him into doing so. I had to spam the chat. So you gonna drop me down and keep gossiping about me? You gonna talk about how I'm not a man, and if I was a man, I would do this. But you gonna drop down a man and keep talking about him? I'm not doing 12-hour long streams about G-Eazy. I ain't doing no streams about some beef that the Speakeazy dude got with somebody online, but he making a stream about me.
Yeah, I think what's his name said the same thing. I think Dave said that when you got dropped, he said he wasn't gonna speak about you or be up there.
Dave had more sense than the Easy dude. Dave felt uncomfortable even being associated with a conversation about me without me being present. But if I didn't spam the chat, G-Eazy wasn't gonna bring me back up. I even had to say in the chat, hey, I might have an apology for him. Who knows? Maybe he should bring me back. I had to tease an apology to get back.
So
yeah,
that was
wild, to be honest. I thought he should have just let you rock out, in my opinion. But we were over there. But I think you handled yourself well, Mike. You cleared yourself. Everybody know E-Black is a clown, in my personal opinion. I get why he may be upset, but I mean, he's still a clown. That's just it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that. Nobody disagrees with that.
Facts, and then some. Facts, and then some. And see, the problem is, motherfuckers like these people, they're used to doing the little insults and the little sneak disses and the little tit for tat, and nobody's saying a goddamn thing to them. And when they're met with somebody who's gonna check their every fucking word, who's gonna critique and correct every misstep, they can't handle it. They shut down. They get insecure. They want to call for violence. They want to say they're going to box you now. Yeah, hey, Unspoken Vibes, with how long as you've known me and my content and seen me have a bunch of contentious conversations, have I ever threatened to box somebody?
Nah, not to my knowledge. I ain't never seen it.
Damn. If anything, I should have been challenging E-Black to a boxing match, but the host wants to challenge me because he got upset because when he challenged me initially and said, oh, you wouldn't talk like this to me in real life. And I said, no, I will speak to you exactly like this in real life. Oh, but, well, we can meet in real life. Then matter of fact, we can box.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. He started off with, after that woman comment, what was it? He said,
you wouldn't talk like this in real life. You wouldn't talk like this in real life.
Yeah, and then you said,
think you are?
And then you said, I keep the same energy. And then he said something. He said, I promise you, or something like that. You would not say this to her face to face. And then you said, I would like to test this theory. So he kind of did start that one off. I'm not going to lie. But I wasn't going to bring that back up because I wasn't trying to make him look bad or, have him go through the footage.
Yeah. Showing their ass, y'all. Showing their ass. And then I'm supposed to have extra strength and patience because I'm on somebody else's show and they don't even know how to run their own fucking show. The host is getting mad at me for reading the fucking chat. What? How come you're reading the chat? Oh, you want to read that message, Mike? Well, let me read this message. Let me read that message. God damn it, at least you reading something, acknowledge your people. Shit, I ain't never been on a stream where the motherfucker got StreamYard and he don't even acknowledge his chat, don't pin no messages, don't highlight nothing. He just ignoring y'all? Okay. If some money come through, I'm sure he would acknowledge a super chat though.
Now, all in all, I think you had a good night, Mike. I don't know. You might need to go back over there. I think it was a good content for you. Good stream.
Yeah, it was definitely some entertainment in the meantime, in between time. I know you guys love to see Mike get into these little sparring bouts, whether it's with racists or tethers or dumbass, ill-informed white boys in Canada or anything in between.
Wow.
No, that's
and the only voice of reason was really the Dave dude. I mean, there were so many simple analogies I gave, and Dave was like, oh yeah, no, that actually makes sense. But then Speakeazy doesn't understand why I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of did Michael Jordan's coach play basketball? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I give an example. If Michael Jordan is being heckled by somebody in the front row, does Jordan just focus on his game or does he focus on the heckler? So G-Eazy replies, well, do you even know about sports? Do you even know about Michael Jordan? Was his coach? Did his coach even play basketball? And because I don't even want to engage with what the fuck he's talking about, so I just start ignoring his dumb ass. Now he wants to start trying to go harder? Okay.
What was that? That was when I think he was defending Christie, right?
Yes.
Christie's
he was defending and deflecting for E-Black, for Christie, for everybody who had a critique against me. And you know what analogy that I gave that really spoke volumes, that really shattered his whole fucking reality?
And
so G-Eazy, dude, somebody called you a
Mike.
pedophile.
That's really
somebody's calling
unfair.
me a pedophile.
And
when you hear that I want to sue the person for calling me a pedophile, your response is to fucking challenge me. Your response is, oh, I bet my last dollar you're never gonna file that, Mike. Matter of fact, let me look something up. Yeah, you know what? E-Black just has to say that was his opinion, and then you don't have a case, Mike. Who the fuck is trying to challenge me on whether I have grounds in the law? How piss poor can you be?
How much energy? It's so much vitriol. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, folks. I'm gonna go with my channel. This is what I'm gonna do. I can't even walk away from that. It's just ugly. I'm sorry, it's ugly. Am I wrong? I feel like the last day on DT podcast. And now I'm sorry. I can't. It's because I'm tired. I'm gonna do a tri-hex here. Give me a minute. All right, I think we need some counteracting medication here before I go anywhere. If I can't go over there. I can't do it. Jilly, you're right. You know what I'm talking about. Rhodes Music, we are chilling for the moment. We are just taking our time to decompress from all of this. And then I'm probably, I was going to get some coffee and keep moving. But you know what? I'm going to run another decompressing video after this. Because I'm not going to stop my stream. I'm just going to let the stream run. I'm trying to really just keep running. That said, it'll be positive intention work after this point. Just gonna say that. We're a lot of positive work going on. A lot of love. Because after last night, I frankly am not interested in screaming or debate broing or vitriol. Frankly, well, I mean, it doesn't matter to anybody else, really, but I'm dismayed, disheartened, and let down. By what? Well, you can't expect somebody else to feel the same way you do, and you can't expect people to do things they don't want to do. I'm not going to be mad at anybody about that. But the fact that there's a platform that is willing to really expose the larger issue, that's less likely. Now, it may still be likely because I know that easy is fair. We joke that Tom is chair or Nair or Claire in a sundress, most specifically. He's not here to defend himself. That's even funnier. But truth is, easy is really fair. So you got him pissed. I mean, he was marathoning anyways. He really had a lot of grace. And Mike, you know, I mean, I was there with him pretty much all the way till the monkey comments, and you know, the demeanor thing, I understand it, but it wasn't helping. I told him that. So all you do is tell people what we think. They don't want to take it, that's on them. You know, doesn't make them evil, doesn't make them bad. It's just in the situation, there could have been another way, in my opinion. He didn't feel that way. I don't particularly like the other stuff, but you know, hey, Jelly, you pointed it out, you know. Oh, Smoky Guru subscribed. That's really kind of her. She's cool as heck. She's on it too.
Hey, if you play chess, not checkers, then you understand why I was never gonna fix
all right.
mouth to apologize.
This new era is
take
up
my
there.
own content and use it to say that I solicit transsexual minors, then you sure as hell gonna take some apology and clip it out of context. And oh, I won. I got my TV channel deleted and I made him apologize. Okay.
And man, hey, you don't even have to apologize either. That's the thing these people don't like realize. I mean, they're trying to shame you and make you feel like less of a man for not apologizing. But it's like, bruh, after all that stuff came out, after you took the video down a year ago and all this stuff is continuing to go, you ain't got to, y'all can just say fuck each other and keep it moving.
That's like, what I was saying, bro. That's exactly what I was saying.
Like, all this shit was dead.
And guess what's even more interesting about the host challenging me to a fight and basically reserving all the smoke for me and not the other person? What's even so interesting is the reason why Aaron connected us. The whole reason why Aaron for days was trying to convince me to go on this guy's show and do a stream with him and shit was because he felt that Speakeazy and me were going through the same thing with doxing and censorship. So if I'm really here, because the whole mission and manifesto is really for us to get to the bottom of doxing, misinformation, slander, etc., then why instead of being a comrade in that fight, why instead of making sure that we hone in on that point, are we instead deflecting and defending for E-Black?
I think he got caught up by his chat.
By the chat, and then like them just butting they're trying to morality police Mike and E-Black and tell them how to feel and how they should handle this, and all, like, this is none of our business. This is between Mike and E-Black. Why are we telling them how to feel? Why are we telling them what to do? If y'all don't want to apologize, y'all don't have to. This shit is dead.
Whenever y'all ever see me do some dumb shit like that, whenever y'all ever see me do a stream where instead of simply reacting to a situation or doing a reaction, or maybe even bringing up this person to their side and that person to their side, no, we're going to go off the deep end and try to convince somebody, try to force an apology out of someone. And when they don't want to apologize, we're going to try to discredit their manhood and whether they're a real man. And this is the person I was supposed to have respect for. I was holding my tongue for hours. I was so glad when he finally challenged me to a boxing match, because then I was within my right to speak my mind.
Yeah, now I gotta say a lot of it started from his chat. Like I don't know, he had a lot, I think they were female viewers, female chatters. And they were just really strong on you were the wrong because you brought up his wife, and everything else, after that is, it's on you, Mike. And I was just like, what? That's kind of like Kaishan said, bro. You guys literally just not say anything to each other and go about your day, but he can't do that. So that's why I was like, it's all on E-Black, bro. The situation could be dead. The video's down. You're not making video commenting about his wife anymore. He's still dragging it.
And Keyshawn, correct me if I'm wrong, but not only did the host reserve all the smoke for me, even though it wasn't warranted, but he had the audacity to challenge whether or not I have grounds for a lawsuit. He's up there trying to bet money on whether I'll even file a lawsuit.
And see, that's crazy, because like that's crazy, man. How is he going to challenge you for what this man has said about you? All the streams, the dude can't even back up any of his receipts he had. He just showing vague ass videos and audio of some person, and he's got documents that we don't know the source of. Like, come on, man. He puts up the stream of, it took him 8 hours to get to the video. We didn't even think he had the video. He was making it seem like you deleted it and it was just gone.
And as soon as he fucked up, and I said, no, I want to see your receipt. Show us some court documents. Show us some receipt. He didn't want to show the doctored PDF Word document somebody typed up and sent him. He tried to get on his P's and Q's and actually go to the county website. And when he went to the county website and saw that the charges were dropped or dismissed, he got off that screen real quick.
Real quick. I mean, even when he brought up the video, it's like you finally brought it up. He showed a little snippet, took it down, and then started deflecting and then shut up. He deflected.
I wasn't there for the whole shit. I know I gotta go back over there to bro this shit and watch the shit from the beginning. To figure out where all that shit started from and shit, because I like to watch shit from my own make my own shit. Because I know that shit was too weird for me. So all that fucking arguing and shit. I thought niggas done found out the truth.
And that's where my critique of Easy comes in, is like, bruh, if you're gonna moderate. Use the mute button. If Mike is talking too much, mute him. We gotta get some context. We gotta get some what's going on here. We don't have the full story, so why are we telling these men what to do?
Hey, it was a full moon. I know shit red and shit. I done came. It's the second time I came in, hopped on this shit. I seen Mike acting like he ain't never had before shit. I see my motherfuckers that I hopped in the shit again. I see him acting like this shit. I had to be
the second time I came in, hopped on this shit. I see Mike acting like
nigga, you know what I'm saying and shit. Not when it's supposed to be ally and shit. You feel me?
You're like, hold on, Mike normally doesn't act like this. Just off rip. What did I miss? Oh, this is a 12-hour stream? Oh, y'all must have pissed Mike off.
Yeah, that's like the first shit that happened in my head. Because I know, like, you just keep on going, because you're not the one to keep on going back and shit. And I know not even speakeazy and shit. So it might have been some motherfuckers in some chat rooms and shit going back and forth or whatever. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I know. I was like, oh, two niggas out like this shit. And I know not. Oh, I probably get to eat back. Oh, we about to get you like a motherfucker. Some motherfuckers in some chat rooms and shit going back. Niggas was talking. But yeah, I don't know. I got whatever the fuck accountability. I don't give a fuck about accountability. I to be accountable. Niggas to be accountable after you find out who's right and who's wrong. We came up. Cause you know me and shit. Whoever was lying, they's gonna get roasted. That's all I was there for. I'm trying to figure out who's lying, so I'd roast the shit out your ass, homie. Niggas to be accountable. That's all I care about. Motherfucking truth. They
You guys keep talking. Excuse me, I'm
you know me and shit. Whoever was lying, they's gonna get roasted. That's all I was there for. I'm trying to figure out who's lying, so I'd roast the shit out your ass, homie. That's all I care about. Motherfucking truth, baby.
You guys keep talking. Excuse me, I'm gonna be right back.
Anyways. Sorry, I just had to listen a little more. So the dude fucking apologized, and then
I watched that. I was with my nigga Mike, that punk ass nigga eat back, and my nigga speakeazy and shit. You feel me? Because he could have been a journalist and shit. Then he could have been focused like, yeah, motherfucker. So you saying Mike lying?
Yeah, like I said, bro.
Yeah, they should have stayed neutral. This is none of their business.
Exactly.
Once they see
like
both sides aren't gonna apologize, both sides has wrong, they should have deaded that shit. It's over.
If I could talk to Duke
Cool.
Don, I would love to talk to Duke Don.
Just go your separate ways. Stop making videos about the man. If you want to keep going, don't be mad if he show up on your doorstep with a lawsuit.
Shit, don't be mad if he starts speaking on your wife again. If you said that's the reason it all started.
I mean that too.
Yeah, but
he never said that the article was wrong.
We all know Mike ain't gonna do that shit. You know, Mike rocks with the female. That's why I thought that's how I do shit was weird. I was like, I know, like I had to smoke a blunt. I think I was still high when I was like, women. I was like, Mike.
We're gonna be back on.
I know Mike ain't call no woman no bitch and shit. When we spaz on people over here who do that dumb shit. I was like, yeah, so I gotta go back and every now and then my fucking phone done overheated and shit on the mishap and shit.
And then I'm gonna.
You definitely gotta watch it back, but he definitely didn't call any new one.
Have any type of subject you want to talk about, anything you've heard me talk about in the past, anything you want to ask me, just to basically come chill panel, you know, a little chill panel. So, bro, you get ready, it's done, leave them. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about him to go talk. Like if he's gonna like apologize and then go take it back and shit, like what's the point even? Clearly it's just fake, so there's no point. Hey, honeybee. We're about to end, but I'm gonna be back on 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. Like I said, by the way, Zyrax, I defended you too. I'm always gonna fucking fight easy in the chat. Ah, shit.
Been out their names.
No, they were just mad he said something to him. When it's like, you shouldn't even open your mouth in the first place if you don't want him to respond. This is none of your business.
Exactly.
This is between two grown men. Chill out.
What was it? What was the reason I joined? Oh yeah, I joined because I saw, what's her name? That girl, she was in the chat. She had a strong stance against Mike. And he was like, yeah, we're gonna get some people up. And I was like, oh shit, let me see how this go first. And I saw, and it was just bias.
Yeah, I wasn't even about to pop up. I was just in there and trying to shit, talking to the family and shit. And Aaron was like, hey, he need me to come up on the show. Man, fuck it.
Yeah, so I came up to, add some balance to the panel, but still ended up like this. Kaisha, you should have came up. How you say your name, bro?
It's Keyshawn.
Keyshawn, okay, Keyshawn.
Man, I was about to. Then my girl wanted to start an argument, man, and we went back and forth for a while. And then I come back, and it's all hell done broke loose.
She punched you in your eye?
Nah, she beat because she loved me. But no, I'm just kidding. But
in distress, someone call help, bro.
Nah, we were just talking, man. But yeah, I just saw it went crazy, and I'm trying to catch up and get context, and then. Like it was all over the place, man. They should have deaded that shit. That's all I kept. That's all I'm stuck on.
Dead ass. I mean, it really is only on one person to dead it. Like, if the video's down, the information's down.
And that's a valid point. Like, Mike doesn't have to do anything here because he took the video. If we were mad at any content creator, what's the first thing they're gonna do to say, my bad? Take down their shit. And that's what Mike did a year ago. Why? Where are all these false reports and sources coming from? They spent all this time trying to expose Mike being gay and blah blah. But what does that have to do with his content?
Exactly. Hit the nail on the head, my dude.
Okay.
And then, there's that video that
I'm gonna go get it.
Where he read the article about the wife.
Make sure
honestly,
stream, okay?
I still need more context to that video. There's a long ass stream.
Sub up to the channel.
But Unspoken Vibes, if you really pay attention, he never said that the article was wrong. He just didn't want it out there that somebody read his wife's article. Which, I mean, I get he can be upset that he didn't want this out there, but it's out there.
If you go look, it's already scheduled up, ready.
It's public.
No, you're right. That's fact. I mean, I get if he's upset.
Go put the notification on it.
I completely understand that. I don't fault you back for that. And you're right. He also never said the article was wrong. Honestly, I didn't believe anything he said about that situation because the further they pressed
I missed this portion of the chat. You can blame me, Jelly, all day. I'll take the blame. You can beat me up.
It went from he was slandering and talking shit about my wife to
use a chunkla.
Use my wife and weaponize her.
Yeah,
Tom, have a great day. I missed it.
Yeah, he pivoted to being upset about the meme, but it's like, okay, Mike said your wife is ugly. He said both of y'all look like Shrek.
I don't know.
Okay, and why am I going through this man's trying to dig up some kind of dirt on this man because he called y'all ugly? That's the most childish shit.
All right, Tom.
That's what I was saying, childish. I was like, well, there's really only one challenge.
I'm getting blamed from all directions. It's fine. I'm good. I'm good with the pin cushion.
Honestly, neither one of them need to apologize.
Turn the Discord on.
Drop it.
Just leave it alone, bro.
Yeah,
because Mike definitely has plenty of evidence for a defamation case here, and it's crazy.
Easy evidence for defamation case, easy than that. And then what else was there?
Membership, all that. Love you guys.
Shit, damn, I lost my thought. You got anything?
Nah, I'm just waiting for Mike to get back.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, easily because he kept talking about it. Now, what would he? How would he feel?
I'm gonna actually put one of my videos on, guys.
Like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna start
I'm
talking
thinking
about
a
his wife
positive, like good way to start your day.
It's just mad counterproductive. Like he just
counterproductive as fuck.
Exactly. Be sitting there looking stupid. She'd be asking him why her face on YouTube again. Well, you see, I tried to expose him. I reached out to his baby mother. I called him Zesty. I said he was soliciting mine.
All right, let's see what we got. I know we got some stuff, some things. A little more organized than current. Wow. Let's see here. Happiness. Happiness? You guys want to see happiness or let's see. You are great is a nice one. You are great is very positive. Funny is love. That's also another one. Friends don't no red pill bullshit. Come on. You are beautiful. That's another good one. Sex is beautiful. Should I just run the sex one? It's too early in the morning. I'm bleary, so I'll just run anything. No, let's run You Are Great. It's a really lovely one. I think it's a decompressor. So let's take a peek and a pee. I don't know about you. I need coffee. I need a little decompression, probably a stogie. It's terrible for me, but yeah, at this point in the day, it's probably the best idea. Anyways, and yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. I'll still be in the chat, phone nearby. This is still a marathon, and I'll be calling back into easy because we should talk a little more about that. So, yeah, he was lazy with receipts. Oh goodness. I don't even want to fucking comment over there anymore. At least not right now. I need more coffee. Think more straight. I just want to like start typing in the chat elsewhere. All right. Here we go.
To do away with national barriers. To do away.
There we go. Hey Tom, give me a couple minutes. Hang out. I'll be opening up the chat in a second.
That's not my business.
I'm just gonna use the restroom, make some coffee.
I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another.
I'll be right back.
Beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone. The good earth is rich
vantage point,
and can provide for everyone.
Might not seem of any particular interest.
But we have lost the way.
But for us, it's
Greed
different.
has poisoned men's souls.
Consider again that
barricaded the world with hate.
That's here.
Has goose-stepped us into
That's
misery
home.
and bloodshed.
That's us.
We have developed speed.
On it,
we have shut ourselves in.
Everyone you love,
machinery that gives abundance
everyone you
has
know,
left us in want.
everyone
Our knowledge
you
has
ever
made us
heard
cynical.
of,
Our
every
cleverness
human
hard
being
and
who ever
unkind.
was,
We think too
lived
much,
out their lives.
feel too little. More
the
than machinery,
aggregate of our
we
joy
need
and
humanity.
suffering.
More than cleverness, we need...
Thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines. Every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls.
I was wondering though if you know how to clip.
Those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon
Like
us is but
long
the parcel
clips,
of greed.
because YouTube doesn't allow me to clip like an hour or so.
Oh yeah. Give me a second here. They can hear me, but they can't hear you. It's just probably pretty funny. Just sounds like I'm talking to myself like an insane person. We should have a whole conversation. Actually, that would be fantastic to just actually have a conversation with you and not have the audience hear a single word that you say. So it sounds like I'm just having a complete conversation with myself at this point in the morning. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
From ourselves. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate.
All right. Sorry about that, folks.
Yes.
Stand by. I believe I just started you without audio. I don't know how that happened, but
Bitterness of men.
let's start this over because it's so pretty. And I'm going to go get that coffee. Tom, I apologize that I'm not moving faster. Give me 5 minutes, sir, and I'll be right back. I'm going to have you up because I'd like to talk to you about how it went down. And, yeah, I mean, I didn't see the clips with you. I was still over there in Easy World. So, yeah, I'd like to hear your take. So, I'll be right back. In the meanwhile, here, I'll stream this over to you.
I don't want to be an emperor.
You might have seen this. I think you actually saw this.
I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the
From
good
this
earth is
distant
rich
vantage point,
and can provide
the
for
Earth
everyone.
might
Way
not
of life
seem of any
free and
particular interest.
By the way, if you ever want to really freak your animals out, just stay up for 24 hours. Sitting in one spot, they really flip out. I'll be right back.
On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was,
we think too much,
their lives.
feel too little. More than machinery,
of our joy and suffering.
More than cleverness,
Thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines. Every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization. Every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want.
There, on the mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Think of the rivers of blood spilled by all those generals and emperors, so that in glory and triumph they could become the momentary masters of a fraction of a dot. Think of the endless cruelties visited by the inhabitants of one corner of this pixel on the scarcely distinguishable inhabitants of some other corner. How frequent their misunderstandings. How eager they are to kill one another.
Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world, millions of despairing men, women, and little children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed.
Fervent their hatreds. Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, the delusion that we have some privileged position in the universe, are challenged by this point of pale light. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. Visit? Yes. Settle? Not yet.
Bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes.
Will never perish.
Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines.
You are not machines, my friend. You are the lucky few on a tiny little speck, like Carl Sagan was saying.
Like it or not, for the moment, the Earth is where we make our stand. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known.
The only home we'll ever know. For at every moment in time, everybody that you've ever thought of, everything you've ever thought of, everything we've ever been, the greatness of humanity, the wildness, the magic of experience, it's been here on this dust. The great leaders have tried to take us all somewhere they wanted to go. Though great minds have shown us new ways. Though
that's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering. Thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines. Every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization. Every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on the mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam.
On the tiniest...
The Earth is a very small stage.
Little piece of dust, my friends, which makes us great, which makes you great. It makes you great for being here, too. Thank you so much for joining. Come on in. Kick off your shoes. Ladies and gentlemen, hobos and tramps, cries of mosquitoes, and bill-legged ants, I stand before you to sit behind you to tell you something I actually today know quite a bit about. I welcome you into the ministry of the Flying Pig. I am your host, so to speak, the minister of the Dadaist belief that wildness ensues when you allow yourself to express it in a good way. Because why not? We are so special. We are great. You are great. That's why that's why we're here, right? To express how awesome it is, how awesome Sunday is, that we're all doing this together. And thank you, by the way, for being here. Hold on a second. Let me make sure that the chat, the chitter chatter, is actually updating properly. And yeah, where are you, chitter chatter? Chatter and the chitter. Oh, there you are. Hey, what's going on? Pretty. All right. So if you're not familiar with what we do here on the Ministry of the Flying Pig, we celebrate a very simple idea that was kind of coined by, it wasn't completely coined, but it was kind of coined by the late, great Steinbeck, the writer, whose publishing company and ideology stemmed around the idea that you can be great, that you can find your own amazingness in some very normal things, but it's by allowing the unbelievable, the unexpected out of you. And it's an individual thing. It's not something that just is it's not something that is one tone or one rule. So take what you will. We're not, I'm not here to push any one ideology or to tell you that you've got to have something that you don't already have, or anything other than to welcome you in, because it's fun, because it's something different, because we share ideas here, we share our hearts, we share our being. You can even testify to the things you've experienced that may have helped you to find a better day, to find something more wonderful in life, that helped you understand life just that little bit more. So before we plug on in here, let me just take a sip of the old caffeine. Yeah, the orchestra's killing it today. I'm sorry. Got that slow, like, you know, amphitheater or is my phone making that? Yeah, I must still have the stream on my phone. Where the hell did I do with the? I have lost my phone on stream right in front of you, and it's probably in my pocket. Oh yeah, it's only in one of my 8 pockets right now. Sorry about that. I'm out of frame too. Let me pause that to get back into it. Thanks for being here, by the way. I'm so glad you'd be here. I got some fun, really neat stuff.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks
for sticking around.
That we, as a species, are astonishing. We're great. You're great. We do so many things that are unexpected, unreasonably magical, special, thoughtful, but most off, in our greatness, we find a lot of folly, a lot of, well, ways that we undo ourselves, the greater we attempt to be. And one of these things that I would say is important to take into consideration is that even at the highest level, even at the greatest level, there is, well, maybe a wistfulness to grow. Because maybe sometimes people feel like they've hit the roof. But I'm telling you right now, no matter where you are in life, whether you're at the bottom or the top, somewhere in the middle, in the doldrums, friends, life has options, beautiful options for every one of us. And of course I turn the phone off while I'm doing iPhones. Come on, folks. Yeah, so thank you for being here. It's a wonderful Sunday. At least out here in California, it's roasting. It's just roasting. You can cook on the pavement out there. And yeah, what a good day to be sharing with y'all. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you for hanging on out. I'm going to go back to the first thing I was playing, which is a clip called The Great Dictator Speech. And if you're not familiar with this, it's a clip in a film called The Great Dictator. And it's starring Charlie Chaplin, the famous silent movie star, who essentially only spoke.
And hey, Tom, if you're okay with it, if you can still hang out, I'm gonna bring you up as soon as the dictator clip is done.
Watching him for many years, and it was because
I know you had feelings on the dictator clip
was
too,
so
but
important.
I think it's kind of appropriate and for after what we just went through.
I'm going to play it again, just because I believe it's something that resonates to this day, and very much so right now. Let's see if I turn that down. Oh, yeah. Oh, I must have moved past it. Here it is.
What's happened to him?
I'm sorry. But I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business.
You shrink down.
I don't want to rule or conquer anyone.
Ooh.
I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all
get
want
comfortable
to help
while he's
one another.
talking.
Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way
sure
of life
can.
can be free and beautiful. But we have lost the
Approximately
way.
20 billion people.
Greed has
when I
poisoned
read.
men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind.
Seems like
We
a
think
good day
too
for the
much,
party roads.
feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and little children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and
Oh,
dictators
lovely.
die.
Thanks for coming
and
through,
the power they
Lonwire.
took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines. You are not cattle. You are men.
You
have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate. Only the unloved hate. The unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery. Fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power. The power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the...
I love that, LimeWire. I think it plays into what I'm talking about actually today, about how some folks would rather embrace the worst in themselves or the worst in others as like a car crash, holding on to it to basically, review it. Well, I actually think it aged well, considering that what he's talking about there is he was playing and making fun of Hitler straight out, which was dangerous in itself. And then to make the point of this is before World War II, by the way. This was made in 1938, 39. So everyone who knows, tell the truth, Tom, Ron. I've got your back, LimeWire. Actually, I've been looking for something a little more extended this week, so I will definitely bring it to light if that's what's needed for certain. Happy to do so. I know the circles you run, so absolutely. I think this actually aged better in the sense that it is an expression of the time that can be echoed throughout time. We haven't achieved it yet, but that's part of what he's talking about, is this is a never-ending goal of humanity, that we strive to have this further interaction with ourselves. That's why I expressed this in the title today, which is that we are great, and we have to give ourselves the room for this because there's so much time in life in most cases. Here, let's let him finish it off.
In the name of democracy,
go to
let
Sagan
us use
again.
that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
So much about that is something we can remind ourselves to get hyped up about it. To remind ourselves that there's a never-ending fight within ourselves and others and the world to be greater than the current day, to keep moving forward, to keep evolving, to keep the systems evolving, to keep them working in our favor, to keep ourselves great. And to remind us of this, I'm going to share it one more time. Did I stutter? What happened here? Oh, a second. Input left, input right. Okay, no, I got you. Oh.
That's here. That's home. That's us. On it.
All right.
Everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives.
Stand by.
The aggregate or joy and suffering. Thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines. Every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization. Every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Think of the rivers of blood spilled by all those generals and emperors, so that in glory and triumph they could become the momentary masters of a fraction of a dot. Think of the endless cruelties visited by the inhabitants of one corner of this pixel on the scarcely distinguishable inhabitants of some other corner. How frequent their misunderstandings, how eager they are to kill one another.
To remember that we are on a tiny speck of dust is to remember how much we've done. And how we can allow ourselves to become more from any given moment, which is the general message that I share on any given day, but on Sunday specifically, because we're here with a flying pig. Somewhere around here. Let me see. Where is that flying pig? I think he's, they are. There they are. Hey, what up? All right, there they are. To remember that that's available within us all, because we're so special on this tiny little bead, tiny little planet. And I want to remind you that when you're watching this show, I try to bring just a joy, just a reverence. And yeah, that's right, Tom. We maybe haven't achieved all that, but that's part of the greatness. We're going to strive. We're going to continue to strive. We're never going to stop. We have this evolutionary need to better ourselves. Hopefully not to our own worst end, but I don't think we will. That's why I believe that many of us are here. I think we tend to see the world as better than worse, and that we're seeing and looking for those better answers, and we in ourselves to start with. Which reminds me, I think we should all remember one of the things about the show that
Cosmicast live 24 hours a day with, of course, local access periodically.
This is true.
Programming you're about to see will actually accelerate your evolution. 10 lifetimes per viewing.
Aha!
I guess you all know that every one of you is watching a different show, and to provide better programming, we are watching you.
Watch! All right, now that we got that out of the way, let's get back to, the more important material.
Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, the delusion that we have some privileged position in the universe.
Ah, the illusion, the privilege,
of pale light.
The sense of ourselves.
Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves.
No, and that's what it comes down to.
The only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else,
expect it,
at least in the near future,
not that anybody's going to come for us.
Could migrate. Visit? Yes.
Maybe.
Settle? Not yet.
Unlikely.
Like it or not, for the moment, the Earth is where we make our stand. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience.
That's for sure.
Perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known.
Yeah, cherish what you got. It's the only place we know. And when you look at the larger picture, and as we move on, by the way, I just want to remind you one more time, because it's very important to keep in mind that
Cosmicast live 24 hours a day with, of course, local access periodically. Programming you're about to see will actually accelerate your evolution.
10 lifetimes for viewing. That is a quantifiable, unfounded truth.
Every one of you is watching a different show, and to provide better programming, we are watching you
watch. And just another little moment about this, just to remind you.
We scientists call it polyscopic hypnovation, or a state of accelerated, unexpected events taking place in a perpetually delirious assault on the accepted and the unexpected.
What an appalling and dreadful muddle for Norman Jones. Trapped in a broadcast warp designed to evolve mankind, our heroes...
To evolve mankind? Can you imagine what happens after you have a whole life of evolving?
My name is Clifford, but call me Cliff Crozier, and I was born on 6th of September 1950.
And what kind of experiences you can allow yourself to have, and how you can become a whole other person when you realize that we have a long experience to have.
Cheshire.
So might as well make it as great as it could be, right?
The war and the time I was at college, I've been all there all my life. I've been retired now for 38 years. It always pleases me, though, that they keep robbing the government, really, with the pension.
I love that. He's been, I'm sorry, did you miss that? He said he's been on pension.
It's only a number. 101 is only a number.
38 years. I want you to think about that. He's been on pension, retired, for 38 years. He says he's been robbing the government the whole time. Love that. Longer than some of the people in the chat have been alive. Tom says, I don't think that to see human as God-given to be so bad. Not true, but a good instinct. Jesus, Buddha, Enoch are the way into heaven. I think we're in heaven, personally. And I tend to talk about that. And there's actually a great episode about how there's, you know, the belief that the experience is what you make it. And only as good as the things you allow it to be. And I think this video is a great example, because these folks are, you know, his pension is older than most of the chatters happen to be in a lot of the chats I'm in, for Christ's sake. It's crazy. But yes, transcendent experience is helpful to find a heaven on earth. That is for certain.
A spot of whiskey occasionally helps.
Ha!
Although
That's
it's not
it.
on the national health.
I have so many fond memories.
Oh, hi there.
Sometimes sit
How you
down
doing?
in my chair and I think back. And I try
Oh,
to
hi,
sort of
Tom. What's happening?
reorganize
Hold on a second.
the story about these people.
How you
that I
feeling?
have got.
I'm good.
That was actually
I'm
very
good.
confusing.
You come to testify? Let me turn the music down.
I'm actually waiting on Tom
because
right
I think
now.
you misunderstood my comment.
Oh, sure. No sweat. Let me
in
turn
the video you just showed about the size of the planet and we are a speck of dust in the universe and blah blah blah, and
Sorry. Yeah.
the illusion of being of some importance in the cosmic scheme of things.
Sure.
And you kind of reacted with some enthusiasm that I don't really understand. Like, isn't it kind of cynical to diminish the importance of humankind in such a way?
No. I think you may be misreading me. I'm talking about how wonderful we are in both the fact that we are such a tiny dust speck, and how special we are because we are just a dust speck. And I was actually about to share about how like rare a species, a rarer thing we must be, and how the sentient life must be just, you know, if we were to be egotistical about it, it would seem to be like the rarest of experiences, sentient physical life. So, which is what he's saying. As well.
You take its rarity as a good sign. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think you maybe misread. I'm more joyous of the fact that it's so amazingly silly how large we think we are, and how even though we're great, the balance of this understanding of how we are tiny, you know, and getting the reverence for that, and how like awesome a speck we are, and not seeing us as like greater than, but great with. You know what I mean?
So what do you think of the people who think that it's a bad thing to study anything in life from an anthropocentric point of view?
I mean, I think that's the stuff personally that I take in stride with other schools. I don't think that there's any one school that answers any and all of the questions. Actually, I have a great little thing I was going to read today that is a very challenging read. It's called the Masters of the Far East, or I'm sorry, here I'll pull it out. It's one of my favorite little, I get titles wrong. It's called Life and Teachings of the Masters of the Far East. There's actually 6 books of this. It's written by a preacher in the 1890s, and his perception of what he saw of the Tibetan masters of, Buddhist arts, or the esoteric arts, I should say, because there's lots of really wild stuff in it. But it's written from the perspective of a person who has like a preacher's point of view. So you have to read through what he's saying. And he's giving credit to something that I might not believe in, but I understand what he means. If that makes any sense as an association to this, is like to see each other's schools of thought as valued, but that we could learn more from all the different pieces.
So you don't think it's pretentious or arrogant to see in other things behaviors to which we can relate to and stuff like that? You think it's not like sophistic, or you don't think there's anything wrong with that?
If used solely as the only judgment system, of course that would become a solipsistic. I think it is important to, in any valuation system.
But it's usually applied in zoology when they study animal behaviors and such.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many. These are very interesting things. Only recently we started looking into the minds of actual minds and see how they function and work in response to stuff, to see stimuli actually responds, so we can get an idea of where and what is thinking. So we've only started to really understand that stuff. But yeah, I do understand what you're saying, like giving life to a spoon. Now, I do give credence to some of those things because we don't know. There's a certain amount of this, and I love, oh gosh, I'm blanking. I always get his name wrong. I read it so many years ago. It's Jitterbug Perfume and, oh God, Woodpecker.
Tom
something
Robbins.
Else. Oh God, I can't remember.
Robbins,
so long ago
Aaron.
since I read these. Basically,
It's
there's
Tom
stories about
Robbins,
inanimate
damn you.
objects having life and experiences.
Tom Robbins.
As esoteric
Jitterbug Confused.
metaphor,
And Still Life of the Woodpecker.
I do give credence to the fact that we don't know about
Both amazing reads. Very
everything.
creative.
So I always give everything a little grain of salt, that or a little grain of sand, that there might be something I don't know. Which that is part of my logic tree, though.
Seems to me like it's
Am
not
I
the
allowed to
only,
react
but
to
one
my
of
own
the
videos?
easiest way to understand
like
animals in
meta?
general is to, when you see yourself in some behavior,
Self-reacting.
even though you cannot understand because they have no language, they cannot communicate with you.
Well, sure.
If you see a behavior that you can relate to, it probably is what is happening in that animal's mind, right?
It could be.
I'm not
Yeah,
going
that's
into
familiar,
the Deepak Chopra type of theories.
Yeah.
He thinks that molecules have consciousness and everything. That's a bit too far, in my opinion. But
okay.
So
I have an interesting thought. I think that might be minimizing the actual effect of the all being, or whatever you want to call it, because the way they know that particles work and form into waveforms at the beginning of time as opposed to interacting with us directly. I think that is part of something we should take into consideration, that there is more of a larger meta awareness, just like you don't know what's happening inside your heart, but maybe all the molecules are working, they're working in Congress with one another in a way like a beehive, but they don't maybe have the thought the way we think they have thought, which is something else that,
going back to anthropocentrism, so you don't think that, do you think that the Christian saying that humankind is a reflection of God or the creation of God, do you think it, I know it's, the way I take it, I see religion as allegorical instead of literal. So the way I see it, it's probably not true that we were created by God per se, or you can play with the definition of God anyway at that point. But I don't think, even though, if it's not true, I believe that it's still a good instinct to have.
Sure, I agree with you on that. I think faith in something connecting us, if that makes sense to that, is very important. I think that gives us the sense of greater being and ability to move forward. Although I think some people do take it to the point of I think you were the one who actually said something about TOS becoming God, but I think folks take things out of proportion and make things too much, which is often what I think the metaphor of the golden calf is about. Like, don't be careful, don't make it everything. And that's part of all of the logic I tend to use. Is as soon as I find myself biasing towards only one set of logics, or patterns or utilization of one school, I know that it's going to be off balance. I know that I'm not including some other value. But the point of today actually is in the ability to have this conversation and move ourselves along towards something more. I think that makes us great. I think that makes us fucking amazing. What do you think, Tom?
I think it's always a question of balance. We have to recognize our own importance because anyway, from a survival perspective, you gotta give importance to yourself, your family, people close to you, and even by extension, probably the human race in general. But yes, to fall in the hubris or in the arrogance and pretentiousness is bad. So there's a balance to be reached between the 2 points there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in general, it's a good pathway. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, and I appreciate you talking about the balance because there's nothing more important. I think when people, jump on the bandwagon and forget that there's other things to include, they might miss out on so much opportunity to win and fail. And
I know you often talk about compassion and altruism.
Sure.
But even which is kind of the opposite pole from what we're talking about.
Yeah,
and I think that even there's such a thing as too extreme a compassion or an altruism. If you neglect yourself for the benefit of others,
yeah, sure.
I think it's a point where it's not a good thing because if you neglect yourself, you'll probably won't last long enough anyway to be there for the people you wish you'd care for anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's part of it as well. And once again, it comes back to that balance, doesn't it, Tom, of finding the schools that don't just, if you find yourself picking up a whole bunch of weight on one side, you're going to fall over. That's, just as a direct metaphor. But I think that folks nowadays, and this is one of the reasons why I share this kind of stuff on Sundays, because I love to have this conversation. It's important to hear from everybody about how they get to these points in thought, because I don't think there's any one tool, any one way. I think that because there's so many of us with so many different diverse experiences, and you were talking about the overbalance of compassion. Yeah, to give oneself over to the point where you hurt yourself for the sake of others, and asceticism, and it can often be caused by determinism and also allowing oneself to fall into all kinds of just bad practices of imbalance. Yeah. I agree. Which is actually
about that video. Was it yesterday or the day before that you shown the video of this kid who was quote unquote kind of complaining about the fact that most people nowadays are
yes
inside. They practice activities that are all done inside. So when he goes out into nature or when he goes outside, he doesn't see as many people his age as he wish he would. And you were kind of saying that historically it's always been the case that people were more indoorsy rather than outdoors.
Not always. No, there have been evolutions of that through history. There's been like 5 or 6 that I found.
You seem to maybe it's the fact that he's complaining rather than providing solutions for that type of behavior. But don't you think that nowadays, because of technology, because of computing, because of the cell phone, etc., don't you think that he's probably right in his observation that nowadays it might be more intense than it used to be because of the potential of all these technologies?
No, I disagree. So I found a whole thing about this written by an observer of the young men becoming monks in the I think it's like the 12th century, because I was looking for a bunch of like what older people say about the young and their behaviors. And by the craziest discovery I found, and amongst that was talking about how all of these young people had turned to heavy reading and writing, and how they spent all their days indoors avoiding the sunshine, and how they never left their home, and It wasn't sex. It was their reproductive responsibilities were given way to the literature and the academia. You know, like, and I think that we've seen this. We see this over and over and over again. Now, mind you, I do not underestimate the impact of this technology. And often, hey, Lita, what's happening? Organic Black, welcome to you all. I'm so glad you could be here. And Tom and I are having a discussion actually about some of the things that I was just sharing, and also he has some wonderful points of view about all this. Yeah, there are. I think that there are a lot of examples where this kind of thing has happened, but the impact of the technology and its sway on the minds is where there's concern. I do think that it is enough people that it can affect, you know, a larger political or social environment in the Western world. That is a very first world response and a little alarmist in some ways, but I also think that we just keep an eye on these things. You know, just like history has always done, you just keep an eye on it, and normally it rubber bands back. I think you're all going to get laid. You know, I've said that over and over.
Yeah. I don't know. There's I guess you're right. Every generation has some gripe with the next. But I don't know. I feel like the ease with which we can propagate ideas nowadays, and you know, doomsday theories in the past.
I'm going to move us on to something a little light. I haven't watched in a long time. And it always brings me right back to this spot. And I'm going to tell you, it's magical. I wish we had better fidelity of camera at that moment in time. This is from 2009 in Byron Bay. It's on 3GP. I uploaded this. We would have done this live now, right? Or IRL. So this was behind the hotel room, or building, whatever you want to call it. It was like a bungalow. This was the walkway that you would take to, you know, just explore the grounds, get to the pool, go to breakfast. That's a hat I was wearing. And kind of an embarrassing time of no mustache and goatee. I don't, it was not my best facial hair era. In fact, you know what's going on here? It's higher fidelity than that. That doesn't look like the actual footage. Make sure it's running at full def. Sorry, I'm going to pause this for a brief second. My apologies, folks. Yeah, it's running at like super low. What the hell? What the hey, man? I guess it is at 144. Jesus. 3GP. Makes sense. The next one I'm going to share with you is definitely better fidelity. I'm deep in the jungle at that point, with a friggin' mop on my chin, and no hanger to hold on to it, for God's sakes. That shirt I'm wearing was super comfy. The beads I'm wearing, damn, that's 10 years on I had those beads on. They finally broke at some point. I got those from the Russian cast of hair.
Civilization.
Yeah, that's where we ate breakfast. That's how long it took me to get to the place where we ate breakfast. I mean, it was wonderful. Don't get me wrong. I got chased by a wild turkey one morning. So motherfuckers be talking to me about how they've lived a life and such. You know, I think we all live lives. I think we all live. I've been very lucky. I've had all those experiences people talk about. You know, and I wasn't paying the bill. Maybe breakfast, but most of the time not actually. Hold on. Oh, there's a kitty up here. Sorry. Oh, it's Tom. Oh, Tom. Hey, hold on a second, Tom. I'm gonna drag you on in. I just saw you down there. My apologies. How is it that I can't drag you? Oh, damn. All right, Tom. I'll be right down there. You make me come to my own disco, huh? Hey, Tom, what's happening? Not much. You mind jumping in the green room so I can drag you into the actual live panel? Just above. Yes, I. Thank you, sir. All right, I appreciate that, man. Now I can actually switch us over to conversation mode. Let me get in there. Oh, geez, what the hell happened there? Oh, I know what happened. No, it's still running. It's I pulled up a different page that I didn't need on there. Hold on a second. It splat. It took the first. I have it set so it'll take whatever web page is on there, and it took the chat. So it's like chat, like 10 times as wide as it should be. Give me 1 second, and I think I've got it. In this page, I should. Where's the call-in? There's the call-in, and call-in audio. Make sure that's also on, and on the look in live panels. All right, give me a check 1 2 if you wouldn't mind, there, Tom. Oh, it wants me to redo this. All right, I see. There's there's the call-in audio. All right, no, it wants me to choose a different.
Check. 1 2 1 2. Check.
Oops. Hold on 1 second. I've got you, Tom. Give me 1 second to just pull it in. And my apologies for this taking a second. Where the hell is the call-in? There it is. Oh, it's just off-site. I see. Because I'm not actually selecting it. There it is. There we are. Good golly. All right. Why is this? Well, it'll be fine. I'll bring you in here.
So,
how you feeling? Good. Good morning, Tom. How you feeling, man?
Ordinary, I think, is an okay word in the circumstances.
Yeah, just ordinary.
Aaron, the great connector. How do you feel about the connection you made tonight? Last night.
I mean, honestly, we all we can do is put people together. I think the crowd. I think the crowd found each other in a lot of good ways. I think a lot of the conversation, look, the outcome, we can't control that. We have our hopes, but we can't control it. And once somebody crosses a line that I can't ethically or morally go with or can't agree with, I can agree with a lot of other things. You've heard me say this before, but, certain things I got to just say, well, I'm not that person. They're going to make those decisions for themselves. Hopefully everybody can take something out of this. And, I think we all
I think 12 hours of conversation is a bit too much. I think they all need to get down from the heat that ensued.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm kind of... I know I told you that I would speak with you, but I'm... Now that I've had conversations with all of them separately, I'm pretty self-conscious. I enjoy mild disagreement.
Yeah.
In terms of ideological debate, talking principalities in general. I don't really like disagreements in the sense that people have ill perceptions of one another.
Mm.
And I feel like I may be totally misadapted for the wide world social interactions, but I feel clumsy as fuck today now. After I've talked with Mike, because I went on his channel, I had time on my hand. The guy, he was just starting a channel. He said that he didn't start early streams that much, so there would probably be less viewers. So I thought, hey man, I got time. I was there during the whole night because I was at work.
Yeah.
So I heard the conversations and everything. So man, I can give in my input and shit.
Which, by the way, I didn't catch any of it, so I don't know what was said. But I'm interested to hear your take and how you feel it went down. You know,
Personally, for me, when I have when there's big tensions or disagreements or any issue or problematic in my life, I've learned the hard way that it's easy to put blame on externalities. But the only thing you can control, which means the only solutions you can really apply, which means the only thing that is very meaningful to think about and to waste energy on, is actually what you can do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I agree.
And in a way, I'm kind of contradicting myself when talking with Mike and telling him what I thought, what were his shortcomings, plural, during the conversation we had last night. I don't know. The time is kind of weird right now.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, it may be kind of counterproductive on my part to give him my perception that I had of him. It was, I'm clumsy and it might be ill-advised of me to do so because it contradicts my whole philosophy actually. So maybe I could come across as hypocritical. But I talked with him and I really just tried to be, as I always kind of do, I tried to be tempered and I tried to give him feedback on what I keep in mind that I really do. I think Socrates and the agnostic way of approaching debates and philosophy in general is the most appropriate behavior and framework of thoughts. So keep in mind that when I talk to people about perceptions and interpretations, I know myself that I'm probably wrong on everything I'm saying. I start from the assumption that I'm probably wrong. And when people just catch me being wrong and they kind of levy it over my head as if it was something that I didn't already know could happen, I feel kind of dumbfounded. I don't really know how to react.
It's an emotional leverage, and this is something I do notice that is often used, a pejorative into a logic set, where it's like first you have to address the pejorative because now you just drew me into a ad hominem, you know. And when it happens in rapid fire and you get saturated by it or swamped by it, it's a problematic situation to have any engagement with. It's actually started me taking new tactics that now I'm more abrupt. I think you saw it tonight.
Yeah.
Stay on topic. Don't move off. You want a red herring? Fuck you. Go back to the topic. I know you don't want to be on the topic if you keep talking about something else or another.
You hold people's feet to the fire. Yeah.
That's where I'm at now. And you know what? You know what actually started me doing this, Tom? Is it was taking me a while to figure out where Stephen Bonnell's logic system was hinging on, you know, where it was pivoting constantly from. I knew it was something like you were talking about that was like, man, I know what it is, but I can't quite put my finger on it. And then I went back to my fallacy cue cards from debate. And I found two that I noticed nobody uses on a regular. Everybody says strong man, but everybody forgets red herring. And the red herring fallacy is to say, well, so Tom, if you hit me with, I believe, and I was going to be contradictive, you say, I believe 4-ply toilet paper is better than 3-ply. Whether that's right or wrong, my argument, if I was being red herring, would be, yeah, but toilets, they don't take 4-ply as well. Now, I'm not engaging with what you just said, but it sounds like it's associated, right?
Yeah.
And it sounds logical because you're actually playing on, well, the morality or the ethics of a subject, but it's non sequitur.
But I don't understand. What do you do with people who
stay on topic?
Who treat what do you do with people who treat you as if you made a claim of authority when you did not, and when you actually made the opposite claim as a premise for everything you said?
Well, this is, you can only, and this is one of these things that the horse can, in my opinion, I can't tell you for everybody, but this is the way I deal with it now, because it used to frustrate the fuck out of me. I wanted to fix it, right? I am that personality. I used to want to fix it. I'd argue it to death, ask my brothers, ask my mom, ask my dad. You know, I used to want to fucking make it right, you know? Like, and sometimes it's just not gonna. And all you can do is say, look, that wasn't my premise. If you're not gonna hear me, that's on you. Say, I don't know, you may have even heard me say this before, Tom. Hey, it says more about you than it does me, but okay.
I know it does tell more about the other person that is
Jelly, you want to come up?
Conflating facts, but still, I don't know.
Oh, I know it's
it
a
just
tough
feels
thing.
Bad.
It does, because you're being leveraged to engage in a place that you want to address it, and it always feels like, I know it's a thing I've had to train myself out of, where it's like, just ignore that bullshit. Address where the real topic is. Like Black, he was another class. He must have been listening to Steven for a long time, because he was doing that same bit. Ask him a direct question. You know, how about them oranges? Well, you know, the pickers in the fields are having a hard time. The fuck are you talking about? I just asked you about oranges. You know, like, it sounds like it's associated, but it's not. Look, don't be leveraged by it. That's my only advice. Don't let it leverage you, because see it for what it is. An inability to engage, a dishonesty in a way. That's why I was so pissed at him. He had us running around for 2 hours, specifically Black. Now I'm pissed with Mike too. It's a separate topic. Black, why I was so pissed there is he left out a very, very important piece of context to the fact that, yes, we all knew that what Mike had done with the wife thing was wrong, but we'd all assumed that this was some kind of information that was made up by some hit, you know, blog or something like that. Not her own blog about her experiences, which makes it very different.
Yeah, it changes everything, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I got so angry, because that's a lie by omission. And he knew it. It was on his face. I'm going to actually fucking run that clip back of me screaming at him. That's going to be my clip, by the way. People are going to come here and be like, when does he scream? Never. I'm never screaming like that except on other people's panels. Hardly ever. Have I ever?
Yeah, well, it made everyone circle around the particular issue for like 3 hours. So yeah.
Yeah.
That was kind of lame. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, more than that, the fact that we couldn't get out of it. You know, I feel terrible. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. Cafe down the wrong tube.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm patronizing people constantly by talking about the dialectic. And the dialectic is so important to understand, because it's like missing from any sense of what people are trying to get to. You know, the thesis to antithesis, those two sides have to submit to some kind of movement, and that third party, all towards an area of synthesis. You know, whether they agree or not, moving it forward is what matters. And it is the most frustrating portion of this whole thing. That we just basically danced around and danced around and danced around. And each time that we asked for some kind of capitulation from either side, because we were being... Look, each side did wrong. And, oh, they fighting? Hold on a second.
Yeah, they still are talking about it over there.
Well, we're still talking about it too. At least I don't want to be yelling. At least we're not yelling.
I'm not saying it's fair enough, man.
Yeah. No, at least we're not yelling. In fact, Jelly, if you want to come up, here, hold on a second. Jelly, I don't know if you have Discord or not. Hold on a second. Let me not do that. Let me just actually put the invite instead of dropping myself out of the chat.
Yeah, Speaky went there as well, right? Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him over there while I was there because. Oh,
he did. Oh yeah,
I went there. I had my conversation with Mike.
Wait, hold on a second. Mike and Speakeazy are talking right now. Oh
yeah.
Fuck. Okay, I gotta pull up the stream. Hang tight, Tom. I apologize.
I can talk while you do this.
Yeah, go for it. Rock it.
I had my conversation with Mike. It didn't end well because at some point I was getting kind of anxious and a bit irritated, to be honest.
Sure.
Because they kept talking to me as if I was claiming some form of authority or anything, and I even conceded like 7 different times. I told him I was the dumbass, and then at some point someone in chat said I lost, and I was like, man, what did I lose? I'm not here to debate. I'm not a debate bro. I'm just talking with Mike. And I know it seems like we have a disagreement, but it doesn't mean that I'm looking for a win here. I'm just looking to converse. And what I get wrong, I want him to tell me, and I hope that he wants me to do the same with him. So anyway, he is a member of his audience said that I lost, and I called him a dumbass.
Well, I mean, how many times did you... let me ask you, were you called... because I've been up there. I know how it goes. I know how we roast people on Mike's panel. And that's the thing. That if you don't know, that's what... I've been wanting you to go over there with me. So you were very brave. You were very courageous, by the way.
Wait. Is Mike a roaster? Is it what he does?
He roasts. Yeah, we at some point, once... Okay, so something to understand is, once we get past the actual... liturgy, once we get past the actual paperwork, the receipts, and there's nothing left except for a little bony structure, that's what we roast. And then we just roast it until it's just the bone you give to the pets because it's smoky.
I didn't know that was his thing. I thought we were recapitulating and retrospecting on what happened, like in a serious way, but
that's what I was saying. You're really courageous to go on in. Let's going on to the kill stream, and not knowing that it's not a philosophical conversation.
Man, I'm not courageous. I'm just dumb. I didn't know what I got myself into.
The thin line between because the thin line between courage and stupidity is very thin, brah.
That is right.
Super thin.
Yes. So. Anyway, to continue what my story is, I went there, I talked with him there. I told one of his audience members that he was dumb.
Yeah.
I thought he kicked me completely, but actually he put me in the backstage. So anyway, at that point I thought he kicked me, so I left. I went to see what you were up to, what Speaky was up to, and I know a bunch of people in Speaky's chat, so I left a message like, I had an interesting conversation. I was being ironic because at that point I was a bit agitated, let's say, irritated, pissed. So I told I had an interesting conversation. Mike really doesn't want to hear feedback.
Yeah.
But then I went to take a shower. You went to make your coffee and everything. Yeah. In the meanwhile, when I came back, I saw that you weren't there yet. So I went back to Mike's TV and I saw New Era typing stuff in his chat, saying that I went to Speakeazy's channel to instigate beef between the two of them. And I was like, whoa, wait a second. That really wasn't my. If so, it wasn't my intent. All right, it wasn't my intent at all. I know people over there. That's all it was.
Yeah.
So
no,
anyway,
I think most of this is the thing that kind of shocked me when I went and listened. You know, when I brought it up on my stream, because I was watching, you know, as I do, bringing up two streams and kind of juxtaposing them and making it art or whatever, the commentary between the two things. I was disheartened to find some misrepresentation going on. Some I'm being very, very gracious.
Misrepresentation. I think it's fair of New Era to have interpreted it.
No, not New Era.
Because
not New Era. New Era was forward. I'm talking about what I heard Mike say. When I came over there was some misrepresentation of who was defending, who was going, how he was getting smoke. I think that we tried really hard. It is sad, Libya. The situation is tough. I think I related it earlier to the last DT podcast because I don't know if I'm going to be able to go over there feeling strong about my association to that panel for a while, you know, or if I don't know. So it's especially because what I heard was,
welcome to the Hermits Club, Aaron.
Yeah, hey man. No, I mean I've always been one, but just you know, and what I go in and out. I'm an extroverted hermit.
Don't worry, Aaron. We don't meet that often. It's a very, very reclusive club.
It is a very rare club. When we do meet, it's basically in passing.
yeah. So anyway, New Era thought that I was instigating beef. New Era also told me that he thought that I ran when he put me in the backstage, and I thought I was booted. But I went to take a shower, so I didn't know. But apparently, Mike offered me to come back and apologize to his audience member. So when I saw New Era's messages in his chat, I went back there.
Yeah.
Mike was gracious enough to allow me to come back on. It was all fine, and in the end, all is good. All right. Between me and Mike, I think he sees that I'm fucking clumsy, and I do not know. I do not know. I'm not part of his culture. I'm kind of weirded out. He saw that I was pretty awkward. So in the end, he accepted. I had the opportunity to apologize to his audience member. And I had the opportunity to apologize to him for my clumsiness and my the distance between how I perceive or act or value things and how he does it. And in the end, I think we're good. I feel ambiguous, but I think he's cool because he's a more assertive guy, and I think I'm assuming something right now. Premise. I think he feels confident that he just won, so he's good. So we're good.
Okay. I mean, that's good to hear because I think you guys came to a good place where you were both respecting each other pretty well. So if there was any like imbalance in that after the fact, that bums me out because it had come to such a good place where it was like I actually brought both you. I mean, I was so glad you were on the panel. It was such a good example of two people who had some beef, misunderstanding, come to a better place, you know.
Because New Era was kind of, he saw what he saw, so it's okay, but he was a bit agitated, so he wouldn't let me speak because he thought that I would manipulate reality, and by giving my version, he thought I would euphemize everything I did and everything I said. But I did tell Mike, I'm clumsy, I'm dumb. What I did when I went back to Speakeazy's channel and tell them about our conversation was dumb. So I admit to everything. So in the end, I don't know how New Era feels right now, but because Mike was gracious enough to get me some space, and he put New Era in the backstage while I was talking and apologizing. So I don't know how New Era feels right now. I hope he heard what I said, and I hope we see the same thing.
Yeah, I do too, man. I think
disagreements.
Well, I hope we see the communication. I just wish it got to a better place. You know, I mean, and this the thing is on the other channel. It's an opportunity to track the things that are happening to people that have a good message or action at the end of the day. And I think that the what went down and how it went down is an obfuscation of all of that, which is where I have the issue. It bothers me because I think that it helps everybody, and all that did is devolve what should have been a unified group.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm like, well, man, you can only try to bring people to the table. You know, you can only try.
They don't realize it right now, but I think that's maybe why it got so heated, is that Mike and Speakeasies are so alike.
The stories, right? The mirrors.
They have the same temper.
I think there is a lot of mirror to the entirety of. I don't know about the characters. I think they're two sides of a similar coin. I think I see your point. I do see your point, but at least in my eye, I think there's two sides of a different coin, because obviously Mike is much more combative in his style, which is part of the roasting, whereas Easy is more Errol Morris. You know who Errol Morris is?
Reactionary?
No, Errol Morris is a documentary filmmaker who will stay silent for long periods of time and add just the appropriate amount of things to say that get the person to then continue on, and he'll just stay silent for another hour and gets them to tell.
He lets, and that's what I said, Mike, as well, is that if he would have allowed Easy to do his thing, Easy is the type of guy who lets people dig their own graves.
Yes, and Mike,
you don't have to interact them.
Mike is very similar in that, but he gets it out of the people by inflaming them, so then they come back like E Black did tonight repeatedly, and overexerts everything they want to prove, and by doing so tells you everything. Similar fucking coin. That's the other thing, is I've seen Mike do it time and time again. So I think it's astute of you, but it's just a little different. It's a different tactic.
Yeah. Just because I see chat talking.
Yeah.
If you guys, and I'm put you up to speed as well, Aaron. So when I came back the last time to apologize officially to his audience member and to Mike, apparently Speaky, while I was in the shower in between those things, Speaky came in, then he got booted to the backstage, and he left as well, as I did.
Yeah.
And then he came back, and while I was there, Speaky came back, and they just honestly wasn't constructive at all.
Yeah.
They just gave each other some ad hominems insults, and now I haven't been back there yet. But
I was just about to pull it back up to see where and what was going on. So I'm gonna pull up the audio here.
Let's go now. Where are we at?
Yeah, hold on one second. I got you here. I'm gonna put it in the. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Do I not have the internet on this one? Damn it.
It's all good.
No, I got you.
Just listening.
They can't hear it because I don't have it on the that side. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I apologize. Oh, again, that guy does that every time, by the way. Okay, there's the feed, and let me get the audio. Here we go.
Shit. Y'all got that hard pronunciation.
There you go, audience.
Mike, you racist. Mike, you are racist. You sound right. Girl, you know who do pronunciation like that? White people.
Got a point.
I just been the hood.
Block.
Because I was about to do an experiment and close my fucking camera down and start talking real proper and wonder if I sound white too. And he would have said, no. How the fuck I'm gonna talk way more proper than you? But you sound white and I don't. Because yeah. People be weird, bro. That's all I wanted to say.
People be real weird. Real weird indeed, y'all. Real weird indeed.
Who's the energy for sure?
Hey guys, what do you know? I just found more evidence that Speakeazy is a little bitch-made Canada fake nigga. Look what I found on his community tab that he posted 4 days ago. Look at this shit. Hey everyone, the live from last night is back up, members only. And from now on, my lives will stay public for only 2 days after the original stream, and then it will be turned into members only. Motherfucker, the live we did for 12 hours long, you made that private immediately. You didn't keep that shit public for no 2 days. So what's so different about that stream? Oh, it made you look bad. Is this not him proclaiming that his new standard operating procedure as of July 29th is to leave his streams public for 2 days, then to private him? But with Mike's stream, he made it private immediately.
Yeah, that's weak sauce right there.
That's some weak shit. And real quick, I do want to see what you're talking about, Carlos. You said, have you ever seen Uncle Tom or Uncle Tom 2?
Good question, Labia. I'm trying to, at this point, look, I think everybody knows how I feel about it. I've been open with each party about how I feel about it. I believe I have. Correct me if I'm wrong. You know, I have the lines drawn. Like, I haven't gone up on Mike's chat because I'm not even listening to it right now. The vitriol and stuff, after being on with it for that long, is, it's tough. I'm agitated.
Well, Aaron.
Yeah.
We've been in the vitriol for 12 hours now, and 14 to 15 to 16 hours now even, so...
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust how we feel right now.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll sleep on it later, and then we'll think about it.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, man. That's the whole thing. I feel like that at this point, if I'm going to say anything or get involved, where would it
from a distance?
Yeah, it's got to come from a place of breath. I think time has to be had to just think about not only that, but just approach. To be frank, I do want to hop up on Easy Stream to talk about some things because I feel like there's a bit more, in my sense, it's like having a host and you bring someone in and it starts good, and 3 days in, maybe they took a shit on the rug because they didn't like another guest, you know, and that other guest also took a shit on the rug. So you're looking at both guests like, how the fuck did both guests take a shit on the rug?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who did it first at that point. It's just like,
I would add that personally, I would interact with each other because it's not because two people have beef in between each other that you necessarily have to pick a side.
Yeah, exactly.
You can keep good relationship with both of them respectively. Just like, I know you'd like to be the great connector, Aaron, and
but hey, Tom,
with the intention.
I understand.
At some point,
sorry, Tom.
But at some point, maybe in the moment, these two out of question right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, this is the thing. Actually, I've been doing that for a long time. So back in the day, I used to really want things to happen, and it's somebody once put it to me this way: it's like animal husbandry. You can show the horse where to put it, but if he doesn't want it, it's not going to go there. Same, the horse with water, same thing. And I got over that a long time ago. It's like people are going to do what they're going to do. And the only time it's really, the only time I'm going to go take a look, actually. Thank you, Jelly. I should have, I can only imagine. I feel for him. I feel for the situation because he had very good intentions. I thought personally that the overarching issue was important because there's many people doing this. I'm still going to reach out to Reckless Ben. It's a much bigger platform, experiencing the same exact shit, you know, except from a much bigger platform. So it's one of those things where I thought it would benefit everybody, but if you don't want to be involved with it, it's just like the United Nations. You can't be angry at somebody for what they did, for their choices, unless they turned around and said, fuck you, and spit on you.
Yeah.
He didn't do that. I haven't heard him do so. I've heard him skirt that line so far. I haven't heard anything. I don't think I want to hear. You know, which is also, by the way, that's another thing about picking our battles, personally. Sometimes it's just good to not pay attention to that shit, because maybe it's like you know, the reason I'm not going up there, maybe he's blowing off steam still. Or maybe he's just so burnout or tired or whatever. At this point, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And I also know that
Aaron,
yeah.
Aaron, are you saying the kids need to take a nap?
Of course they fucking do, bro. Are you kidding? Kidding?
Yeah.
And as an adult babysitter, professionally so, ladies and gentlemen, I would have already regulated the nap in there somewhere by just leading everybody into the bar for 20 minutes, getting them all stiff drinks and forcing them to fucking sit on a nice soft couch. Next thing you know, they're all asleep and you got to fucking cart them upstairs. It's a trick that nobody tells you works with adults as well as, you know. I'm not saying that they put alcohol in my mouth as a kid, but I was told that my grandmother did used to double dip her fingers in the cognac and be like, shh. But anyways, it's labia. You know, once again, this is not, we can't do for other adults. We can only put it out there on the table. If you eat from the bowl, you eat from the bowl. If you don't, you make that choice. And if you're hungry afterwards, well, you have the option. You know. So, and that's the thing is just, once again, I don't feel bad other than for Easy in that I feel like we've already spoken, but I feel like there is a certain amount of like, oh, I was a guest in your house and some things went awry for whatever reason. Not going to even blame any side, really. Things went awry to a degree that I wasn't very comfortable with, frankly, at some point. And that's where I will be apologetic to him for a while because of that factor. Because like I said, it was like a couple of guests at a party who just fucking, you found out that you were kind of like three friends associated to them. And this isn't the case. I just used it again because it's a good visual. And both parties decided to have a shitting contest, and it was in the middle of the floor. And you know, fuck, man. I mean, it's so what can you do other than go, fuck, didn't know. Well, we tried.
Aaron.
Yeah.
I know I'm just distracting from the topic here, but
no, you're fine.
Can you tell me, what about me says to people that I'm educated or whatever?
Oh, well, okay. First off, everything about your image is that's why I've been starting to call you. I'm trying to start the lore that you're Falconelli and you're just hiding as a streamer right now. That's why I'm trying to tell you. Didn't catch that, Tom? I've said it repeatedly. I've said it repeatedly. I'm like, no, that's Falconelli. Don't mess around. That's Falcon.
Don't do that, Aaron.
I'm sorry. People are gonna believe you. Believe it, right? It's so messed up. It's the jars. It's the jars and the books. All you got to do is tell them, and they won't even know who Falconelli is until they look it up, and then they're like, "Oh my god!"
Can I be solely honest with you on that?
Yes, sir.
I knew it was good for me to put these in the frame.
Yeah,
I knew.
Yeah, it's great framing, by the way.
But I didn't think people would be so easily fooled by a fool. Like, what the fuck, man?
Tom, look around. Look. I'm sorry. Look at the alien dancing in my hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the things where look at everything around me. How many components are going on? How much technology is actually happening right now? How I bumble around a little bit, but that's because fucking how much shit is going on most of the time. And sometimes I also do it because it's like, fuck it. Like I'm playing a lot of shit over here. But the point being,
it has benefits but it has also like people feel kind of threatened by it a bit.
Yes.
And it's none of my doing. They see the books, they think I'm smart, they feel threatened.
Yes.
And there's nothing I can do. Man, I'm gonna do this, alright? I'm gonna put the camera like this.
On the bare wall? Yeah.
No, you see a white ceiling, right?
Yeah.
That's it. That's what I'm gonna do.
No, don't do that. In fact, here's the thing. I would actually, if you do that, here's what I would challenge you to do is, okay, so I do this because I already know that everybody, the number one experience in my life is that people, I call myself the litmus test, because people tell me their biases right away all the time. People see in me fears, beliefs of who people are, all kinds of things, because I don't identify as much of anything that other people see me as. And they would never think to even address any of those things. So, in a lot of cases, you know? And, I'm sorry.
That's pretty much all everyone can do, right?
Yeah.
When they look at someone else, the more they learn, the more accurate the construct. I know. I like how you call each room in your Discord the construct and not the construct.
Oh, thank you.
That's all people can do really when they look at each other and they learn about each other. Is they start from people think they build up a perception of someone, but it's actually the inverse. People they have an impression.
Yeah.
That is the creation of the construct. And then they deconstruct based on what they've learned. They burn. Like all the dead wood will burn from their construct. From everything they learn about that person. But they do not start with a blank slate, giving the benefit of the doubt.
It's not as common. It is not, and it really, I honestly think that there's a large argument throughout time that's been about the nature and nurture of that. The presupposition, nature and nurture, whether or not you suppose somebody to be, or whether somebody supposes to be. And that's. It's one of those things where I really believe that some people can and some people can't. Some people are taught to. Some people are never taught to. Some people want to learn but don't know how to. And it's really, when I said that I tend to be a litmus is, it's mostly because people tell me, like I said, who they think I am. They very rarely ever ask me who I am. And when I tell them what I've done or who I am, they often don't want to believe it. I'll even show them video and they'll still be trying to dismiss things. But they will fill in the space of this image with as much projection, idealism, ideation, you fucking name it, because void, or people love to fill a void. Pareidolia is a thing. And the brain wants to create a story or an image.
The void is the absence of reference points.
Yeah.
So people feel aimless when they don't have reference. Let me ask you this: do you think that during the conversation, well, I know there were tensions between a lot of panelists last night.
Yeah.
But do you think that maybe that's something akin to that process actually occurred the more when someone says they have value X, well, you must be that type of person, you must share that ideology, you must share these political beliefs. So do you think that sort of thing happened as well during the panel last night? Did you have any feeling that people were people were assuming things about other people based on like a simple sentence they said or anything?
Yeah, and I think some of that was performative. I think some of it was inflammatory. I think some of it was deflective. There was all kinds of reasons for that going on, none of which were helpful. Like, if I was the person at a mediation over a contract, and that was the behavior between the contract, I would have advised, if I'm third party, I would have advised for all parties to go back and reconfirm their sides so that we could come to something closer to synthesis or something closer to an agreement of some nature, compromise and or cooperation, whichever one. You know, because compromise, by the way, compromise is both parties are kind of pissed about what happened, but at least they got something done, and they both walk away pissed, equally pissed.
Yeah.
And cooperation, everybody walks away happy. Less often do we find cooperation, but in compromise, you have a form of it, even if you're both pissed.
Well,
like, you know what I mean?
I recently started telling people that first of all, you have to distinguish your individual morality, and you have to distinguish your personal morality and the prescriptions you have on a societal level. And another way to put it is, sorry, I lost my train of thought because that was the second idea that came to mind. The first idea I just lost.
Oh, you're good. So you were talking about the moral level and or the value system given to those things. Are you building it off that, or that? Yeah, you said.
Yeah, distinguishing between what is personal morality and what you would prescribe to the societal level. Therefore, people, when they think about coming to a consensus, the only consensus they should adopt is one that, paradoxically enough, assumes that consensus is impossible.
Yeah, I mean, consensus, I think you can get, honestly, I don't know if it's impossible, but I don't think 100% consensus, because I think consensus can have a value, evaluative, you know, or be evaluative. You know what I mean?
One single issue consensus, it's entirely possible. But when you have multiple issues, when you have issues at a societal level, which means a bunch of multitude of issues, then it gets kind of impossible, in my opinion.
No, it does. As soon as, well, and this is the other reason why I won't address or engage with multifaceted arguments that continue to go on with either like flips in red herring, straw man. As soon as people like add multiple tiers of commentary, and especially when they want to add in there like a pejorative somewhere in there, you know, it's like, man, I was dealing with this on Wix. Was it Wix panel? I don't even remember at this point in time. It probably was. Where Smith actually, Smith helped to deflect some of it. But only because it was so obvious that, like, at each juncture, people, we weren't getting a chance, or I wasn't getting a chance to really engage in each of the topics being brought up. It was just slew after slew, which was called swamping. And at some point, I said it, I think, I won't even engage past that point because there's no way to. There's no way to deal with all of that. You want to lay that out, because then there's no way to actually address every single topic that you want to address. I'd have to make a list of 25 things. And frankly, you know, at that point, they also, most of the time, I say that they, in this common discourse that I've been seeing, the so-called debate, which is more of an argument than a debate, because you're not getting to synthesis at any time.
Indeed.
Is that they don't want to actually allow for a topical response, individual response, and so that's why they swamp, because they know there's no way to keep track of it.
Looking to win rather than converge.
Yes, looking to win, then even to get your point across. Yeah, well, this is the other thing is because the points, and I think I was saying this even, are getting mired in all these like add on. Make your point. Let me understand it. Let me consume it. Maybe repeat it. Maybe reiterate it. I won't care about the loop at that point, as long as it's a clearer reiteration and you keep moving. But the thing is the reason everybody keeps looping, and we know that what the loop is because synthesis isn't happening. It's not being allowed to happen. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that nobody can pay attention to what the fuck is actually the topic anymore, because by the time, and this is my thing, that I have such a problem with the way that Destiny has trained everybody for almost a generation, apparently, to disagree with one another, is by, Tom, say something controversial to me, and I'll pull this tactic on you and see how you feel about it.
I feel like that's bait. Are you baiting me into something, Aaron?
Well, you know, when we're having a conversation, we could be setting each other up But that's not what I'm trying to do at this moment in time. In fact, I can see that by your logic, you're just expecting it to be faulted. Do you see what I did there?
Yeah.
You don't even know where to start in the argument, do you?
Indeed, yeah, and I just lost. I feel like I just lost.
Yeah, no, you didn't lose. I didn't engage with you. That's the other thing, is if you feel like you just lost, right? Because I said something quipped. I said something that sounded related. It sounds even reasonable. I didn't fucking engage with a single thing you said. Technically, I just ad hominem on your ass and spanked you with some fucking illogical rhetoric. That's all that is. It is a rhetorical statement.
Well, that's one thing Mike said, and he's actually on point on this, and I agree with him. Is that the format of tonight's conversation, again, a lengthy conversation of even the most trained diplomats in the world, they have lunch breaks, they have like quarter breaks.
Yes.
They have a few breaks in between. 16 hours is kind of excessive.
No, we were hard. I don't know if you saw, but every time my camera turned off, it's because I either had something to do, I had to let the animals out. That's why I got wireless.
So what Mike said that is on point is that it was ill managed. Like what I saw Speaky do in the past usually is that one night he'd do a stream. He'd have one, like when both parties there's a dichotomy.
Yeah.
He takes one party one night.
Yeah.
This party makes its case. Peaky talks about it with his chat. He studies a bit of stuff backstage. Next night, it's the other party. Same process. Third night, he goes back in. Maybe he invites both of them. Maybe he invites only the one he figured out is actually not to blame, but is actually in the right.
Yeah.
But he usually has a process. And last night, I don't know, Aaron.
I'll tell you what happened. No, I'll tell you what happened.
Everyone has its share of blame, Aaron,
Yeah.
and I'm going to give you your share.
Oh, I am definitely to blame for a good portion of it, but I want to hear what your point of view is on it. Yeah.
Well, I think you may, and it's also Speakeazy's blame because one shouldn't feel pushed by other people. But maybe the fact that you pushed this issue and this circumstance on Speaky, maybe he felt responsible to hold this debate and see it through.
It could be. I didn't pressure him, but I did feed him the information. I definitely, we talked about it being, something I think we all felt important. I think he saw the mirror as I did. And the further he got into the story, I think is the same. He felt the same way I did about it, which is that, it was such a mirror. Like you've seen, like there's a person for person almost we found. In fact, we were laughing about it. You were on the other stream already, but we were comparing E Black to, what's her name? She got that weird name. She looks like she's bald. She's not. She just has her hair in the back and the baseball cap. She got a pluralized adjective name. Traders. Her name is Traders. So we were, it's just like there's literally character for character, including Easy, and I don't mean to call them characters, but it's like if you're just look to parse out all of how people's roles in the situation. Yeah. And that said, it was just clear to me that I also felt like that somebody who was not part of the situation could help bring light to it in a way that I would look biased. Because I'm on Mike's panels. So I wanted him to take his time, go through the story, do what he's going to do. I hope he continues on because there's way bigger fish. This is what I kept saying is there's way bigger fish to fry. Huge, giant fish that we just lost out on catching because of argument over...
We couldn't even get the fishing crew together, man.
Bro. At that point, well, no, the fishing crew's still there. He's still got all the info. He's still looking at it all.
Yeah, but they home, Aaron. They all went home, man. They're not getting on the boat right now.
Well, no, and that's fine. But don't forget, the ocean's always there, man. The ocean's always there, and it's still currently there. And by the way, we just threw a shit ton of chum in the water and then walked back on the dock. So this is the other portion is we saw it at the end. I don't know if you saw it. We saw it at the end of the stream. Big whales showed up. Whales show up. I'm telling you, people. It's hard to describe. You can go to the
that GQ guy.
Yeah, that was real.
I was on Mike.
That was real.
Mike's panel at that point. Who is he? Who's that guy?
I have yet to have a chance to really look into him. We were going to talk. He and I had initially a bit of a step on the wrong foot. And
apparently, I think I've seen one of the chatters in Mike's TV channel say that he has 54K subscribers or something like that.
He has a lot of subscribers, millions of views. He's got when I got to look at it, once we looked at the right pages, he's got a very interesting topical formula. He does popular music stuff. His stuff looks good. I saw what his rig was, and frankly, he's the only person I've seen with more screens than me, or bigger screens at least. It's like that kind of thing where it's like I can see the gear he's working with. He's actually.
So you're probably right to assume he's a whale. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he was very clear from what he had rocking around him, including really. You know what? You want to know the key? It's the desk phone. Is it a
desk phone?
Yeah. Is it a cell phone, or do you have a push button desk phone with a screen on it with a whole bunch of controls?
Ooh.
That's kids. That's how you know a whale.
Okay.
If you got two, you might be somebody. I'm just gonna say, everybody that I know, if you got two on the same desk, you might be somebody. And
what if I got 5, Aaron?
If you got 5, you're the fucking president, Tom, and of something. Or you are Fulcanelli.
Right.
You're Fulcanelli, for real. No, I'm kidding. I'm just, by the way, folks, if you don't know, go look it up, because I'm trying to start the lore. It's the you know what it is? By saying it, it's the jars and the books together. Just
it becomes real.
It becomes real for anybody who goes, what do you mean by Fulcanelli? What is that?
I have to take a quick break. Can you entertain me?
Yeah. I try once in a while. I don't know. You have to actually ask them if I entertain. Merci, monsieur. Oh, folks, it's been a long day, and thank you for sticking around. Goodness gracious, I have that, but I'm not a big YouTuber. I just like being nosy online plus work. Oh, Jelly, the fact that you're here is fantastic. Yeah, you can't push any person to apologize. You can only say that's what you'd hope they do. You give them a chance to. They didn't want to take it. There it is. That's why I tried to call it a couple times about 6 hours ago. Shit. Oh, you're huge. I'm sorry. You are a fantastic. I was about to say something that would have probably been offensive. The way it was, especially at this time of the morning, with my limited capacity. Jelly, you're more than welcome to come on. It's not hold on a second. I got you, Jelly. I'd love to hear your thoughts, please. You know, your voice is very soothing. So, hold on one second. Let me get the copy into the chat. Do you have Discord, Jelly? Because if you oh no, I'm using Discord. You might have to download it on your phone. And it is entirely very confusing. Which is partially why I use it, because it limits the people. But I would love to have you in my Discord, by the way. So if you don't have Discord, please. It would be wonderful. So I'm going to put this in the chat. Stand by. And boom. There's the Discord. Yeah, Jelly has... especially between Tom and Jelly, we literally got, like, serious healing energy happening. That would be wonderful. Hold on a second. Call in. I'm not going to say beef, because I'm just looking for, you know.
And then to all this?
Well, there is no end, man. I mean, these are the things. I used to really get hyped up or really upset, or, you know, and I had my moment. I had my catharsis, by the way. I've learned to express that and let it go, you know. And if I can't express it that way, I've actually, I have this really strange, I guess it's strange, but I learned it from Cao Liu, which is he's an Eastern philosopher that's involved with Tao, and I've actually been studying him for quite some time. I just didn't realize I was actually studying him, and I've only recently learned that I had been studying him. I just didn't realize it was in the compendium of what they consider his work. It actually may be many different philosophers over a long period of time, but it's given to one monk. And this monk, his philosophy is to live with the world as the world lives. And that means to enjoy the joy. It's very hedonistic, but it's very grounded. It could be considered ascetic in some natures, but it's being happy with what you have, enjoying riding the flow. He'd be a surfer, you know. He also had a very wonderful flow, and there's some great stories about him. In any case, I've taken to some of this philosophy that you know, comme ci comme ça. And for the audience that doesn't know French, easy come, easy go.
The truth is, we never say "comme ci comme ça." It's a lost expression, really.
It's a 19. You know what it's from? It's a 1950s. If I'm not mistaken, you can look this up. It's a 1950s colloquialism that is a misunderstanding of something else, or it was like a hyped term that maybe was like the cool thing and put in Time or Life magazine, and so you find it in like the 1950s, early 60s TV shows as like anytime they went somewhere would be to Gay Paris, and the first thing out of their mouths would be like bonjour, comme ci comme ça. You know, like
so it's an American-made cliche of French people.
Yeah, very much so.
Okay.
French fries,
like your Chinese food, right?
Yeah, French fries, Chinese food.
You know, Chinese people don't eat that kind of food.
No, not at all. Not at all. No. And it's really a shitty thing that we don't have good dim sum, proper dim sum, unless you go to like San Francisco and just some proper areas. We have some, but it's really hard to find. And not like I've been all over the world. And when you go to like the UK or when you go to like Melbourne or Sydney, and you have dim sum there, or just Chinese food there, not anywhere near the same flavor palette, because Chinese cooks who came to cook culinary in the U.S. There's a couple documentaries about it. Found immediately that the palate of the time
as a
period,
cook. Okay, you wanted me to say something. I know you were making another point, but I'm applying to it anyway. You wanted me to say something controversial, all right? Hot take.
All right. Yeah.
As a cook, because I've been a cook for 12 years now.
Yeah.
The Brits are the ones who are right in calling those things chips. You guys are wrong in calling these Lay's thin-ass potatoes slice chips. They're right. You're wrong.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you. Well, bro.
We would call it French fries, right?
Yeah, but I don't like that term.
But their French fries are so crispy. They're as crispy as thin chips.
Yes.
But they're thick, right?
Well, yeah, but that's the thing is they
managed to do something you cannot replicate.
Bro, we can't do pomme frite, okay? Let's just flat out. If Americans knew what pomme frite was, they would never they would never have another McDonald's fry ever fucking again. It's a different beast, but for real, once you have pomme frite, you don't go back. It just is not a thing, because pomme frite, folks, is when you take a potato and you emulsify it in a fat and salt and like a little garlic, right? And a little parsley or a little baby, you know. It's very simple. Very simple. Maybe a little cheese, you know. But au gratin, whatever, right? I think that's another thing that we also title. I don't think that's even a term, is it? Au gratin? No, it is. It is au gratin.
Yeah.
Au gratin. Yeah. Which, by the way, there's a really funny. I wish I could remember the full term of it. I've got it written down. There's this.
It's actually whenever you put cheese on something and you end it in the oven on broil mode.
So
just to crisp the cheese on the top.
Ooh. Well, here's a funny thing: is there is a stuff called duvetine. It's a material that we use in the theater and in concerts. It's a black material that we throw over things that you can't see. It's kind of thick. It's fireproofed. It's actually fairly inexpensive because it tears really easily, and it's easy. You can get it in a couple different levels, so you can throw it over. So you think duvetine is like some international word, and most people do think it is in my business, but it is actually the term like Band-Aid which is just a brand.
It's a company.
It's a company. And until you travel overseas, you don't realize that there is at least 4 different words for this damn thing. And the funniest one is coton de gratin. And and that's what when you request it on a rider, when you request Duvetine on a rider in France or in any French-speaking country, you ask for coton de gratin.
Well, when it's not very much used in Quebec, but when French people from France say "c'est du gratin," it's gratin. Yeah. It means that it's something expensive.
Really?
Yes. Is it expensive?
No, it's the shit. It's the shit you throw away, so it's even sarcastic.
So yeah,
it's the expensive cotton. Hilarious.
Yeah.
So E Black was saying, Labia's got a report for us. I'm sorry, Tom, to cut you off. E Black was saying he was prepared to continue to come after Mike, and Mike hasn't done content on him for over a year now. E Black is far more responsible, plus he's an elder, or heated their age. Yes, and that was kind of our thing too. Oh, Jelly. Are you kidding me right now? This is amazing. I didn't see you come in. It did make a ding for me. And let me drag you on in. Good morning, Jelly. How you feeling?
Oh, hello?
What's up?
What's happening?
I'm sorry. Hey, I am just trying to get everything.
What's going on? I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you. You're going to have to turn yourself up. I apologize.
Oh, no, it's fine. I was just trying to see if I hear. All right, I can't really see the show now. I'm trying to. All right, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be random. I just want to say shout out to you, Aaron. The gentleman to my left also. I didn't catch your name.
That's Tom. Tom.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's Tom. Yeah.
Tom. Okay. All right. Cool. I just wanted to say, yeah, I heard the conversation last night with Mike TV, E Black, and everything, and I don't want to intrude. This is, I hear like this is a calm after the storm, if you will, I guess, because I know everybody's trying to mellow down from the situation. But I just wanted to say to you, Aaron, real quick, and I get your frustration and everything, and I just wanted to say the first time I actually seen your content, this was a long time ago when you was on TikTok. It was one video, but I didn't have TikTok at the time, and you said something political or if I'm saying the word right, like years ago in that TikTok's short. Because I never really was the type of person to be online that much back then. And from there, I wasn't able to follow you because I didn't really have all that stuff until like I got like
you saw a Facebook reel. I'm sorry. You know what you saw? I was like TikTok. Oh, you saw a Facebook reel like in the early shorts because I had a bunch of shorts that ran. Yeah, that's actually what that was.
Yeah, it was because it was just because like the only reason I thought it was that was because you know how TikTok has certain songs that people use to make the ambiance feeling and stuff.
Yeah. So you may have even seen. You may have even seen if it's on TikTok. You may have even seen one of the artists I was with had me do some other things for him. So I do a lot. I've done a lot of shit. So I'm like TikTok. Goddamn. Yeah. All right. I'll believe you. I believe you.
Yeah. Yeah. My bad. No.
Are you good?
I just wanted to say, like on some real stuff. Like you know, you're really like Earth, and I can see that, and I've seen it for years.
Thank you, sir.
I just feel like you're putting I'm just the person watching. You don't have to take my advice or anything. I'm not telling you what to do because you're your own man. I am my own man. And, we all, like on the service level, want things to kind of change in some type of way. But the older we get, we notice that people are going to do what they're going to want to do.
Hey, Trip.
And,
yeah.
You're amongst humble people over here. We get you.
Appreciate it. Cool.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say, like, I get definitely, like, even if you go for, like, different type of contact or do something else, I'm still going to rock with you. I just feel like...
Oh, thank you.
Like, I feel like your energy is better used, in other areas. You know what I mean? You're good in this space, too. Don't get me wrong. but I feel like you have, like, your brain. A lot of people don't have your brain. You know what I mean? And the thing is like, in many of like we're a small group out of 1 billion people, but
yeah,
you know, a lot of us can point people one way and they're going to go the other way because they want to be hard-headed. So don't take. Just don't, like, this whole night, honestly, it was 12 hours straight. Like, I fell asleep and woke up too, noticing that y'all was still on live. I was like, God damn, that's just crazy. Like,
yeah. Hey, tell me about it, because I kept trying to build I'm sorry not to cut you off, but I kept trying to build an off ramp one way or the other. Like, I don't know if you caught this. It might have been while you were asleep, but at some point I have a big thing about synthesis. We talked about this with Tom, where I was just like, okay, they've both admitted twice. Actually, now 3 times.
At some point I heard you mention synthesis, and I was like, oh, Aaron wants out.
Yeah, well, I wanted them to give themselves an out. If they're going to take that route, give themselves an out, which is, I'll be honest with you, at some point it was confusing and not confusing. It was more like, okay, everybody, they want to fight. Yeah, no, I don't think that, I have to be frank with you, I don't think people were lost. I mean, let me just be frank. I don't think people were lost. I think that they were getting the fight. The catharsis plays into so many people's actions sometimes. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I think people sometimes want to have that brawl, but they don't get the brawl. So when they finally get there, it's like they just frothed for a long time, man, because neither of them wanted to take that route of like, oh, I can say, I apologize for what we all agree is a fuck up. Now, I've heard a lot that people, neither one of them should apologize, or one should apologize and the other. Look, I think that everybody's going to do what they want to do. We can only offer things to them, Right. And like you're saying, I can't take it to heart or personal. If somebody called me, some names or something like that, well, we can take, we can think about it. Someone's dishonest with me, that's another story. I draw some serious lines on that shit, because then I got reliability. It's a big deal. But, I mean, look, I understand the points, but I will say, at the end of the day, I stand by the fact that, like, none of the things that E-Black said discounted what Mike has done. That's what's fucked up about what's getting missed. And then, even more so, Mike's responses to things didn't help him. And I'm thinking from a PR point of view of like, bro, you want people to like you in this situation, and somebody who's trying to bring light.
He told me he doesn't care about the people that were in the audience over there. I told him as much. I told him why do you defend yourself? Who are you trying to convince? Are you trying to defend your image in front of these people? And he said he doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, and we can only see. I don't even have an opinion on that past that point, because I have no control about and can't make someone feel something. I can also only be reliable to myself too.
He's in his right, man. If he doesn't care, it's fair enough. It's all good.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Yeah. And that's where you just got to go.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Hey, Jelly. Thank goodness.
Or am I, like, clear?
You are perfect.
You're very clear.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're very
I
clear.
just wanted to make sure.
And thank goodness for you being here.
I was scared to jump in because I didn't know if the mic was coming in from my headset or from the mic. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You sound loud and clear, and welcome to Discord.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I figured it out, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, you did. Don't try to go anywhere, because then that's where it gets confusing. No,
I
Discord
found that
is
out really quick. I've only been on Discord like 3 times ever, and 2 of those occasions were for, I think, Mid-Journey. So.
Oh, that's fun. No, Mid-Journey, that's actually easy to get. I don't know if anybody else in the audience has ever been over there, but Mid-Journey is like a serious maze of like, what am I doing here, and why is there so many people doing art? How are they doing this? Yeah, that's an amazing place. If you've never been there, so welcome to the panel. Jelly, what's your thoughts on this? I mean, you've been in the chat all night. You've been watching it go down.
Yeah.
You make content.
Firstly, I just want to say I have beef with Dave. That's the first thing.
Dave.
And Dave?
How?
Holy shit!
Because.
By the way, if you say his name 3 times, I'm just saying.
He's shallow here.
I think he's.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, but I told him I got beef with him because he ended up with a wrench over on Daryl's panel, over on his.
Yes,
page,
he did.
And I kept.
I'm not gonna lie, that's impressive.
when I had been
Oh, that was
for over a month. So we have beef. On site every time I see him.
Jelly, do you know what I kept doing in that, by the way? Because everybody was getting timed out on purpose because he told everybody to time everybody out. I kept basically typing in the chat, Viva la chat, on all caps, Viva la chat. And then I just punch it in and it'd go away because I basically was envisioning myself as the lone chatter trying to force my way through the line. Anyways, it was my humor for a while.
I felt the way. I think I was even telling Emily about it. I'm like, oh my God, like why do they keep, or maybe it was Lita. And she's like, me too. I don't know what's happening. So ever since then, me and Dave have a beef that only I participate in. But
no, it's a great beef. Because by the way, but if you want to play it out, if you want to have it out with him,
I told him I said I was going to set YouTube on fire because of it.
Oh, come on, let's go. You definitely need to make a lot of videos and definitely extend, like make him in uncomfortable positions. I dare you to find him in an uncomfortable position where he's not like smiling just his head.
Him on other people's pages. That's funny.
Yeah, exactly. Just troll Dave, like send him into a dark arc. See if that can happen. No, it's so I'm trying to get him on the panel on Friday. It should happen if he's not with Relly and Darius, which. Never know, they're kids. So if he's not hanging out with them, he's likely going to be on the panel, on the Fired Up panel on Friday. So you're more than welcome, as always. And you're always welcome to join me on the panel, by the way. Because
now that I know how to do it, I think I'll participate more.
Please do.
But yes, so as far as my thoughts about tonight, the first thing that comes to mind, I guess, in retrospect, is about positive intent. And Tom, I don't know if you see my comment over on Mike's panel, but positive intent comes from a lot of the stuff that I've learned in corporate America, and it's about how to properly engage with people. And the reason that I'm bringing it up is like positive intent, like the whole concept of it has like a few tenets that one should adhere to. One of the first really big things is always to ask permission. Now, in Tom's defense, I will say that his live stream literally said, how do you guys feel about,
you know,
it
was an invitation for, I felt like it was an invitation for feedback.
Right. Yeah. So the title says that, but Mike's voice didn't say that. Right. So,
indeed.
Yeah. Well,
so for me, it's like when I hear people that are very like verbally distressed, one of the first things that I do is I ask, hey, is it okay if I offer you my perspective, or would you like to hear some feedback from me? And they have the opportunity to say, sure, or you know what, not right now. They might probe and say, well, where are you going with this? So it kind of opens up the floor for them to kind of disengage from like the leveling up that they have a tendency to do, or coming in hot, because now you're giving them the opportunity to think about what you potentially may say. So that's one thing that I did kind of want to bring up, and not even just for you, Tom, but in a lot of the conversation that I was hearing over on Easy's panel, I didn't really hear if it was like, I don't know if you guys were listening to me, but I was saying, hey, is it okay if I ask a question? Black, is it okay if I ask you this? And then, you know, that gives him the opportunity to say, well, sure, you know, or he could say, you know, well, if it's about X, Y, and Z, you know, I don't really want to talk about that part, right? And it's really worked for me in a lot of positive ways, even though it's something that most people don't engage in. But I think when it comes, especially if you're in a new space and you're not familiar with people, it gives them the opportunity to kind of almost disconnect from like being defensive and being interested in about what you're going to say next. But I didn't hear really any of that. To me, it just came across as a lot of badgering. And then also to me, to be quite frankly, a lot of gaslighting from the chat and from members on the panel, because they wanted Mike to concede to their point of view. And
wait, badgering, when I was on Mike TV's channel, does it apply to me when I was there?
So not really badgering, but not really catching a hint that he wasn't like, because I know that you were coming in with good intention, but I also know that, at least for me looking at it from a woman's point of view, when a man's ever accused of any sort of abuse of children, it's like a forever, like, fuck you moment. It's always going to be on site. And I think because of that, Mike was in a space where he felt like he was ambushed. And even though you're trying to give him some positive feedback about how things could have went or been better, he wasn't really trying to hear that. Hence why
He was
right
on
on his
survival mode.
panel, hence why his panel now, if you listen to it, it's not really about feedback, but it's about, let's talk about the problems that were happening on the panel that just happened. So I get what you were trying to, that's why I said, Tom, I appreciate it, but this is a lost cause, because he's not where you are mentally. He's just coming out of, I've had to deal with this guy for a year. He's made videos of me basically saying that I'm a child predator. I just came off of a panel where I felt gaslit the whole time. Nobody was really hearing me out. And then here you come with your soft, gentle voice trying to tell me like ways I could have fixed my stance. And frankly, I'm not trying to hear it. So that's what I think. That's what I heard.
It probably felt patronizing to him.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jelly, because hell of a point, and a great way to explain it too, because that's a tough thing to explain, at least about how approach can affect a situation. But I'd love to hear your take on this, Jelly, as well, because Labia is saying that the stuff is taking a toll on Daryl and Mike, and they just respond differently because they are individuals. But the trauma is clear with Daryl, in her opinion, and that's what bullying does. And I have to agree with her on that it tends to make people responsive or over-responsive. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I know people take things a different way. But that's why I think that bullying tends to do is make people knee-jerk. I know, that's what I used to do, and it was to overcompensate for having 3 older brothers. So, and then Labia also points out that Mike is still being targeted. And this is my point too, that is so mired in what happened last night. And correct me if I'm wrong. And I hear their points. Nobody has to apologize just because people want you to apologize. Nobody has to take any point of view, frankly, that anybody else has because of opinions. And I'm always saying it. I'll always stand by it. We always got our own. We love our own brand. So anyways, but Jelly, is it just me, or really the shame? What was a shame is and I think I've said this a couple times. Maybe it's because I'm tired. But maybe it's because the shame was how the Mike still being targeted by bigger fish, is missed by all the stuff that went down. How everybody behaved.
Well, am
I wrong?
I think Mike says it best when he talks about big bank takes little bank, right?
Yeah.
That sort of line of thinking applies with channel holders, especially, because you even brought it up about how all of these other content creators, because he's done so many of these exposés, have kind of collaborated in trying to, damage him or his content. And so, for me, what I gather from it is, he's in a space, because I've talked to him offline. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay.
No problem.
But I've talked to him offline, and I've just been an ear, and I've listened to his frustration about having to multitask so many of these things, and him trying to build this business and also doing it, trying to persevere through the understanding that people are out to get him no matter what he does. Do I think he always handles it the best way? No, not all the time. But I think because I can't even imagine being under that kind of pressure, right? Because
that's a part of it that I think that people don't maybe get about some of it. And I would say even it's not the same for Easy in the sense of, like, say, this evening as moderator. But I would say that one of the things that it played into it, why I actually put them together, by the way, Jelly, was because the mirroring of the experiences. So one of the things I found, actually, when I think about this, kind of interesting, is how and Tom pointed this out, there was kind of an experience mirror or an expression mirror that did happen at some point where when Easy was done, he did lash out as in a cathartic way. And Mike tends to be more of a roaster. So I guess I would gather that that's more what we are experiencing from him on that. So I think that I don't want to lose engagement with your topic, so I don't want to go off topic, but I think that there were times where, like I said tonight, I just had hoped that maybe more sense of the audience, or say not even, you know, just who was there to help, that people were on his side and willing to go more on his side, you know.
You know, it was going to get messy anyway, because like after a while, when I woke up, I seen a whole bunch of people on the panel. So it was like, it's going to be like hammers being thrown this way, cups being thrown this way, or I agree to him, and it's just like it's like a unbalanced scale going back and forth, up and down. Like, it's like at this point, people are just trying to gain subscribers or lose subscribers. But the thing is like, no matter how we look at the outcome, somebody's going to rock with somebody, and somebody's going to leave with more people on their side or less. It don't really matter. And that's the thing. The conversation was lasting so long, nobody was winning. It was just collateral damage. After this point, everybody's just roasting. And it was like E-Black wasn't, he was saying he was going to give more info, and then he wasn't. And I think he was just waiting for his stream. But the thing is like, now you're in a hot seat. Now you have to give in more, in a sense. You can't like prolong it. Now you look worse in the eyes of the people. And it's kind of like now, like, I don't really know, honestly, who, like, I'm not going to say one. I just know there was, like, a lot of frustration and loose commentary here and there. And then it kind of got back on the subject. And then, like, Easy was kind of like the judge, kind of. And then, like, the people who came up on the panel was more like the jury, in a sense. But, like, everybody was just throwing shit everywhere. It wasn't really organized as it was in the beginning. So it just kind of was just like derailing, and the convo was just going and going and going and going.
Well, the impression I had from chat actually is that both sides came out losers.
Yeah, I feel that way too. I mean, like, if I was just doing the negotiation on it, or a diplomatic set, we would have come to non-resolution. And that you know, yeah. And absolutely. And it's one of those things where, like, Tom pointed it out, that normally if you were going to go that long on a mediation, let's say, whether it be diplomacy or not, it would have breaks. We would have had a lot more interaction, let's say, in the hallway, you know, that tends to chill shit out. And Labia's making some good points. And then she advocates for the victim or target. I'm going to read her post here, folks. I apologize. The word victim has been given a negative connotation much more than the word perp. Think about that. Which I believe that is also true. One of the things that I did really not want E-Black to feel like all night while he snickered up there in the corner, that somehow he was getting away with something. That was something I did not want him to feel. Because he didn't get away with anything. And I think it was pointed out that, yeah, nobody really won there. A winning situation, there wasn't such a thing in that. The closest we would have gotten to a better situation would have been for both of them to go, fuck it, I don't like you. What's going to make you feel better? Here's the apology. And apparently not everybody was earnest about that, but whatever, that's on them. And they could have walked away. And like this. But
because only YouTube chooses who they want to keep on here anyway, so it's not like anybody can really like decide like, oh, well, you can't make videos no more, this, that, and the fourth, unless you like work for the company. But the thing is, it's like, we don't want to. I feel like this is. I know a lot of people say this, but I don't really feel like nobody should be canceled, because it's like, it's a free self platform. Everybody, you can selfly bring yourself up, and the thing is like, yeah, there's gonna be people who talk shit. If your information is out there, then somebody's gonna bring it up. Not like I don't think it's good to dox people. I'm not advocating for that at all. I hate that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like,
yeah, I agree.
Just like if it's something where like you're advocating, like what Mike said, like if you're advocating for this thing, but you're doing the opposite of what you're preaching, that's weird. You know what I mean? Like you shouldn't really be. But it's kind of like, too, you gotta learn when to put the mic down in a sense, because after a while, the person who's talking the most kind of, like, I'm not gonna say talking the most, like the person who's trying to sway everybody the most or try to push the narrative, like just talk the most, but then you kind of start like going back on some of the stuff you said, starts to look worse in front of the eyes of people more than the person who just like went off or just like left the panel or so. That's how I look at it. Because it's like you're kind of like walking backwards after a while, and it's like you want people to. It's like at a point you can't really sway people. Like you can sway people only but for so much. It's not like I'm sorry if I'm like long-winded on this. It's just
no, man. No, you're hitting the points. I mean, it's very clear.
No, I agree with you, Trip. And I think you actually bring up a really important point about wanting people to get your side. And I think, and I'm just going to piggyback off of Emily Labia about her victimization and victim blaming comment, because it's a real thing. So, I mean, you know, we can talk about like whether, you know, Daryl being on Mike's chat and showing that information and giving it to him and him asking for the link was wrong. But I think that there's a certain insidiousness when people are trying to attack your livelihood, your ability to thrive, even attacking your family, right? Because it's one thing to attack a blog post that your partner wrote and poke fun at it, right? Than it is to have a conversation with a parole officer or have to go to a judge and say these people are doing these things when you're in the middle of a court case or something like that. And then to get on a platform to try to explain this to a group of people, and because you're the loudest in the room, because you want people to see your side and you want people to understand that what happened to me was an absolute violation, and that is a line that I'll never go back from, and them telling you to be the bigger person, and them essentially gaslighting you in this very moment and say you should be better. Like Labia said, you should be the one as the victim to resolve it because you have to be the better person. And that's literally what we witnessed. Like, irregardless.
Well,
go ahead.
Jelly, I don't mean to cut you off, but there was one thing there, is that it was more about the case of diminishing returns, in that we have bigger fish to fry, and he knows that. This is my issue with it, is that it was a case of knowing which battle. For me, from my point of view, and I know I see where everybody's coming from on the other side, because everybody's forgetting that this is just one dude. We can't even get to the fucking Pearly Things. We can't get to the fucking Anton Daniels. We can't get to the guy who actually took him down.
I
and
mean,
that's the problem.
We can't,
you know?
But we also have to look at what the guy did too. The guy that is the topic of subject matter. Like, he's a
nobody was giving into that though.
You know,
nobody was giving into that. All we were trying to do is to get him to show himself as the bigger man in that facet. And if you don't want to apologize, we can't make you apologize.
No,
but,
I kind of agree with Jelly there.
No, I understand. I agree with him on the fact that there is definitely a matter where you turn somebody who has been victimized into a victim again because of this. But I have to say, when you're looking at the bigger meta, there is a certain portion of this that I would say is like, yo, this is that little wrestling match. This is the thing where you really, it should have been a knockout punch of just like, we make the point, he made himself a fool repeatedly. If there was just a little less argumentativeness, it would have worked out better, in the sense that Mike could have just fucking dumped off. Mike could have ran away and actually looked better, been like, I don't need to even fucking deal with you, E-Black. Do you have the receipts or not? No, fuck you, I'm out. And but instead, it ended up as a combative situation. And and this is the other thing is the longer term of this labia that is a little it's disheartening, is that there was more to be heard. I hope more is heard out of it, specifically getting past all this into the others. We almost had him totally caught up, and I think we did, actually. There's plenty of evidence now to show that dude was really actively pushing. We connected a lot of dots by having him there. But then again, we undermine ourselves. And here's where I tell my story. I was young. I was spunky. Sometime I'll bring the pictures up. When I shaved my head for a couple of years there, had a lot more piercings. I had a DPG chain. As soon as I got that chain, I went off the hinge. Gave me the jacket. Even worse, it had St. Ides on the patch. You know, I thought I was...
My man was stunting.
I was crazy. I was out of my mind. And then, of course, I had to make up for, the fact that I was token next to Dave Aaron. And that was hard. That was hard to match up to. So overcompensation is a term for real. It's a thing. And I'll just say that I did things reactionary, got a habit of reactionary, and then missed out on a couple little things I didn't have to miss out on. Because instead, I was trying to fight battles that were fucking little battles instead of holding up the energy to fight the big ones. And that's to each their own. And we all learn our own way.
Yeah,
and I'm just saying that, like,
he
tonight...
still needs to learn that, though, because I think this was also a demonstration that he's probably never had to deal with a situation like this. You know what I'm saying? So...
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I even texted him and I said, hey, you can legit apologize and not mean any of that shit if you're willing to do so. Like, on the back end, like, I'm texting him as he's talking. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, because I'm trying to help him get past the wanting to defend himself. Because, I mean, if you heard him, he said, how am I going to apologize to a man that can't even acknowledge that what he said was false? And to me, that spoke volumes to me. That means that injury that he created, that E-Black created, is like, that's something that, I mean, if I see you, I am beating the brakes off of you, type of thing.
I know
so, go ahead, Tom.
We're kind of talking meta conversation here because the focus of our conversation is the different strategies in conversation with which Mike could have come out of this with better optics, right? But I think we're talking meta conversation, but I think we all agree, right, that E-Black is the perpetrator in that situation, right?
Oh, it's no question. The fucking dude had...
Right,
cool. I mean, let me just elucidate on that topic. Let me just go through it a little bit, because this is the things that was really upsetting to me.
Yeah, because we
wanted
go through it.
I wanted the context of that video so we could prove how mundane and nothing burger it was. Forget about the rest of it. I wanted to see how nothing it was, because it was nothing. I know what it was.
I
also wanted to see...
to be honest.
Yeah, I know. I feel it. We ain't going back to it. No, audience. You. Yes, Labia, you. No, we're not going back to it. I apologize. Labia will, though. She's hardcore. She's the same with Lita. E-Black will get his own pain. This is the other thing. Don't forget, Labia, last night on stream with me, Labia, Daryl, I feel bad for Daryl. Daryl's had some real rough stuff, and I can only imagine. Well, this is the thing, is E-Black made a number of verbal errors that would have been easier to just let him hang himself with if there hadn't been so much aggressive, at least, I mean, and aggressive isn't the word for it. It's not insufferable. It's like if there wasn't so much combativeness in some aspects, and I believe in some of it, because, just like Taicho Tom, I forgot to share this earlier, and I'm sorry to go off topic. I'll come back to the point. But Jelly, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Let me roll over you to find your name. Trip, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tom went into Mike's stream, and I had warned Tom before, like, if you ever go over there, I really want to take you over there because I want to see what you think and see what your perception of it is and see your point of view. I think people would find you interesting, and Mike would find you interesting. But I'd always said, hey, man, why don't you come with me? Because, I didn't even think to tell him. It didn't even occur to me, like, oh, man, this is a roast session. You can't just, like, walk in there. First, the receipts come out, so you get skewered into fine little chunks, and then you end up on the roaster. And by the time you're there, you didn't even know you got sliced, and you're just roasting. And I you know, nobody should walk into the bar where everybody's got, just like, you know, here where everybody's got a wrench. Nobody should walk in there where they don't know they're about to be samurai'd. You know, it's time. Oh, I'm sorry. And Labia says it's time, and everyone responds to trauma different. Absolutely. And this is part of it as well. Is at some point, that's why I wanted to try to create the off ramp. By the way, Labia, at some, I think I did it. I think it was 4 times. I'd have to look at my notes. That I tried to get the off ramp to just, okay, either you're going to apologize to each other and walk away just to be men about it, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, grown-ups, or not. And that doesn't mean you're less of a grown-up, but you're actually making a fucking grown-ass decision by saying no, by the way. So I shouldn't make a polar statement about that. We should watch ourselves on that one, by the way, because I think of that exclusive thought is there. So back to my topic. Anyways, so I think that, one, we have missed the opportunity to make dude look more like a fool, to share all that info that he didn't have, that was false. I think there was just too much roast and not enough like step back when it could have been. So it made, if I'm going to say, like, from a PR point of view or just an optics standing on the other side of the TV point of view, it made it hard for empathy. And that's the toughest thing in the situation, because if you're a subject of, this is the fucked thing about American culture, I would say also, really fucked. And Jelly, you tell me how we combat this. Labia, you tell me how we combat this. The polarized sensitivity of the fact that, of course, you want to defend yourself vigorously, viciously. You want to stab back when people say, I know this feeling. That's what I was saying earlier. I did some real stupid shit. There was a fork involved. There was a fork involved. Anyway, but
Aaron, if I could add really quick.
Yeah, jump in. I'm sorry I lost my train.
No, it's fine. A part of the panel, and I think a good majority of the audience had already made their mind up about what kind of outcome they wanted, though. I think it was going to be an impasse, regardless of, like, even like you had mentioned flipping a coin, and people are like, oh, well, who's going to flip the coin at this point? And I'm sitting around listening like, well, just somebody flip a damn coin, or ask, heads or tails. And the thing is that from what I perceived is that the outcome that people wanted to hear, including Easy, is that an apology was made. And the simple fact is that Mike was never going to apologize. The only outcome that could have been is for both of them to say, I can't fucking stand you, and I will never speak on you again. But Mike has already done that. So the only person that would have been to do that would have been E Black, but he wasn't going to concede to that either. I mean, there was no real resolution to this other than to sit around and speculate at who was more at fault.
And to be honest, I'm gonna exaggerate here, but would we really expect a rape victim to apologize to her rapist?
No, but I will say this. Okay, so this is the one thing about all that, and is that we could have gotten, it could have ended earlier. You can go back in the footage. So there's a moment where we're having the conversation of who did worse. We were actually there at that moment when somebody said, well, what is more egregious? And the chat voted on it. We all talked about it. And both parties at that moment had the real off-ramp.
No.
The absolute off-ramp.
Aaron, I know Speaky kept using the word egregious, but the polling said who was most aggressive.
Oh, I didn't see the poll. Let's just but just semantics aside, or words aside.
Why it's not semantics, because it changed the whole perception of the whole audience.
Okay, well, forget about the chat. I was less concerned about that as I was where we were at with the communication or the discourse between the two parties. So both parties had come to a point where they were using the word egregious. What is more egregious? And at some point, we got both of them to say, yeah, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
And that's like one of the greatest moments where it was like, okay, let's run. Everybody go home now. We both said we fucked up. That's all that you needed. That was that most people forget. Admitting fault is in many ways as valuable as an apology, if not more, because getting to that point takes such a form of humility that to ask for more than that is actually inappropriate. But the problem became that both of them backed off of that moment after we were basically going, okay, so you apologized to him?
And and he's been bullying me for a week. But we squashed it because we actually fight. But then it's like we walk off after the fight. We handshake and we walk our separate ways. And a lot of people I know in my life have done that. They ended up being friends when they started going to different semesters of school. You know, because a lot of kids at that time were young men developing. They're trying to, you know, they're trying to understand that side of who's for me and who's against me. And some kids just have it in them to be trying to be more stronger than the other. And I'm not trying to compare us to kids or anything, but just us growing up as people, I feel like it's this thing of pride. Once we get to that part of our age of 25, or if we're in our prime mentally of where we're at, we have this thing of like, we don't want to answer to nobody. But not even just that, we don't want to be like, why would I apologize to my enemy? You know what I mean? Because sometimes, usually, the enemy of my enemy can be my adversary. Like my friend at that moment.
Yeah, you're
not forever, or we don't even have to talk anymore. Just leave it as that, and we move on our separate ways and just go about it. It don't have to be a fisticuffs. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we just talk about it, squash it, leave it. We agree to disagree, or disagree to agree, or whatever. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that last one, but we want to agree to, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if I'm like rambling, my bad, but it's just
no. I think that's correct. I think you're hitting on the head that a lot of this could have been handled in a agree to disagree. I think that would have worked. It would have been acceptable. There were a lot of things. I think the term apology maybe got overused as I think about it, because it does force them into a position of somehow some capitulation or something. And I think that rather than just, but it was said several times, like, shake hands and go your own way. Shake hands and go your way. I don't know if I'm the only one who said it, but and by the way, no, labia. This is totally correct, and none of this excuses. None of this excuse attempt to get to the point of being like, yo, leave each other alone. Just fucking leave each other alone. At this point, because you're both harmful to each other, and it's kind of harmful to yourselves. I mean, it's like, it's not getting you any further, which is even more concern, because if you care about Mike, it's like, come on, man, don't pull any more spears. These motherfuckers just fucked your channel up. That's even worse. That was real money. When they were like, oh, what kind of damages is that, bro? Watch the videos.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna lie, it gets to a point too that, like we said before, the time was rolling. A lot of us, our temper ends up overcrowding our thoughts. So it's like, I already noticed that sometimes when Mike streams, he streams for a long time, you do too, and however everybody else is doing it. There's a point where it's like, when somebody's frustrated, that frustration is going to be that new personality, and it's not gonna end. So
it's gonna stick as well in the mind of other people who watches.
Yeah, because people are just gonna use a minute clip of that, and that lasted for at least hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it takes is one clip. And the thing is like, I don't want to point no fingers at anybody, and that's why I say it's like, it's really no point for, like, what was the point of this? Like, canceling, or was it to see who was, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, because to a point, it's just like Mike said, he hasn't done a video about him on the side. He had, well, a long time ago maybe, but not recently. And before, and it's just like, he was going at him, however, but like at this point, it's just like you said, Aaron, it's just like, what was the point? We should just like cut it short.
I'm thinking right now that my question about redemption was actually kind of dumb, actually. Because truly, if one is really a victim of something truly egregious, we're talking about retribution at that point. I know retribution seems like extreme, but in a civilized world, retribution is balanced with mercy. But
you're
really
not talking about retaliation.
The question should have been, what type of retribution would Mike would like to see come out of all this?
Well, I think that question that you asked was a fair one for people to build their own bridge out of, or not.
No, I'm thinking about it right now, and calling someone a pedophile in the context that they're their line of work and their financial well-being is all tied up into public image, I'm thinking, no, at that point it's fair game not to give the other guy a redemptive arc.
No, this is the thing, is we'd already established that.
Yeah.
Already established.
I think I'm just reiterating. I'm thinking about my question I asked during the streaming.
No, I understand, but I think as far as framing, to give people their own case to frame out whether or not they want to be involved or how they feel about it, that was a fair question to ask, because it gave each person a choice to say, well, I do want to do this or I don't. Both of them had some intention to do it,
true,
but couldn't get past the point, and were very able to make their points to say, I can't get past X, Y, and Z, and which is why I'm not going to take part in it.
It actually revealed that we were in a case of retribution. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
true. Yeah,
and that's why I think it was a valuable thing to a certain degree. At least it was helpful to get past a point where we were there. Trip, yeah, I think it could have been shortened. I mean, whataboutism, best case scenario, but it's actually not whataboutism. That's like fantasy world actually for me now. Like,
and this is not to be extra or anything. I'm not between nobody. I'm just a person looking, you know what I mean? Because to me, nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I need to judge anybody. I'm just going off of what I'm seeing. I felt like at a certain point when Easy started he started seeing them going back and forth, he should have started muting at the appropriate times.
Yeah.
Certain people, and then started asking the questions and going here and there. Because the back and forth, Mike's going to not stop going back and forth. And E Black is the same way. But E Black can't win himself like Mike does. But it's like, so E Black's frustrated and he's going to keep going, and Mike's going to keep going because Mike can talk him.
Yeah.
But it gets to a point, the longer it goes, he looks worse.
So painful.
No matter who says what or what evidence pops up.
Yeah, and even worse is that, and I just to add on to your point, Trip, even worse with this, that was driving me nuts, frankly. I was hoping that it would just, there had to have been some better option for moderation. I would agree with you there. Mute something, I don't know why. We can only assume. And it's his platform. Maybe, I'm not going to assume anything,
I'm not blaming him or anything. I get it, because he was trying to be he was trying to be
neutral. He's trying to be neutral.
Argument.
I've been around Speakeasy long enough now to know that it's his style. He's very, very pro free speech in general, and in these kind of circumstances, he's a bit maybe he's idealist a bit. He believes that people will hash it out in a civilized manner, but obviously doesn't always go that way.
One of the things though that was driving me nuts.
Wrong to make that expectation.
In that circumstance,
yeah, I agree, Jelly. Yeah, I got, especially because, and this is one of those things is, once again, I recall back to the Tom walking into the roast session, not knowing he was walking into it, literally like just sliding himself onto a spit and jumping into the fire. Like, is this where I go?
I didn't know it was bacon.
Yeah, exactly. Canadian bacon.
That was good.
Yeah, so for real, man, sizzling. Jesus Christ. I didn't watch it. I saw him smoking on the way out. It was crazy. In any case, sorry.
Yeah, I just thought that was the overall problem, is that people had made and including Easy.
Yeah.
He had made his mind up about what outcome he wanted because of his level of expectation based on his prior experiences. And the reality is that with these particular two, you were not getting anything close to that. It's unfair. Even with all the rationale, you could have had the best group of panelists on there that asked all the right questions, who said all the right thing, and there was no back and forth. Both of them, E Black and Mike, would have been at a stalemate, period. And I think, and that's my one big critique for Easy, is that And I had said to somebody over in Mike's chat, somebody named DB, they were like, yeah, you know, you could have been. And I'm like, that's a problem. Your level of expectation is not, you have to deal with people how they show up, how they are.
Yeah.
And if you can't be that adaptable to be able to flow with the personalities and the dispositions with people in a conversation, you're always going to every once in a while end up with one of these streams that goes batshit crazy. It's always going to happen.
As I identified with Aaron earlier, people start with a construct, but what you're pointing out, you're inspiring me this idea, so thank you for that. But we should start from discovery instead. Let people show themselves and discover them.
And it's about positive intent.
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm sorry to cut off before I forget this because I've been meaning to make this point. So and Labia brought it back to me as devolved. eBlack began to energize and ready to share the abuse clip again. So one of the things I noted, and I said it at least twice, I believe. I know I said it once for certain, but the second time I've been blurred by everybody screaming.
Oh.
So I can't imagine, right?
No, I'm just amazed by how intelligent Labia is. Goddamn.
Oh, I love Labia.
That's
Are you kidding?
fair. That's.
This is both literal, hyperbole, and metaphoric. God, it's everything. Yeah, I love Labia. She's awesome. They're awesome. Anyways, separately. So the point that was driving me nuts, so I don't forget this. Mike uses a logic that is concise, quip, high point, and like he's gonna slice you like Brittany Venti at the end to get it in with a logic point. So if you aren't smart enough, you're not gonna catch it. And if you're really smart, you'll catch it, and it's gonna make you angry, and inflame you, so you're gonna miss your point. And he's good at that. I've seen him do it 100 times. He was doing it very well. The problem is when you have somebody who cannot defend, and who only uses hyperbole, who only uses pejorative, at that point, it becomes a problem because they're not actually responding anymore. They're not engaging. They're just blah, 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 which, as we saw, the giggling, the laughing, the not taking things seriously, not actually responding to anything. And that's one of the other things that I really actually wish Mike hadn't put so much energy into, because he was feeding into the little demon over there. And that also was like, man, and the whole thing was feeding into it. That's why I kept pointing out, man, I don't know why you're giggling up there. This isn't something that anybody should be proud of. You shouldn't think that this is a fucking grown-ass man.
Well, towards when it all devolved and the focus came in on Mike, for the rest of the stream, he was giggling, smirking in his little corner.
Yeah, that was weird, man.
All the way up to the end.
He was just like really, really tired, or like he just was already like in the other type space before he even got on the stream, but the stream prolonged itself and we were just seeing like more. But the thing is, like I said, too, like eBlack wasn't helping with kind of withholding information, so it was like they both were kind of like tug of warring the time, and it was just like they were trying to see who could just like babble more throughout the whole session, because it was just like I was just surprised it went over 12 hours. Like like I know the stream he did the day before was somewhere around 11 or 12, but this hit 13, almost hit 14. I was like, okay, like I don't know. That it was just like we shouldn't have. I don't know. I just feel like the energy could have been put somewhere else. It shouldn't have been like this.
Well, that's what I felt, man, and that's where I struggled with the situation, and I feel the empathy, not sympathy. I feel the empathy for the situation, not for eBlack, but for Mike. Obviously, I wanted him to come out of the situation finding more allies, and have more platform and a secondary platform, and more people reaching out. Which I think, honestly, one of the things I got to say that is most interesting and most hopeful about the entire situation. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong. And Jelly, I'd like to hear your thought on this one, because and Trip too. Any of you guys, but I mean, I feel like last night at one point 4 different groups that had nothing to do with one another, from all different sides of the YouTube algorithm, that would have never run into each other. They would never have ended up in a chat, ended up coagulating and collaborating around this scenario for a brief moment. And everybody went over to Daryl's space, way off in the weirdness. That man has a cult with stuff going on, you know. I mean, like, that's epic. That's super epic. Well, I mean, like, what do you guys think of that? Do you think that there's any win in that, or is that just a loss now?
So if we want to go off of a certain perspective, like, cause it's weird. YouTube's really been pushing different people, and every single time somebody was canceled prior, you usually find their how can I say? You usually find their new account later on within like weeks span. So like,
sure,
it's weird because like for real, I didn't even know Mike had another channel after they took it down, and a couple other creators did the same. Daryl's got taken down too. Then 2 minutes later, you know, they're coming back, but everybody wants to hear their side of the story. You know, not everybody's just going to be. So sometimes even your chat could be against you. You know, it could be more, you know, people just there to hate more so than people liking your stream. But also eventually they might. It's like I said, it's all a matter of perspective. And it's also like in Dark Knight, what he said before, either you die, he was like, either you die a hero or you live long enough to look like the villain. So it's just kind of like
that's a real one. That's very, very real, by the way.
So
very real.
This is a matter of the perspective right now. Is either grab subscribers or unsubscribe to somebody. But then it's like like I said, YouTube can only choose who they want to keep here. But then at the same time, they want to promote the smoke. You know,
and
like,
yeah,
yes, Aaron.
We've been. It's over 20 hours, almost close to 20 hours of all of us talking about this. So I'm just saying, like, I'm just the observer looking. I'm not biased. I would like everybody to be their own, you know what I mean? Like, I have my own channel, but my channel is mostly just like art and music. I don't.
Oh, what's your channel? Hold on a second. Put your channel in the if you wouldn't mind, put it in the Discord chat, and I'll put it in my chat.
And
I appreciate it.
If I understand your question correctly, Aaron, you're asking, is there any positive from the fact that different audiences crossed each other in that moment, right?
Yeah. I mean, because I feel like that there was a bit of like communal recognition last night of like everybody who hates these villainous fucking grifters was looking at a whole group of people, seeing their little, I hate to call it little, but they're like their TV shows. It's like if Walter Cronkite and you know, the local news. I hate to use Walter. Let's not use Walter. Like your favorite local news guy, and everybody has their own town favorite local news guy, and 3 of them got taken down all at the same time by similar methods, and everybody found out that by watching the 4th news guy that they all had something in common because they'd never noticed each other.
It's hard to say in terms of proportion what's the outcome, but I feel like it's a bit like atoms crossing paths. They will exchange the upper layer of electrons, but in the end, their nuclei will stay the same.
I can feel that, but little changes, large changes take little changes, you know.
Yeah, true. Time. That's true. But you collide them at high speed.
Yeah, but then you know what happens there. Then you need a semi-permeable layer the size of a 3-story building to collect fucking four neutrons.
True. All right, but you get my analogy anyway, right?
No, I do. I just took it to the furthest depth of contrarianism.
There's probably a bunch of
Sorry.
Both of you guys are being extreme with those analogies.
I know, that was just nerd. We just nerded so hard. Nerd! Sorry.
But yeah, that's what I take from this. I think you're right. There's some benefit to what happened, to the collision of audiences. But I feel like it's hard to tell the balance. Like, how good is it? How bad is it? I don't know.
What do you think, Jilly?
I kind of feel like time. Like, I don't know. So I think with time we'll tell what happens, right? Because, I mean,
yeah, of course.
You know, silver lining could be that, hey, maybe all these audiences and content creators have like this big convergence, and maybe there's some like, you know, grand panel live stream that happens with all of these folks that are talking about, yeah, this is what happened to me, this is what happens to me, and then it kind of sort of becomes like a YouTube Me Too movement almost. I don't, you know, I'm not sure. I mean, that would be like a great, thing to happen later on, because then it brings to the forefront. Go ahead, Aaron.
No, I'm sorry. Finish your thought, and then I'll ask you.
I think it would be great to happen in the long run, but I just don't, because people are so like polarized. Like, I mean, I even think, you know, I don't know if I said it to Mike or someone else, like even being over in Easy's chat, like I don't feel welcome there. I'll just be quite honest. Like, I did not feel like people were, even though I was trying to interact with other folks, did not feel very welcoming. So, I mean, only time will tell, you know.
Yeah, that's how I felt when I left Speakeazy's channel at last. But the reason why I actually would like to go back there is that it's because it's a big channel. We're good here because like there's 5 people watching right now, so we're close knit. Like,
hey, they're a solid 5, okay? Power 5 out there. Chat, you are undefeated.
I mean it in a positive way, because we're more like a family than a community, so there's less people to disagree with, right?
Yeah.
So
although it is fun when the spicy kids show up, or the Jelly, you were here for that, right? With the Nazi, who was very certain that he could defend the logic of 14-year-old consent.
Yeah, I was here, and
yeah, that was rough.
Because I think somebody else that was like, "Why did you, ban him?" I'm like, "No, we're not playing this game. We're not going to do that."
That's right. You banned him.
Yeah,
you banned him.
Yeah, he tried to block me, so I couldn't see him, and I'm like, this guy doesn't know that I have like several Hotep bait cards that I run around on all these different streams. Like, I can't see.
Yeah.
let's stop playing this game.
Yeah, come on. And also the fact that, like, everybody except him had a wrench. That's hilarious. He tried to blow. Wow, that says every. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I did not know he tried to block you to
with
start.
a different account and then block me.
Oh, yeah.
Again, so I can't, the only black person that night, I think, gets blocked. But,
No. Well, yeah, exactly. Actually, the only Nazi. It's fine to block Nazis. That's fine. You can actually. I'm one of those people that, like, not a fan. Smurfity Smurf. Welcome back, Smurfity Smurf. Smurfity Smurf and Labia, they might be related. I'm not sure though.
I'm not sure, Tom, but notice eBlack continuously said "we."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, that was something else. I never got around it. I wrote it down. Thank you for pointing it out.
Yeah,
Joey,
you tried to get to it, Aaron, and I think I had commented, about the whole, where did you get this initiative? Because it makes no sense to me. I'm kind of going into a segue here, but I mean, it makes no sense to me that all of a sudden, because you have this beef, now you have like this dude's whole case file out of nowhere. And then your only explanation is, oh yeah, well, it was super easy to find. Like, I deal with documents. I literally deal with documents, and I'll be very transparent. Like I had said in the chat, like when somebody had gave me eBlack's video, right? And this is me speaking from a business aspect. So I own a business, and me and Mike have been in conversations about doing a collab. And when that person gave me that video, there was a phone call that I had to have with Mike. Like, what the fuck is this? What does this mean? Why is this? I need an explanation, because I had to kind of pull back the reins and be like, wait a minute, what? Like,
don't you need some even a tiny bit of cause to get access to documents?
Well, because and again, what I'm saying is that my bread and butter is dealing with documents and looking people up. That's what I get paid to do, is to look people up and find any and everything on them just to verify they are who they say they are, their income is what they say it is, right? And when I went looking, I couldn't really, it took me over 24 hours to find it when it usually takes me minutes to find somebody, right? And I'm like, so for me, there's no, and when me and Mike talked, he said, yeah, it's these people, some of these moderators that are a part of that group that moderate on all of these channels, and one in particular, I believe she's the one that gave them the info on me. She went.
I got one even.
Me.
I'm sorry, Jelly. So I went to that page of that person. I was on the stream with Mike, so he has it and I have it in one of my streams. And I went to her page, and this person is Tom. This person is one of the creepiest people on YouTube, because this is not a bot moderator in everybody's channel. This is a human who is a moderator on, what, like 20 channels or something like that? An immense amount of channels. And seems to be in those chats simultaneously, or was for a long time. I think there was a falling out, but side story. So, Jelly, I went to her channel because Mike had been telling this story, so I brought it up on my stream. We were streaming simultaneously. I start looking at her material, and I find somewhere back in there a stream with her and 2 other folks talking about how easy it is to access people's personal information, and how all you need to know is a couple of tricks, and if you're on YouTube, you really need to know how to do these certain things. And I started just kind of scrolling through it like, what the hell? And they were talking about white hat. They were talking about black hat. I'm not going to mention the rest because that's not what they were actually saying, but they were being... I just don't think that anybody in the right mind looking at that would have seen anything that I didn't see, which is that people were planning and showing the audience how to do things you're really not supposed to do. That includes doxing, and which is also why I'm not mentioning the name of this person, but I keep close tabs on them because of their behaviors. It reminds me of a certain large religious organization here in Los Angeles who does really bad things. Which, by the way, Jelly, do you know that there's some association to that? I don't know if you knew that.
I'm not sure where you're going, but I think I might understand you. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to. I know I try not to mention the name on here. I can tell you later. Right. Because of my other experiences with that same group, over 20 years of them wanting me to play a role because I looked like somebody. Okay. They chased me for 20 years, calling me. Anyway, so I take them fairly seriously on their tenaciousness. Also their lack of rules or
well, this is the thing. So I won't say a whole lot, but even because I didn't go looking through the videos or anything, but I did do, because when I had that conversation with Mike, I said, well, wait a minute, we got to bust this up. This can't continue. So when I went looking, the things that I found were really interesting. I can't confirm whether or not the person that I have is the person that we're talking about. But even in that moderation is a business. So,
yes. Oh yeah.
So it's not for any reason. And I seen her on somebody else's platform recently, and like really thirsty to say, hey, do you need a new mod? I mod, here goes my email. I would love to chat with you about, and it's just really interesting that, you know, you have people that are even though I know that it is a thing in other spaces, but being a mod is a business, right?
Oh yeah.
So the
absolutely, it's become one. Yeah.
Becomes like, who's really pulling the strings at this point? And then back to Mike's point, if said mod is handing off information to several different content creators all at the same time, then, you know, again, this battle that he's fighting against a group is a lot more bigger than what we kind of think it is. And you were trying to address it earlier on the stream, but again, these people don't know, when they don't really understand when you're trying to be nuanced, and you know, they can't read between the lines, right? So
yeah, no, and that's why I wanted to get him to at least spill some of the beans to make it not have any sense, which he did. He let us know that he doesn't have a clear story for how he got it. That none of his story makes sense. It sounds like a 7th grader trying to tell you how he got the fucking your wristwatch in his pocket on the way to school, and you're like, bruh, where's my wristwatch? I don't know. Let me see your pocket. I didn't know how. You know, it was stupid. It was stupid. He even stuttered on it. And I think that was one thing that we can go back on in the video and show that he really doesn't have a proper answer. But I'll tell you this, one of the most important things, Jelly, about that video, finding that video, is I was on stream with Mike. I'm streaming it. I'm starting to pull it up. I go away for a second to look at another video. I go back, and all of the lives are privated. That means that that same person you're talking about was watching us live, realized I was about to pull up that video full tilt on stream because she saw me run a little bit of it, and then she privated it all. Which isn't, you know, that's not sus. You know, as I'm talking about it on stream, on Mike's stream, like, yo, look at this, bro. I think this is focused at you. This is exactly what is just going on. What is happening? What is hell? Is this a lesson about hacking? You know, white hat or black hat, it doesn't really matter. It's just, it was saying to go after people. And this person privated while we were watching live because I should have just started downloading it right then. I knew better, you know. That's how wild it is that they saw us.
Yeah, you gotta have that hit record or download like a ninja, like you.
Like a ninja, like ah! Ah! Sorry, for real. For real. It's gotten to the point where there's certain things where as soon as I see it, I'm telling you now, I just record, especially with the little blue Smurf. Him especially, the worse it is, the quicker it gets rubbed from, and people don't realize, like Mike had pointed this out a couple of days ago, people will pay to get shit scrubbed even off of the Internet Archive. And I don't know if you know how hard that is, but holy shit.
It's a business. Yeah.
Yeah. But, and this mod thing though, you've read her posts, right? Her picture, her actual post, like the pictures.
I have to go back. I have a lot of stuff saved. I can't really
okay,
remember,
so
yeah.
I don't advise anybody to go check this out, but if you ever want to see the creepiest semi-positive reinforcement, but not, these, I want to write memed version of them, because the only way I can describe it is like, if you're having the kind of day where you're just hating yourself because you're probably a loathsome beating, just understand that most of us are there with you, although I'm not. Good day. Like, that's the kind of fucking shit. It'd be with like the background where it's like, you know, beautiful positive reinforcement background with the lovely cursive writing. And I'm being a little more hyperbolic than it actually is, but it's still like some shit where it's never actually positive reinforcement. It's sometimes like some ranty stuff where it very much reminds me of the language that I know about from that other group. And that's the thing that, and then the language of how they're talking with one another, and then the way they get together, and it's culty. So I'm not the only one. Am I the only one? I don't know. Like, you tell me, Jelly. Is that what you found too?
No, I thought it was really interesting. And like I said, I had told Mike that I have a person, but I'm kind of stuck confirming whether that person that I have a file on is a person that we're talking about, right? There's a lot of things that line up. I'm just waiting for one other piece of information to come out before I can confirm or deny that, yeah, these two people are the person, the one person.
Yeah. The one person. Yeah. No, I think it's actually, I've vacillated between 4 and 5, frankly. One with a managing option, a fourth that is and or was involved and is no longer, but may have access, or had access. And I say that because it's the video stuff. There's 3 people in the video. So, but I feel like there's a lead involved, and I feel like that person may have access when they want to, and they all share the mods across all the channels. How else could she be in all these places at once? And I think that there's some kind of other business in that, which, you know, botting and view stuff is that's a big deal. I'm chasing some other folks that are doing some of that kind of dark shit. And it's not just her. Like her knowledge of her, by the way, knowledge of that person, and finding out what kind of the moves seem to be, led me to noticing the big moves of somebody in a very spicy chat world that calls himself an editor, but you see a lot more of the same activities.
What sector
you know what I'm saying?
Is this on?
Oh, I'll say I already highlighted them. I'm trying not to incite them this morning, because by the time I wake up later on, I'll already have like 12 more subs, and they'll go away 3 times today. Which that's their game with me. I've got a little British kid who thinks he's funny, who really isn't. He just started attacking a bunch of people.
Sorry to cut you off, but I just gotta say I have to go. But it's been good talking with you guys. I actually learned quite a bit about this environment and shit. Thanks for having me on, Aaron.
My pleasure. Anytime, Tom. You know you're always welcome. You got perms. I'll put you in the perms. Are we friends, man? Have I not asked for your friendship? Or hold on a second. Let me check. We gotta be friends. Come on.
I think we are.
I think we probably just are always in the same place at the same time. It just might have never occurred to us. Hold on a second. I'm gonna.
Maybe.
Oh no! It says remove. It says remove friends, so we're friends.
Yes,
okay, good.
we are.
All right. All right. Cool. So I'm gonna give you perms in here, so you can just hop in anytime.
All right. Cool. Good talking with you, Jelly and Trip as well.
Yeah, it was a pleasure speaking with you, Tom. Absolutely.
Have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, have a great day. Trooper. Marathoning again, Tom. I'm trying to start a completely fabricated rumor about Tom that he's actually Fulcanelli, the great mage of the 20th century. It's a French mage who disappeared after showing people how to make the Philosopher's Stone. And it's like everything about him kind of fits into it, because he's got this mystique. He doesn't make... some people know him as Blur. Other people know him as Tom Bombadil, which is the character from Lord of the Rings that was cut out. I mean, we're talking about super nerd stuff. So, like, anyways,
I gotcha.
You know. Anyhow, I appreciate you guys being here in the sense that I know it's been a really long night, and
it has been. Like, the last few days have been, in my big age, just a reminder that I'm old.
And come on now, I'm older than you. Yeah, now I'm gonna crawl out of here on my hobble sticks.
And the sleep deprivation, and trying to be a support for people. Sometimes it makes you realize that you're not as young as I'm not as youthful as I used to be. But other than that, I think that tonight, yesterday into this morning's stream has been a learning lesson for a lot of people, at least for those that are interested in learning lessons, right? About communication, about how effective communication is not had, and about what we can learn, next time that we're in a group setting and there's an issue, there's a disagreement amongst some, and how to try to effectively get down to the real issues, because I think this was just kind of like a testimony of how that doesn't work.
Yeah. No, that is a great point, Jelly, and I think that, when you don't summarize and you don't get to that point, it can be harmful to everybody, much less yourself, because then, as we see, there was such a discourse at the end. It was a discord, as opposed to discourse. So it's a shame. It could have been something. It wasn't. We can what about it all day, but you're right. We did learn a lot. I did. I don't know about other people, but yeah, your point is very astute. There's a lot to be had out of it, and I think if we go back through it again, I think we'll probably learn a lot more. Frankly, But yeah, I agree with you 100%. That it's something that could have ended up a lot of ways, but I think that other people watching are going to take something out of it. Especially if all of us are. So, Trip, what do you think?
Yeah, there's a lesson learning every day waking up. It's just there is just a lot of people who just want confrontation. There's a lot of us that want solutions, you know, but what makes the most money? So it's kind of like overall, it's just a matter of like the individual person and what they want to really accomplish every day. It's just a lot of people want beef or just controversy, you know, and that's the new drug. So it's like, how else can you combat that? Just be different, you know what I mean? It's like shedding light on it is
This
good
is true.
as long as you did it. But if you just continuously do it, it'll make you go crazy. Like there was a video, literally, like I don't follow Anton, but like I listened. There was like this one dude who was doing a live stream, and I usually listen to him. He's funny, and like there was a point where Anton kind of like cracked because the woman that he had on his panel was she was an older woman, like up in her like 40s or 50s, and she was just upfront with her life, you know what I mean? And it like dude was playing like, you know, not saying Anton was playing victim to the whole thing. He wasn't. He put his point across, and there was other people on the panel, this and the forth. But the interesting part was the last part of what he was saying. It was, if I could teach y'all anything at the end of the day, I forgot what the last part was, but overall what his message was pretty much saying that I don't want to say brain fart, but it was kind of overall speaking in the sense of, to me, like he sounded like he was cracking in a sense, like it was making him depressed, you know?
Yeah.
It like just trying to feel like he could change people or help. In his mind, he feels like he's trying to help people. I'm not saying he's not. You know, there's a lot of people who will text in the boxes and say that he is. However, you know, a lot of people's lives are different. We don't know how everybody's taking their next step every day. So I don't press that against nobody. But it's in a way, it's like when he cracked, it kind of was just like there's a point where, like I said, there's a point where the drug can really kill you, and he's at that point where he's only got 100K subscribers. But the thing is like everybody's doing this thing, and YouTube wants everybody to talk. So they're making the most money off of podcasting. He's pretty much got his own show where he's doing it in the morning time, afternoon. He feel like he's accomplishing something, but then at the same time, it's like, what does that amount to? Your sanity or money?
Yeah.
Could I ask you a question, Trip? I'm sorry.
No, you go for it.
Yeah.
Trip, can I ask you a question? So when you say in your words that Anton cracked, like what, like go into that a little bit more for me so I can understand.
Oh, well, it was like he started like he was like his head was down like the whole time, like when he was talking to the woman, right? You know how like he will be like, he gets to a point where he gets vulgar, but like he didn't like attack her character. He kind of was being sexualized, like he was kind of like trying to sexualize the moment, and then like she denied him in a sense, but he was just doing it trying to appease his ego, trying to be smart on live, but then he couldn't. And then the other dudes who were on it was, I'm sorry I'm derailing, but I'm just trying to put the whole picture together.
No, you're fine. You're more than welcome to go on. In fact, I'm gonna get some. If you guys don't mind, continue talking. I'm gonna get some more coffee, and I gotta use the restroom as well.
Oh, get me some.
Give me 1 second.
While you're doing that.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you. You know I got a burr in my coffee maker because I don't deal with that crappy shit.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Thank you.
My pleasure. By the way, where is Abba with the pancakes and the waffles? Abba, I'm sorry. Anyways, you guys go on.
Go ahead, Trip.
Well, overall, the guy that was on the panel, he was sitting there saying out loud, like, you know, your mind is not like. It led us to a point where he said that we don't really care about your mind. We care about your like pussy in a sense. But the reason she was like, because she said in a sense like, oh, she was pretty much saying like, oh, overall, you know, I don't really put my heart into it when I have sex. You know what I mean? And whoop-de-whoop. And then that's how he was like, your mind is like really not, you know, what we really care about. We just care about the box, but y'all only use the box right. So I was like, you're kind of contradicting yourself, because it's like we kind of want their mental to be right, so they don't give it up. So I was like, you're kind of going backwards, dude. But long story short, she was still on the panel and everything, and then he was just like, you wrong for it, and he was kind of like getting into this mode. But then like overall, she left the panel. She wasn't being like disrespect, but like overall, it was kind of like he was still being.
I said,
Yeah,
that sounds
and
really
it was just
sad
like,
to me. Like, like when you devolve a person down to their sexual attributes,
yeah.
But go ahead, I'm listening.
No, I understand. It's just like, but then from there, like, if somebody's probably gonna make a clip about it, or he's gonna make a clip about it. But he was just sitting there saying like, this is over. He was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this long anymore. I really can't. Like, I really just ain't. I'm just not feeling it. Every day I'll be praying to God, trying to figure out what I'm gonna say before I say it when I'm on these panels, so I can help people change. Whoop-de-whoop. And from there, it was just, I get it, but then I'm like, bro, you can't change the world. You know what I mean? Like,
So
the
you
world
think
is
he's
too big
cracking
anyway. Not
under the
everybody.
pressure of wanting to help people and not feeling like he's actually doing it?
Bro, in a sense, yeah, but I'm like, bro, the woman, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but anybody that's above a certain age, we can't change your minds. Y'all have a certain perspective, and then y'all go at it. You know what I mean? Like, not anybody here. Like, I don't know how old everybody is. I'm not attacking, but like, perspective-wise, if we've lived this
I'm
long,
old enough
we're gonna go with our.
I'm up there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, anybody,
I will tell you
like,
this.
the more older we get, we kind of get prideful in what our knowledge is, in a sense. So, like, we don't feel like we hear something and we accept it, but it honestly just sticks in the back of our brain. And we just go with our narrative. So it's kind of like, it's there, but it's not there. So the thing is like, he's trying to sway his way to an older woman. It's not going to work that way, bro. And it's online. She never met you. If you're talking about in person, it might have been a different story. But like, we're talking about somebody that probably was listening to you here and there, probably seen videos about you, but still likes you in a sense and still following, then hops on the panel, you feeling all zesty, but it's not going to work that way. It don't, like,
But what, isn't
it's
he married?
online, like, you.
He's married, right?
Yeah, but like, yeah, he
So
married, but he does that randomly all the time.
sexualizing a woman that he doesn't know?
I don't know. It's just stupid. That's what I'm saying. He contradicts himself all the time. So it's like, that's why like, it was hard for me to follow him. And then the thing that made me not want to follow him the most was the fact that, because my thing is, I believe there's a thing of like, there is people who like being talked shit on. I'm not the type of person to get talked shit on. So like, he likes to equip, like to be like, oh, black people ain't smart enough to do this. Black people are the reason this stands for, blah, blah, blah. Bro, I'm black. Half of your supporters are black. You're talking so much smack, and everybody's still paying you. Like, I couldn't understand it. So it was just like,
sounds really self-deprecating to me. Like,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Because eventually it beats you up. You can't do that because you are black. You are going to feel the effects of how bad you're beating up everybody else. You keep not equating yourself, but you are a part of the equation. So eventually,
maybe he's saying
you're going to crack.
And this is just me speculating, but maybe he's saying that because maybe it's not the audience that he's really talking to. Maybe he's really talking to himself, but he's using the audience as the target.
Coping mechanism?
Yeah.
Or the target.
Coping projection. I'd also say, by the way, Jelly, I'd say there's an insidious side. This is what I was going to point out. If you don't, I apologize to interject. But I think that all of those folks in that network specifically are using face-forward, pain point messaging sales tactics.
Absolutely.
Meaning, oh, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I mean, like, I always explain it because I forget you guys know what I'm talking about. But sometimes I say it to people, they look at me like, huh? And for the audience, if you don't know, it is basically, I poke you, and you go, ow! And I go, yeah, poking sucks, huh? And you go, yeah! And I go, yeah, it really fucking sucks. People who do that suck. And you go, yeah! And you just never give a solution. Yeah. Yeah, then you poke again, you go, that fucking sucks, doesn't it? Yeah! Yeah, that's basically all it is. That's Pearly Things' name of success. It's what it is. Yeah, I mean, think about what Pearly Things does. She never gives a solution. She actually, my thing that nobody ever points out, Ethan on H3 got closest to it, but he was too busy body slamming her with facts. So, but it's a total side thing of her logic. And yeah, if there was a logic body slam, it was that commentary between the two of them and his debate with her. It was like literally.
She wouldn't even be qualified for the men that she.
Yes, all of that. All of it. It was like literally that man. Okay, first I don't know if you guys know this, but he has Tourette's. The entire time he does his show, he is fighting both helpfully with meds. I've watched him for some time now, and I've seen an improvement in his ability to control his Tourette's. But what was very impressive about that whole thing is he had it 100% under control the whole time, and like I could tell that he just wanted, when he got her on that, I could tell that his body wanted to flip out. So you hear, if you watch, you hear under the table. Like he is going crazy under the table. But he wasn't going to let it go. He wasn't going to, because that body slam was so hard. He's so good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the pain point messaging is consistent across all of them. It is, it's a technology. I actually was reminded of it because it's so fucking unthinkable that it's not something I would ever employ. I'm about reinforcement of positive experience, positive colors, things that make you have dopamine, serotonin, chemicals that make you want to come back for more, oxytocin, all these things that are really like closely related in the brain. And pain, by the way, if anybody's been watching my stuff, we watched where Helen Fisher showed us that pain and chemical abuse and love and depression are all very closely associated in the brain. Same chemicals, same area of the brain.
Yeah.
So it's not hard to understand how when someone loses love, or when someone has pain, or when someone has an addiction, they all have the same draw and stuff. But when you don't give solution to find a way out of that might as well be giving someone heroin. You just get angry, lonely, depressed. They go through all kinds of things, and I think that consistent technique amongst that whole group of people, amongst that whole clan in messaging. And I don't know if they're passing it around or not, but I think basically, Jelly, you and I have both a similar theory that there is shared materials and shared information, and there is a group that they promote that is very cliquish. I can tell you that I tried to interview somebody who ended up in that group, who was a very nice person. We had an open interview. She had agreed to my interview. I sent her the 100 or so questions ahead of time, which are very banal, normal. I was just looking for... In fact, my interview is called The Kind Human Interviews, which I'm still looking to do. I want to start doing those, actually. So everybody's welcome. I want to do a very wide range of people and just show normal people are fucking super interesting. Everybody has a wonderful story that's individual to themselves. And that's part of the thing is normalcy is very underrated on YouTube. And the funniest thing about it is all these people who are claiming clout and are fucking claiming everything is underrated comparative to their banality. They're fucking boring ass, same personality, same voice, same cadence, bullshit. And all of that stuff plays into the pain point messaging because you have to capitulate to it or else you don't get anything out of it. Just like heroin, So I think it's such a blight, folks. Honestly, I think it's a big blight. I think it's being used on... Well, clearly it's being used on the black populace on YouTube. It's being used on the
share
incels.
A story with you guys? A real life story?
Yeah, please do.
Little story time. So years ago, when I had a more popular YouTube channel, I won't mention a name because it doesn't exist anymore. I used to do a lot of what we're doing now, right? Doing panels and having discussions, especially about relationships, right? And male and female dynamics, and this was during like the conscious community era. And in my own way, there were certain things that I was starting to understand, and I was always trying to be like a neutral person. And one day I made the mistake of being too honest. And I said, one of the things that I'm noticing from this community, especially the women, is almost as if they've been victimized so much that trauma has now become an addiction. And they go seeking that trauma more than they do because they don't know what anything healthy looks like, a healthy relationship. And I got blasted for that. They ran me, cussed me up one side of my face and down the other. I tried to stay on the panel. I got booted and all this other stuff. And I am male identified. I'm a bed wench. I'm all these other things, right?
Of course, right?
So flashing forward in my marriage, I'm recently divorced, right? And I'll tell you why I'm recently divorced. So maybe about 2 years ago, during the pandemic, my husband started consuming red pill content. And I knew someone else that also listened to it, and I found problems with it because I understood that it was coming from a place of projection of pain, right? And that a lot of these people were talking about the ideals of relationships but had never really been in anything long term and just didn't have, and I talked about this on my last stream, don't have the emotional capacity or skill set to maintain healthy relationships.
Yes.
So trying to be a helpful wife, I approached my husband listening to this content with some sort of grace. I would say, hey, just kind reminder, just remember that some of these guys are coming from a place that they're still traumatized over the girl that got away or the girl that left them from prom and things like that. So can you please just take this stuff with a grain of salt? Of course, men are going to be men. He didn't listen, right? And then what ended up happening is that he started being mad at people that he wasn't around. So he started become mad at black women, even though he had a good black woman in front of him, right? And after trying to, we would be at events. He would say like really mean things, just like blanketed statements about women and black women, just while we're out, with family and friends. And he became really bitter. He started dredging up a lot of the stuff from his past. And he wanted me to atone for women that I never met. And so I got to a point where I had to quit.
What?
I had to quit my marriage because I couldn't combat red pill rhetoric for my husband, right?
I'm sorry.
And so to your point about the pain and the marketing and that, there it's a real thing. And this is the only reason that I even have these conversations and I participate now, is because I see in real time how it's affecting people. And it is breaking up marriages because people are starting to believe on the male, the divested women and the red pill men. It's affecting people to the point that it's crippling them from being effective, thriving, happy people. They're starting to understand that, or they assume that this is how relationships are supposed to work, that they're supposed to be transactional. That if somebody, and I said this on my last stream, like it's getting to the point now that all a person has to do is just meet, like say you want a woman that cooks, cleans, and has a smile on her face. I can find you 52 women that can do that, and all I have to do is interchange those women. So it's nothing about the woman individually that you care for, it's only if she meets the markers. And that's transaction. And the same thing with the women, So for me, I come at this in a very real and sincere way. And I know other women, I've had other women that have been through this. So when you talk about like the pain marketing, this thing is crippling people. It's crippling relationships and people's ability to even get anywhere close to marriage or close, even if they don't want to get married, just long-term, thriving, happy relationships. So yeah, it's serious. It's really real.
No, it's very real. And I actually, I don't know if you saw the episode where I was doing it was the feminism comparative in Real Debates, which is, Phyllis Schlafly versus Oh, I'm blanking on her name. God, she's a true second wave feminist, and Gloria Steinem. And Gloria Steinem has a speech in the beginning and the end that I play, where she says that she sees in all of the countries that have the least, not egalitarian, but least equity between genders, between partners, seems to also mirror the fact that there is the least freedom of each gender, meaning that there's some equation between the relationships of people, how close they can be, and accepting each other as equal. And I'm paraphrasing her and probably doing poorly, but she also says that, like I said, they see that the places where people's divide is greater between the sexes is also where freedom is less capable of taking hold and less capable of people being free, because you don't have cohesive partnerships. You don't have cohesive society. Men and women, we're the planet. And I think people forget that when they talk about MGTOW, they talk about these other, ideas that separate us into ideas. I got into an argument, not really an argument. I razzed a dude who didn't know I was razzing him, and he got very upset because I was testing my new format of not letting people move past their bad points and or deflecting into a red herring. And he didn't like it because the first thing he started with was, so you probably date a 5. I said, so sir, you think people are numbers. They're humans. Can you bring it to the topic of point and talk about people as humans? Because I am not going to address you if you're going to talk about people as numbers. That doesn't even make sense. What are you, a 7th grader? And he didn't want to let me get past that. He went to immediate insult.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's the only place they can go. Cognitive dissonance. And that in itself is kind of to me, a language barrier, a cognitive capability issue. I've been looking at this closely, and maybe I'm overthinking this stuff, but I'm starting to think that there are slight versions of aphasia, meaning brain damage, that occur from intense stress and psychosis.
And I can dig on that. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah,
no, I have science data to back me up now too, and that's the fucked up portion. I've been sharing it around. I haven't been getting a lot of responses from the other debate panel people who I've been sharing it with, who should also be noting what I'm seeing, but I think they just don't want to share it because it's not as inflammatory as, say, trans people rights or something of that nature, where it's like, why are you guys even arguing about that? Of course, they're humans. Let them go. Be good. There's a lot of, by the way, I think sexual puritanism in this group, particularly that mirrors, and I've said this a bunch, the Beat generation, but that's my opinion. But there is and has to be a health for the self in seeing others as human, just as the self. But when you start to break it down into transactionalism, as you were pointing out, we're no longer human. We're things. And that's scary, Jelly. Because it'll turn somebody who's in a marriage to become a different person, as you're describing them, from who you married, right? I'm guessing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, was that overnight, or was that like a gradual display? Was that something he just latched onto because of COVID, or how did that go down?
I think it was because of COVID, but it took a couple of years for it to kind of fully play out. Yeah, it went
Would
from
you call it?
it
Sorry,
went
go ahead.
from just being curious about the content to, like I said, I couldn't even go to family functions without being in fear that he would say something that would offend the women or offend me. And then, and this is not me trying to showboat or anything, but when, you know, I hear conversations about domestic, you know, people are looking for, you know, women that are, you know, homebodies and know how to keep up the home. Like, I literally make soap and bagels.
Yeah.
And like,
yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying? So like, if
well, I definitely know because I'm always jealous.
Susie homemaker, like I'm making the stuff that you wash your ass with, right?
Yeah.
And even in that,
we hope you do. We hope you do.
Right.
Sorry.
But even in that, he found issue. Like, it still wasn't enough. So, like I said,
wait, hold on a second, Jelly. When we don't go past that point, because you gotta make that make sense to me for a second. What do you mean? It wasn't enough that you were like? I mean, that's some Holly Hobby. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna talk down about it because I like Holly Hobby. I have Holly Hobby things because if you don't know what that is, it's a very cool '70s little art thing. Well, that's very useful to know. Making soap. If you don't know how to make soap, folks, if everything was to go to hell tomorrow, you're fucked. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and don't come to my house because it's closed down. I'm
already in
fear that people will show up.
You know they will. You know how valuable soap becomes when there is no mass production of soap? It is insane how valuable soap becomes, people. If you don't know how valuable soap is in a third world country, you would be astonished to find out how important that is. Anyways, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. So I just don't get. Was he looking for Handmaid's Tale? Is that what you're basically saying?
I think that's what it turned into, like his perception of how a woman or a wife should be changed. It went from us being very communicative about a lot of things to, you know, because he traveled a lot. He worked, he works for the FAA. So he would be gone a lot, and sometimes life would just, you know, with the kids and everything at home, life would, you know, it would slip away from me, and I would forget to return a phone call, or I would forget to send the video message, and he would go ballistic.
Was that I'm sorry, so was that, why was that? I'm sorry, I shouldn't even interject.
It was his, according to him, I wasn't caring sufficiently enough for his needs by not calling him back in a timely manner.
And what was that time? Was it like a regular kind
2
of thing
hours,
where like
anything past 2 hours?
So you see, I'm gonna minimize a little bit here. So you're gonna say the chill factor is really off, huh? Oh my God. Jelly.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Sorry.
I mean, it was things like that. Again, it was like statements around other women that would, you know, because it was only but for so long I could defend a spouse with women in my family. Like, why would he say that women are only, you know, that they're all like this, or I can't believe, like, I would have these private conversations, and it was only but so much I could defend because a lot of it was coming from that red pill content that he was consuming. Like, I mean, he would outright, I remember there was one time where he essentially called a cousin of mine because she decided to leave a guy that she was dating. It just didn't work out. You know, from what she told me, that where they wanted to be in her life was in two separate directions. So she just made the decision to leave. He told her that, you know, that she didn't have any value if she didn't stay. She has no self-worth, no pride in relationships because she didn't stay and try to make it work. And that she should consider conceding on some of the things that she wants to do in her life. That's what he told her. And this is at a barbecue, you know? And I would have to I would have to answer for that. Because again, that's my husband, right? And he's talking to a woman. Yeah. So she would call me like, girl, why is your husband? That was so disrespectful. And this, that, and the third. I mean, it was a mess.
It sounds like something that goes back to what Aaron said, as in like in the trauma aspect. I'm not excusing your ex-husband at all. Like, I get it, you know. I'm just saying, when people are in the military and I don't know what he did on the field, or if he was Air Force, or if he was just military or whatever, but it's the physical and what he's seen. He's not going to probably express, or if he has expressed what he's seen to you, a scene while he was over there, and coming back to like, you know, not knowing how, because the thing is like, I noticed in me getting older, I don't realize how fast time is going. So when he's over there, I can only imagine how fast everything is happening, and he don't know how much time is going, or he knows how much time he has, because every second to him is probably precious. And or because I don't know if you don't like, I don't know if you don't feel like time to spend for blah blah and whoop whoop, but he shouldn't have came at you like you know, yelling at you after 2 hours. Like, but I definitely get. My thing is just I feel like long-term relationships kind of don't help, and I get when it comes down to like I don't, you know, it's military. I get it. It's
So
just
it
me
wasn't a
personally.
military trip. He was never in the military. He works for the FAA, which is the Federal Aviation Administration. So the people that take care of all the airplanes while they're flying around in the airports.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's high stress, but it's not the military for certain.
No, I mean, he's an engineer. It's not high stress. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then it's not. He's not the guy in the tower who's like.
No, he's not watching in the watchtower and on the comms and stuff like that.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean,
never mind.
And not to diminish his job. His job is
Yeah.
really important, right? Like when it comes to the safety of people flying. But yeah, it's not like he's like on level 10 from the moment he clocks in to the moment that he clocks out. I mean, no, a lot of it,
But
he's doing Zoom calls and looking over brake bed and EMOS systems and stuff at runways. So,
yeah. So let me ask you this though, because I experienced something 2.5 weeks ago. That was, I let the guy go into catharsis, and I actually kind of acted like, you know, dad, and patted his back, and the more I patted his back and was like, okay, the more freaked out. Anything I said to him that was actually honest at the moment, the more this guy, another adult, freaked out. And apparently he had kids and a decent job. So I was in a place, one of these, you know, Wild West places I go to observe and just take part and see what's really going on in some of them. So some of these places are odd, and they have some pretty exaggerated folks, right? Sometimes fairly aggressive. I heard somebody say something about men only date up. I'm sorry, men only date down and women only date up. That's just how it is. And I thought that incredibly humorous, because past decade, I'm like, bruh, I only date up. Maybe I'm blessed. I only date up, bro. And that means like women who make more than I do, are smarter than I am, have way more fucking clout or whatever you want to call it, you know, ply, professors. I mean, I like women who have it together. To me, that's dating up. And most of the time I like to be the lighthearted guy. I don't, you know, I've become adult babysitter in my life because I have shit together, but I don't want to have to overcompensate like that. That's job. I love it when a woman has everything under control so that I can be my goofy me, you know, and it tends to be women who are like that, who understand my goofy me, to balance that out. Either way. Also, money, never been an interest to me. Never fucking been rich. Comparative to some, yes. Not others, but I live fine, okay? And trying to explain my income to people is also sometimes like, bro, you know. Anyways, it's a whole thing. I'm in rock and roll. Have been my whole life. I do production. And now I'm doing this, actually. But I still do production. I just liking this more. In any case, all these points made, I would seem like the non-alpha, but I would also like to point out, just before I tell the rest of the story, that alpha and beta, I've come to be told, is not the Spartan concept of alpha, beta, or Greek alpha, beta, gamma, sigma, omega.
Right.
It's not that. I was giving it too much credence, apparently. And by the way, I was yesterday years old, 2 days ago years old, when I found this out. That they're talking about the fucking canine pack response of alpha and beta to gamma.
Yeah, so, yeah. You just found that out?
I was giving it too much credence. I thought they were talking about Spartans. No. I thought they were talking about the military shit. No. When I'm thinking to myself the whole time, you idiots.
And you know,
I'm the idiot.
I can't even remember the guy who originally wrote that book. But you know, he was writing like when he did the behavioral sciences of wolves and stuff. All of those wolves were in captivity. That wolves out in the wild behave completely different from that hierarchy system.
Yeah. No, it's. So gammas, okay. So as soon as you apply that, then I'm like, oh my God, they all want to be gammas and they don't realize it. Those idiots. For the audience that doesn't know, alphas do not retain position for longer than their, I think it's adolescence, and then the gamma, which is often run off, comes back to maintain control and breeding. And none of this applies in fucking humans. We're not cavemen. We never were like that. We never had pack mentality. Anyways, yeah, and it turns out, like Jelly's saying, it's not even true. It turns out to be debunked. The whole book is fucking bullshit. And by the way, I should have known this. I should have asked somebody. Now that I know, I got to call her. So a friend of mine, I grew up with her. I've known her since I was like 12. She was literally, yeah, we were in the same fucking English class in like 7th grade. And I still keep in touch with her occasionally. She is one of the world's leading animal psychologists, and at least for when it comes to dogs. So now that I know this, I can't wait to get her entire breakout of that so I can start to explain to these morons what that actually means. Now that I know, because I was giving them credence. I'm sorry, Jelly. Now that I know that I was an idiot about this because I was giving them credence, I feel it's hilarious because the whole time, and let me just tell you how stupid I was saying, guys, why do you want to be the alpha? That's the guy who goes into battle first. You kind of want to be the beta because he's the one who survives more often. He comes in behind and actually jumps over the back of the guy. And Gamma, that's the spy. You kind of want to be that guy too because he's more powerful. And really, truly, why aren't you guys wanting to be Sigma? Sigma's the guy who's got fucking Omega's ear. What the fuck is all of your... I don't know. No. Jelly, no. They're talking about dogs. They're talking about dogs.
It happens.
They're dogs.
I mean, like,
they're dogs.
I don't even think that the manosphere has really grappled with the whole like matrix concept, right?
Oh, yeah. Have you heard my piece on this? Have you heard my point on this?
No.
That they've perpetrated. First off, I was putting this out there for a while, and people really getting mad at me for this. And I'll go back to my story. I want to finish the story because this is very similar, and I want to ask you if you had any of these experiences with your ex, and if you've heard this. So the red pill, I would like it to mean the proliferation of bad behaviors is normalized, and leave it there, because it's as if you're saying in the Matrix that reality itself isn't real, because they want you to feel like it's controlled by somebody when it's controlled by you on every objective level. Reality is controlled by us and our experience of it. So if we believe that reality isn't real, somebody's actually selling you in the subgenus what we would call pulling the wool over your own eyes. Mm-hmm. And they have a statement in the subgenus that has always stuck with me since I was a teenager. So somebody handed me that frickin' book, and it says, you too can pull the wool right over your own eyes. On page 4, it says, if you don't understand what you're reading, you should probably put this book down now. Or not. That's up to you. Mm. And the reason is it's all about fucking open your eyes. You might not be missing something. In any case, I'm in this VC. This person says something I think is pretty projection filled, which is men only date down and women only date up. And I said, well, dude, I'm sorry, I'm going to break your theory, but this world traveling rock and roll guy who's worked for mostly famous people, who's worked for only the people he wanted to, who's managed to do only art and creativity and be a goofball and barefoot motherfucker the majority of my adult life, having other people pay for my travels to exotic lands with per diem and rates you probably never made unless you're a lawyer or above, ridiculous shit because of speciality, that allowed me to sit on my ass for a good portion of my adulthood too, because I made my money in set and made art, I think that's a great life. And his first question was, do you have children? I said, no, man. Why would I have kids? And that enraged him. Failure! Failure! He was screaming, failure. Like, That was the only way to succeed in life is to have kids. And I started to explain, bro, well, and I laughed. I'm like, bro, first off, I would never subject children to the life that I was living. I was on the road constantly. I was gone 6 months out of the year. You know, it was hard enough on my partners, much less the fact that I never found a partner that I really, maybe one that I wanted kids with, but then that didn't work out. So I'm very pragmatic about relationships. I don't, you know, I've learned a lot from them. But the point was, he started screaming louder the more I said, man, but I've been very happy. And I have nieces and nephews. I have, my wealth is in my friends. My family is in my extended family, in the people in the family I chose. The more I said that, so you're just admitting a failure. You're probably just a beta fucking. And I'm like, bro, I probably, at a younger age, not tooting my own horn, but if we're going to talk about it, been with more women, done crazier things, had more love, had more experiences, learned more, had tantric. I didn't even get to the point where I was like, bro, I spent a good amount of time with a girlfriend in tantric classes in Malibu in the early 90s. Let me tell you something. You know, like, bro, I've been exposed to shit you ain't never seen, motherfucker. Yeah, I wanted to say that. I started to keep myself calm. I was like, at this point, he started screaming, I bet you don't make as much money as me. And I said, does it really matter? But okay. He said, how much money do you make? And I said, well, ballpark, I don't make money the way you do, but let's just say, I told him a number that I figured would be fair, you know, and realistic. And he said, so I just make more money than you. But by the way, if you were to make more money than the number I gave him, that means that he was making in the top 10%. And I would say that's a lie. Anybody in the top 10% has more emotional regulation for certain.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to, you know, unless you're a fucking nutball, and then you're not going to make that for a long time. In any case, his pitch got higher and higher and higher. And the more it got higher, the more I said, okay, buddy, okay. And at one point he said, your voice is trembling. And it was cognitive dissonance and mirror. It was the craziest shit I ever heard. And I kept saying, all right, buddy, you know, you're making your point now. No, it's okay. You get it out. You're the big alpha winner. No, you're good. You're good. Clearly, you're the one who's controlling himself.
Now you're just being antagonistic, Aaron.
I was.
At that point, you're being antagonistic.
I was just being mean. I was just being mean at that point. I'm going to tell you because it was catharsis. Because his pitch got higher.
I was just trying to have a combo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually,
and really, but I call.
I know you're trying to tell the story. I gotta go. I have some stuff to do here. But
hey, you got a life? What are you talking, Jelly? You can't sit here all day long and be terminally online?
Unfortunately, but I really appreciate the conversation. We have to do it again later on.
Yes, most definitely. Anytime. Sleep. Yes, sleep would be good. And speaking of which, I am going to be bringing the stream to the end. Thank you for giving us an off-ramp, Jelly. Nothing against you, Trip. I do need to get a couple hours. I also need to go I need to walk my dog. I need to feed the producers. They are, I don't know if you know this, but the producers have literally been like, I don't have ankles any longer. I'll just tell you that. And it's not a pretty sight down there.
All right, guys.
Go ahead, explain to you, sir. I'll talk to you later. You have a good one. You sleep well whenever
you too.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Hey,
Jelly, sleep well. Enjoy. Thank you so much for being here, and I really appreciate your point of view. You're both welcome anytime.
I appreciate it.
I hope you enjoy the music. Check it out in the art.
Oh, that's you in there. Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry. Did you send it in? You sent it in the main chat. If you could send it this one, I'll put it in there so everybody can actually access it. Because there's a little chat on that side. Oh, bye. Trip, there's a chat up in the corner somewhere if you see it. If you put it in that chat, I'll put it in mine.
Look live panel chat. I mean, call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little thing in there. You should be able to link it in, and then I'll put it in the chat. And it will stay there. Or actually, you know, let me see if I can.
Because I sent it before, I wasn't sure if it went through because like it still looks like it's loading on my side, but like every single time I press send.
I know what it is. It may be. Hold on a second. I'd have to give you. I think I took the chat out so that we didn't have. Well, maybe I didn't. I don't know. I'll tell you what. Put it in the chat and I'll copy it and recopy it in. What up, New Era? I just saw you walk in. How you feeling?
In the Discord still. right? Or
no. You can put it in the main chat.
Oh, YouTube chat. Oh.
Yeah, YouTube chat.
Okay. I appreciate you. I don't mean to take up your time. Right. Cool.
No, man, ain't no time. Hey, look, this is what it's about, and I'm marathoning at this point in time. I'm actually well, this one is 7 hours added on top of 11. I just did 18 hours, so I think the marathon is pretty good. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, definitely. Yeah, I would have definitely checked out a long time ago, but you got that. My guy.
You know what this is? This is years and years of travel on a tour bus. When as a tour manager, where you get like 3 hours of sleep after unloading and loading a truck, and putting a whole show together and then running it, and at some point you just get on this like vibe to go. And I know I'm gonna have a hard time falling asleep. I guarantee it. So I'm although I'm not just so everybody knows, I am not driving anywhere today. I will not be in my car at all. Sorry, because I can tell you this, it is I am definitely getting to the loopy point. So yeah, I appreciate you being up here, Trip, and if you haven't already put your link in the chat, please definitely do so.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. It still got only live chat down here, but I was only able to put in the live chat for some reason. But
yeah, because that one. You want to put it in the commentary?
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. No, I'll track it. If you come on Friday too, I'll track it in the next stream as well. So if you put it in the commentary afterwards, yeah, I'll pin it up there for you.
I appreciate it.
My pleasure. My pleasure. It's all what it's all about. And YouTube, everybody forgets that YouTube was built out of collaboration ideas. Built out of the idea that we could collaborate through this stuff and help each other out and spread art, and creativity. I'm literally. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. No, I was about to say no because I remember literally like this is not me exaggerating. I felt like you were the first person I seen that used to have this background that you have. And like a long time ago, and that's how I seen that video, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. But then it was like years later, technology expands and everybody's doing it. But like I remember you having that same background, making your explanation video, but it was just like you were saying the same way, but like you were like very like, you know how expressive you were. But like I'm just saying, so.
Yeah, there's it's funny is that the one I know what you're talking about now is one of the there was a 2 or 3 videos that I basically did during that period where I had some tech on an iPad that I was able to use, and it was piss ass hard, by the way, really hard at that time period. Like I was doing like iPad to iPad to iPad to iPad to make that shit happen, and then it was a whole thing. By the way, I know exactly what you're talking about now, thank you for remembering that. I almost forgot. By the way, that's how much art sometimes you just do. You be like, when people are talking about like, I don't remember pulling that piece of paper up on a stream a year ago. Yeah, no, I know. People have told me I've done shit that I'm like, I did that? Holy shit, I did do that. Oh my God. So I appreciate that, by the way. But it's one of the big things about this is I came up with it's what I'm going to leave with today, by the way. It's going to be my outro today, is a video celebrating what YouTube really was hoping to be initially, and obviously these things change over time. But it was such a hopeful time. Is that the creativity level now just isn't there, man, and that's why I've shoved all these things together. It's a compilation, memeing all the things that people may do separately, but they don't do together because it's like, as one of my detractors might say, is, oh, it's so schizo. Does this person seem sane to you? It's like, bro.
I feel you. I definitely get it.
And they look at this stuff and they don't see creativity as art. They see it as some kind of defect. And that's, they see sitting in a dark room, staring at screaming at a screen, making fun of people as sane. We would have called that insane not long ago, and ruthless. Yeah.
Because they're lovers of themselves in the way, but like my whole thing is like, I'm not saying everybody's like that. I just feel as though it's like, this is just a spectrum that was made on purpose but there is a lot of great creativity on YouTube. Like sometimes like we just gotta like look it up, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah.
But like, cause there's comedy, you got you know, your little because I like seeing art here and there, and I just like good music. So I'm listening to like how can I say, like old Spider-Man music and stuff, or like even like other movie music and stuff. Cause like I always love the violins and all that other stuff. Like I just love the build up to how those orchestras music sounds. But like it's stuff like that, like the little things. And I just look at all that stuff with like the red pill and the blue. It's a matter of if you choose to be in it, because those people are going to be in it regardless. Because people want controversy. Some people just want to argue this and the fourth. That's why, like I say, I'm an observer, and I don't not say I don't associate, but I don't. It's hard for me to like be like, oh, coming at this person X, Y, Z, because we're all supposed to be content creating, helping each other out, not talking about each other. And I always try to look at the other side that matters, that actually where people were trying to make something that was like really, really cool. Like, you know what I mean? Because all my art,
absolutely.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly what my whole thing actually tends to be about, is that, you know, when I started, you can go back in my videos, you can see how I figured things out, because I had to test it out and see where it was going. I actually make fun of the entire reaction world and the manosphere, red pill, but there's a character in there, I don't know if anybody's ever caught it, but there's only like 3-4 of them. I was gonna do another one to put him to bed, because you know, he gets evicted from his landlord mother's basement at the end of the story, because the red pill's dead. But I don't even know if it's worth doing anymore, because the red pill's just done and I don't even want to deal with it. But it's very funny because I have these characters and formats to create kind of a thing, and it's very clear that people didn't get the lampoon of what I was doing, or being over the top, and still don't quite get it because it doesn't conform to anything that they want it to be. That's one of the things I noted a lot. So I think that interceding and being a disruptor on that level, I think for everybody's helpful. And yeah, you do have to search for these things. And I'll tell you this, the algorithm will keep you in the same little hole, especially if you look for something that is caught up in a hashtag vortex. Yeah, New Era, I was hearing about this. I had Tom on and we were talking about it. I think there may be some misunderstandings, but I haven't seen the footage. I don't know what was said, what wasn't said. So, oh shit. I don't know what to make of any of that, but I'll take your word and I'll check it out. Yeah, there seems to be some extra beef. I have some stuff going on, but I'll check that out this afternoon when I come back. I'm sorry to get off topic there. But I agree with you that yeah, I don't fuck with any of those pills either, man. If anything, I like that one pill that doesn't take a pill. I like the creative pill. You know.
Man. No, I'll end it with this though. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but
you're good.
But if I'm wrong, you can stop me. But like, if I'm right, I remember later on, in learning about the Matrix and everything, 2 points that the longer you stay in the Matrix, you become a Smith, right? So we say we plug in,
you can be,
out,
yeah.
But eventually, if you stay in long enough, you're a Smith. But I digress. But then the other one is kind of more so, not you specifically. I'm just saying in general as the person who's playing like the role in this red pill, blue pill sphere. But the one point that was also put inside of the actual movie itself was, and honestly, it didn't matter what reality you was in, but some people just want to fight for something. They want to live for something. Sometimes the heat of the battle makes people want to fight. So it didn't matter
don't forget
what reality you were.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, to your point, just don't forget that also part of what you're saying was in the program to keep it real, because don't forget when they made it too good, nobody believed it.
Okay.
Imperfection is what makes reality. And in the movie, one of the things that's most important is that those folks who went into the program side of the Matrix, the reason why they became one of the agents is because they became consumed by the program.
Yeah.
And taken in by the actual like coding. And I think that is, I mean, the metaphor itself is exactly what you're saying, but it goes even deeper, which is even when you mentioned it, it made me think about it because it's like, oh my God, yeah. That shit is like, for real.
Biggest rabbit hole.
It wasn't, yeah, it's a big old rabbit hole. And Philip K. Dick wrote that to be that. If you're not familiar, Philip K. Dick was where the Matrix comes from and where the concept of this sleeving comes from. Can't remember the name of that one, but it's where the AI future where basically people's identities and consciousness can be downloaded and stored on a disk, and the body. I'm sorry?
I said, oh, hell, that's crazy.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could remember it's too late. I wish I could remember the name of the story off the top of my head. It's a really, really amazing series of books. Philip K. Dick is also responsible for Blade Runner and many other things, like a lot of future, like the things we think about as dystopian tend to come from Philip K. Dick and Orwell. So, yeah, man, I think that we are, and I say this all the time, man, we're the seeds. We hand out one at a time. We plant that seed one at a time. It grows a flower. And one at a time, a bee comes along and grabs the pollen, and it carries itself off into the breeze. And that's the only thing we can do is one at a time, try to interject ourselves and communicate. And past that, it's up to other people to take the change or not, And it's awesome when it happens, but I don't think, and to your point, you were making this earlier, I was going to say this before I let you go, that, yeah, change doesn't come like in a massive movement. It's actually small movements, And, God, I'm just thankful that there's people like you, Trip, that, come through and understand or have a compassion and, aren't living languidly. So I appreciate it.
Because it's like it's always going to be a small number of people. And like I said, I ain't perfect, so I'm just the observer, I just don't, it's hard for me to judge, even though like I have my opinions. I'm just not going to be like, oh, well, you're just and for it is what it is. Like everybody is who they are. This platform was supposed to be for content creation, and my thought of content creation was like, if you make music, share it. You make art, share it. Not talk about people, you know what I mean? Or but if you need factual identification on somebody who's saying something that's falsely, if they're not who, like, how can I say, if they're just portraying somebody that they're not, then I could understand. But other than that, it's like it shouldn't get to a point where this toxic villainy is just being thrown back and forth and there's no solution, because all you got is just reckless banter. It's not no solution to it. It's just straight conflict, no conclusion.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens, and that's what happens when you cannibalize.
Yeah.
At some point, everybody gets fucking brain damage or gets brain illness because you end up eating other humans, and it makes you sick. It actually changes the way your brain thinks or brain works. And I compare this to the cannibalism because that's what it is. The reaction content, I've been involved with it as well. That's one of the reasons I was pointing it out is if you look at you can see me trying to figure out a way to make reaction content not like other reaction content. That's how I ended up with the remix, Also to make it transformative, because I realized that none of these people were making it transformative. As I'm holding my hand behind the dancing girl, because art is transformative. If you're going to do that stuff and have it be editorialized, it should be fucking art or something, scratching it. There's VJing, there's fucking all kinds of things. I tried a bunch of different stuff. I ended up at this point, and it's still moving, but that's the point. I don't think that cannibalizing other people's material for validation, which is turned into a negative validation at that, turned into a thing called clout, is healthy for anybody or for art. I think there's a big problem, and I say this a lot, with people not knowing the difference between real and not real, and they think that you have to be real just because you're on the other side of the camera talking to the camera, which is absurd to me. I assume when I'm looking at somebody talking to a camera that they're playing a character right off the bat. That there is anybody on the other side of the camera, if you want to stay healthy, you have to put on a suit of armor. It may be true to you, but you still got to have a character. And I often say that, do you think I growl in real life? No, I do that because it's a character affectation, you know? It's me at the root. It's not untruth. It's not, you know. But like if you watch my show when I've got the full arc going on, yeah, I'm playing a character through that. I'll have a focus. On Friday, I play Satan because I wanted to Satan to Michael because I want to make it real clear. I'm performing because I think people forget that people are performing or they aren't, and they forget that that's what this is. Like you're talking about music, art sharing, not sitting on the camera like this. I hate her. Oh my God, I hate him. They're so ugly. Why do they do that? That's stupid. So cringe. Cringe. Like, that's the shit that really gets me. It's like they got 8 words, and they're more interested in validating themselves like a 12-year-old. But they're adults, man. And at one point, I was about to do a whole fucking expose on it, but I stopped, by the way. I'm going to let you go down, Trip. But I stopped being able to tell the difference between all of these commentators because they all sound like a version of Penguin Zero, Moist Critical, and or Shoe on Head, and or it goes from Shoe on Head to Moon, and like it's just like this. And now we're going to bore you to death by sounding like we are the smartest person, or we believe we are, in the room. Like it's just a fucking same cadence in every goddamn video. So none of it is creative. It's just copy paste. Well, that creates fascism, man. Creates an unhealthy mindset. So, more power to you for creating more art. And getting me on the rant. So I'm gonna send you off into the void, my friend. And if you never used Discord before, it's very confusing on how to get out of here. But I'm sorry, I can't use the void. That's Wix. So I'm gonna send you off to the ether Trip, which will leave you in the green room. But there's a little set of buttons at the bottom that actually send you off of that'll take you off. You'll see the red telephone line, and that hangs up. Don't forget to hang up, because sometimes if you're not familiar with Discord, you can accidentally end up in a call. I just did it the other day by accident. Like, look at my phone, I'm like, oh my God, I've been in a call for 8 hours. I didn't even know. So
yeah, I got you. But yeah, you have a good one though. Keep your head up and get some, like I said, get some sleep whenever you can.
I will, for sure. No, I'm gonna take care of the animals. Go do the thing I gotta do and crash the fuck out. Let me tell you, thank you for being here, Trip. I appreciate you. Off into the ether. Where'd I kick you? Oh, there he goes. There. Thank you so much for everybody who came up and hung out. I'm gonna leave something with you guys tonight to remind you about what I think really encapsulate what YouTube was about, or time period where it was very utopian, I guess, second wave. We all were hoping that things would stay creative. We were all very bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, people making a lot of loot, people making incredibly cool art that nobody had made before or had access to make the way they were doing it, and nobody was paying them to do it. They were making money off of it, but I mean, it was a pure art platform, pure sharing. Crazy stuff was on here. I'm telling you, it's stuff you're not gonna find anymore. It's just not found. So let me pull this video up. That's what I'm gonna leave you with today. And it's way down here, way down here. Let me pull it up. It is way down here, because it's one of the earliest videos I actually uploaded to YouTube. So if you don't know, my earliest stuff is just travel diaries that I was urged to make by a bunch of YouTubers on the Digitour. And so most of the early videos that aren't videos that I took from elsewhere on a phone or something just to remember the moment, those videos, they're not meant for the public, really. They're just stuff I was making so I didn't forget. And this is a special night. It's the last night we had with the Gregory brothers. If you're not familiar with them, Shmo Yoho, Auto Tune Your Life, Bedroom Intruder, Winning, the Turtle Song, so many things, so many amazing. I hope Mike got some good weed. I have some, for God's sakes. Somebody should get that man some weed. Some pretty solid YouTube era period, like early era, and I just wanted to share this with you because on the way out today, it is it's a remembrance of what I think everybody wanted it to be, and you can see the camaraderie in there. There's a couple people that have left us actually. Buddha Phil is in this, yeah, I'm gonna bring it up here. I want to thank you all for being here, going on this voyage with me. I can only say that the changes in the world that we want, we do it on our own. We do it because we believe in it, not because it's a bag or a clout. We do it because we hope that other people will gain from it or learn from it. And we do it in humility, not to prove how great we are, but rather that if we see someone who's fallen down, if we see someone who's about to walk into the fucking bar, I would hope that we say, look up. Cheers and peace to you. I hope you have a beautiful day. Please, be safe or have fun. Whichever comes first, or both. It's up to you. I'm AronMSound. This is Look Up, the remix. And this has been a marathon. It is 12:24 p.m. Abba is getting some invoices. Jelly, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm sending you to Burke Williams for the weekend. You might have to use frequent flyer miles, though. I am thinking about doing a gathering here once my house is done, by the way. So, thank you all. And here's the video. As I head out, I hope you all get some sleep as well if you haven't. I hope you have some great coffee. I hope your day at work is going great. And, yeah. Once again, don't let other people run into that low bar. It's up to us, one at a time. Spreading the message of love, creativity, and reminding people that, you do what you can. Look up. Stand by. Clearly didn't want to swap over the audio. It's like, oh, you wanted to smooth out? Fuck yeah. No, that's not going to happen. Stand by. We're coming up on it. There we go. I'll run it back. And it also helps to probably take the mute off the audio. That would help. All right, we're going to roll that back. Here we go. Tech savvy, but after 16 hours, see how tech savvy you are. Thanks for sticking around. You guys are the best. Chat undefeated.
This is what I get on tonight.
Now we've got something so perfect and right. It's
Don't make no sense to be wasting our time. Have mercy.
You're selling something I wanna buy. Let's see if we can make a deal. You give me all your days and all your nights too. And in return I'll give mine right back to you.
Took my chances on being lonely.
Oh, yeah.
All I ever wanted to do is make myself your one and only. And spend my 24/7 with you. I took my chances on being lonely. But all I ever wanted to do is make myself your one and only. And spend my 24/7 with you. When I wanna get next to you.
Oh, damn.
I wanna get next to you. I wanna get next to you. Da 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 da. Like it when the beat goes da 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 da. Like it when the beat goes da 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 da. Let me see the beat go da 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 da. Like it when the beat goes da 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 da. Ooh, that dress so scandalous. You know another couldn't handle it. Shaking that thing like who's this? But look in her eyes so devilish. She likes to dance on the hip hop spots. Cruising with the cruise and connects the dots, yeah. Just like Logan, she likes the pop. She was living the feel alone. She had dumps like a drum, thighs like water. Baby, look at blood. Let me sing it again, yeah. Dumps like a drum, thighs like water. Baby, look at blood. Let me sing it again, yeah. All night long, when you see that thong, I like it when the beat go da da da. When you see the beat go da 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 da. I like it when
Thank you, New Era. I appreciate you all for doing the long haul and the thong song. Thong song.
When I love my nuts, I promise you to say every single day. Every time you look at me, I know I'm the only one that you see. And all the nights that were cold and lonely, but waiting for my one and only. Oh, it's you. No matter how I go, how should you give myself? It's you, oh, it's you. The icing on my cake and the oven in my plate. It's you. It's you. It's you. Oh, it's you. It's you.
It's life. The monk. Sometimes you just gotta hang out where there's music and stuff. Since it's the last night, you know, we tend to celebrate these kind of things pretty close. The movies are close together, so that's what happens when there's two of us. A submarine time machine. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate you watching my, blithering and blathering and the music and such. Please feel free to subscribe. Keep being told it's up there. It's down there. It's not down there. You can write things down there apparently, but you can subscribe up there. So yeah, thanks for being here with me, and I like you very much. And it's cool to hang out. And, yeah, AronMSound. Out.
And that concludes our broadcast day. Thank you so much for being here. And as I always say, at the end of the day, when there's no one else around, it's up to every one of us, individually, to warn the others of the bullshit overhead. And you know what that means. Come on. Look up. Have a wonderful day, y'all.